turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよ now。 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる再入フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up?
on the line. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, oh, oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah? get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars that hit all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下棋赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下棋赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，我们敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战，
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。
我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
哎，第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
应该比题目 is best。
年轻就是要狂。
前途未定，一切皆有可能。我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
赢的是年，看我们的！来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Welcome on in, everyone, to our 2023 LPL Summer Split. We got Super Saturday. We got a kooky Lyric. I'm Mazel. It's going to be a fun night. Lyric, you've got a heckin' night ahead of you. You're going to be on all 3 series tonight. I am giving you all my energy. I will give you all my energy for this first series because it's going to be a fun one. We're here to continue our super weekend here in our first week of the LPL. And speaking of, we had a Super Friday yesterday, Lyric. We were a part of the first couple series of that Super Friday. And we got to take a little look back into that one, Lyric, and see how those went.
Yeah, we can roll the clips, and I'll say, don't use too much energy, because I also still cast tomorrow. I do have a coffee and an energy drink, like both at the same time.
I also cast tomorrow, so yeah.
Oh, you're right. We both do. But yeah, yesterday we had some games. Sadly, our boy Uncle Cho, he couldn't get the job done. AL honestly put up a solid fight, but in the end, WE, especially in game 1, just stayed complete in control, slow burn victories, but it was dominant. And then TT Mazel.
Oh,
I didn't think they'd be able to get it done, but they did.
These games were insane. 40 minutes pretty much for the first one. I think it was like 41 something, but they were so back and forth. There was a moment where LGD was pulling it back somehow, some way. And of course it had to be a boxing match between these two teams, especially with what they had come off of in their first series performances in the week. Try to close out well on a second.
Yeah, I mean, hell, like people like Meteorite going 11-0 in the first
That
game.
was just
Huge performance.
insane.
But in the
Graves
end,
is-
TT still lit the Graves through in the very last game, and TT managed to be able to bring it back. Hell, it was this game, right? UCal on the Aurelian Soul doing just enough and showing us why yesterday we built up UCal so much.
Yeah, he's still such a bright point for this TT roster, and also willing to bring out the Ace Soul in the final game of the series and do so well on it, right? They came out with a plan to get to the late game, and well, they got there. It worked really well. Huan Feng stepping in, you know, the TT trying out bot lane combinations. It worked really well. And then we got to FPX versus Ultra Prime, Lyric.
And this one was crazy because I'll be honest, after Ultra Prime's first series where they where they beat AL but looked worse than AL, I didn't think they'd have much of a hope against FPX with a really solid debut. But they came in and they just absolutely thrashed them. Doggo having huge performances. I think Sword Art having a much better showing than most people would have expected. And that's what led to this. That's what led to these results. These exact ones.
Exactly. I think it's so funny seeing that Wombo combo in the last clip there, and it just literally did nothing to Ultra Prime. It looked really cool. But we see Ultra Prime, the first one to grace the 2-0 win record here in the LPL Summer Split.
Yeah, you know what? Ultra Prime fans screenshot this. Ultra Prime themselves screenshot this, put it out there. And who knows? Maybe they make me eat my words and they go on this insane
if they
streak.
keep
And I would
drafted
be
and play the
all
way
for
they
it.
are, I don't know. Sky's the limit. That's all I'm saying. But we got to look at what today's matches have entailed for us, because we do have another 3 best of 3s in a row. We can start off with IG versus Ninjas in Pajamas. That'll be the one that we are casting together, Lyric. And then Ashin will come in for RNG versus LNG. And then we got TES versus EDG. Some serious bangers lined up tonight.
Yeah, great games all around. I mean, especially those second 2 series, top teams coming in. But even this first series, right? IG, and getting to see if they can keep up the form from their first series. So like the follow up on Spring, where it started off so well in the first half. And NIP, honestly, just hoping that they can bring it together, right? Because they're a team that, especially after the rebrand, having people like Rookie on the squad at first, moving all these pieces around, and now as NIP, sadly not having that same star power, it's going to take a lot of friendship and teamwork to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, and I think for this matchup, it's all right and well that we focus on this mid lane to start it off, because it is Cryan versus Angel, 2 previous RNG mid laners. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see how they're doing in their new positions. Already, obviously, Cryan looking pretty good there, Lyric, in his first series.
Yeah, I think Cryan was the standout on IG in their victory the other day, because coming in, I think a lot of people were like, okay, how's this IG roster going to do? Like bringing in 2 new members, Cryan and then Tianjin in the jungle, moving up from LTL. To where the rest of the team collapsed last split. Kid these 2 players, one quite young, Cryan, who was never really a superstar of his team, much more of like kind of a facilitator for other members, but Cryan, huge performances on things like the Tristana, being able to be that massive carry. And if he can be consistent, at least IG have a lane that you can start betting on every game, being like, hey, this is where the pressure can start coming from.
And that's where I love like kind of diving into IG a little bit more so, because last split, the biggest splash was their undefeated streak at the very beginning, but especially YSKM in the top lane. I think he came out and made a name for himself. You should know him for sure by now. But the question was, at the end of the split, the consistency kind of waned. It felt like he was kind of solved. And so comparing that now, how they're going to utilize that this split with this new powerful mid lane and the solo lane potential that they have.
That will be a huge question, because we're really going to be looking at how YSKM fares in this meta, where we see the big priority is on tanks. We have first 3 picks of things like Scion coming out. The Cassante priority really hasn't fallen off whatsoever. And we saw in YSKM's first showing, still straight away from those kinds of picks. Had a game of Jax, and also brought out the Silas. So I wonder if he will be adapt, or if he's just going to keep looking for answers against the meta champions.
You want the bull, you get the horns. That's what he said. I'm interpreting at this point. But I really love to see it. Also, the fact that IG coming through with Tianjin from the IG Young call-up, right? First split here, trying to make something work through the jungle with some of the newer pieces that they were working from last split.
Yeah, Tianjin finishing third in the LDL Split 1 playoffs. Actually finished first in the regular season in their group, but not able to get it done in the end, but still being one of the top prospects coming over from the LDL. So he's a player I'm incredibly excited to see, because if you missed IG's first series, he was the one that brought out the Rengar. Comes into the LPL, pulls it out, a champion that he is known for, and yeah, he delivered.
And now we
IG
talked a
those
lot
victories.
about IG, all right? But now we got to talk about NIP. The Ninjas in Pajamas also building off of some foundations, kind of mirroring to some extent with IG on the other side, but trying to change out some of the specific pieces. Love to see Shadow here. Once again, obviously sharing the spot with Xiaolin Bao. But love that Shadow is actually getting the start and seeing a lot of those aggressive picks work his way. But it's also about how that combo comes together with Angel. And we know Fodic can carry. That man right there, he's an all-star ADC. But it's about trying to make all the other pieces work around that with the meta that we have.
And that's where my questions come in. Because we need to remember, Angel spent a long time playing with SOFM as his jungler. And SOFM wasn't like the type of jungler you really like play with. You have to kind of play around, or your team just kind of does its own thing while SOFM just kind of works in that system, right? So when you look at this roster, that feels like it's going to need a lot of mid-jungle cooperation to be able to work. Shadow, someone who likes to be aggressive. You don't have, like, again, overwhelming like star power in either of your side lanes. I feel like a lot of the game plan for NIP should be Shadow and Angel, two players who like to be aggressive, getting things going, and then setting up Fodic to be that big carry later on.
I love that we're going to be looking at the mid-jungle duos here today, because while it is still the end of the first week, we're obviously looking at what bounce backs can be had, obviously, before the second split, or the second week actually happens. But I think seeing that adaptation, seeing that development from their first showing will be super important, because there was also a little bit of one-sidedness in each one of their last series as well.
Yeah, NIP had the unfortunate draw of having to go up against EDG first. And think back to spring, EDG were an absolute powerhouse. EDG showed that in their first series against NIP. It might not have been the second game a little bit explosive, but even more of just a slow burn, very controlled, and NIP not really having many options of how they can answer. So they're going to need to bounce back. IG have the honor, Mazel, of being able to ride off the momentum that they picked up for themselves. So I guess it's not an honor.
A 2-0 steamroll is what you mean. That's
Yeah.
Let's just be outright say it.
They also did actively have to put in the work to be able to stomp in their first series. So I don't know why I'm taking credit away from them. Sorry, IG.
No, they looked real good against LGD, but it's about how it comes together with their second showing here for either side. And I guess that's where it comes to some of the talks we had yesterday, if anybody was watching, about how this weekend is going to affect the meta in the LPL. Do you feel like there's going to be any big differences tonight? I mean, we saw, obviously, if Nico is available, Nico is picked. Things like that were really occurring a lot last night, but do you think that there's going to be any adaptation tonight?
I don't know about any specific adaptation, tonight, but overall, I kind of expect us to keep leaning in the way of Jinx over Aphelios. It took a few series yesterday, and like a few games within those series, for it seemed like teams to even start to realize, hey, you know what? Aphelios and Jinx are both open. What if we pass on the Aphelios? What if we wait and see if the enemy takes it? Bam, it happens, and then your team picks Jinx and you win. So I hope teams kind of follow with those same key learnings.
And
I don't know why we need to rehash things like that, Marcel. Didn't we learn that like 3 splits ago? Didn't we learn to pick the Jinx over the Aphelios 3 splits ago?
Is that when we learned it? It feels like a long time ago now.
Right?
We've seen the same three ADCs for I don't even know how long at this point. But I do love the survivability that we've seen through the Jinxes. I'm still sad we haven't seen the likes of Jin while we still have the Yumus. I'm still sad we haven't seen the likes of the Kog'Maw when Melio comes through.
We've had 680 carries played. We've only had 680 carries played so far. Like, the only 80 carries hitting double-digit like picks are Aphelios and Jinx.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Well, we're diving straight in here as our first best of 3 of the night between IG and NIP starts off now. We have IG on the blue side. They'll have Cassante. We'll have Wukong and Gragas all band away. On the red side for NIP, we've got the Jax, the Zeri, and the Melio, of course.
Yeah, so Maokai being left open is really the big standout. You can see IG hovering over it now. They will just pick that one up. I think that increases the priority of something like Jace. But as NIP, you kind of have a bit of a weird choice, right? You can either try to take away that Jace and not let it be paired with, you know, what is going to be Maokai in the jungle, not have that nice mixed damage. Or you have to go for something like the Nico, which I think then makes it a little bit harder to fit Jace in your comp, unless you are willing to flex it between mid and top, or if you were willing to flex the Nico, you know, from mid to jungle. So I'm interested to see how NIP are going to play around this, because this makes sense so far. You could also just lock in the Vi here if you wanted to go for, you know, a very standard follow-up with a jungle pick.
There were moments yesterday when the Nico got through and didn't actually have such pleasurable of performance, right? A lot of backline access needed before you can pull off those pop blossoms. So it is a little bit about execution, even if the pick is super strong. But here we have a Maokai already for IG, obviously, and then the Nico and the Aphelios comes through at the last second.
We were so close. We were so close.
Oh,
to
no
like,
jinx.
you know what?
It goes straight to the Xayah.
Yeah, so going to go for that, have the self-peel coming from the feathers we hit on. The second the Maokai came in, I feel like the Jace was just inevitable, and NIP not really, I think, having an easy way to take that one away and fit it into their composition. They do end up just going with the Vi in the end. So NIP already setting up to having to and wanting to run the IG composition down. You're going to have the ultimate from On to be able to protect himself, even the ultimate coming out from Tianjin on the Maokai to be able to dissuade any engages coming through. So two very different styles coming out from these first 3 picks so far.
I love seeing that Cryan still willing to go with those AD mid laners. Obviously, we already seen him play the Ahri and the Tristana. Now the Jace is maybe eventuality. I was going to say a potential, but honestly, at this point, it's just eventual. Now, the second phase of bans, we have that Rakan ban by NIP. It is the Scion ban for Invictus.
I like the Scion ban because for NIP, you definitely want to be trying to find a way to fit more engage in your comp. Like, you always could go support, right? We've been seeing a fair bit of Nautilus, but with the fact that Lulu's still open, I think you'd want that. So if they could find a way to fit engage in their top side, that would be ideal. With now Gragas off the table, K'Sante on the table, Scion, we're kind of making our way down. Yeah, we're kind of at the point where if you want, like, guaranteed engage, you're looking at things like the Malphite. We still haven't seen an Ornn come out, despite the fact that Ornn has been hovered. It was even banned once. But really looking at Invincible to be able to bring the ability to just press the go button.
And, you know, we haven't changed much from our jungle meta from last split either. The Vi Maokai back again. I do like the kind of proactivity that is possible here. But yeah, there's the Malphite gone. The Blitzcrank also was banned there. I loved what we saw yesterday from it. Just a big momentum setter for the teams. But now we'll see what NIP want to save for their counter pick as they lock in their 4th. Maybe a little bit of combo before things get whittled down a little bit more, before you need to choose at least for the combo with Aphelios.
And I think this would be the right call. Again, I feel like NIP know, since they can't get engaged in their top side, even if they would, maybe prefer like a Lulu or an Enchanter down there with the Aphelios to have, you know, a bit of better laning and enable your scaling even more. They're going to need that go button to be able to get on top of things like the Xayah and the Jace. Now for the side of IG, mostly looking at where they're going to go with top lane picks. I mean, YSKM having the blind pick, this is one of the big, I guess not really downfalls, because he could always just fall back on something like the Jax, which was like a bread and butter pick for him back in spring.
I saw the Alistar.
Oh, wait, the Jax is banned.
However, yeah, the Jax is not possible, but the Gwen is still such a huge pick right now. I feel like at the top lane, and really the only thing left that can be a bit one-sided. We have seen obviously the Kennons and things be very, very prevalent, but that is the Gwen locked in for YSKM.
So very magic damage top side for the side of IG, and now for NIP, just going to go with something that can try and lane against the Gwen. Again, they've already filled out the need for engaging the support role, so now going to have a bit of a well-rounded top side in the sense that, you know, Nara, you're going to be fine in the laning phase. You're going to have a bit of presence in sides, but also be able to enable those team fights once he does get that big Mega Gnar for him. So again, I feel like very different drafts coming out from these teams. IG, if they can play around that space and play around the peel that they have, Cryan and On are going to be able to do so much. So that's going to be up to Shadow and Joa to be able to connect onto their targets. Luckily, Vi ulti is a great way of being able to do that.
Yeah, you've got to get on those roam timers for NIP and really find a lot of ins to get something going. Obviously, you have a lot of scaling still on your side, but you want to be in the proactive state of mind. On the other side, I do feel like you need to be a little bit safe, maybe play through these solo lanes, see how bot lane goes. But it'll be very, very interesting to see how this first game kind of pans out for the best of 3 as a whole. Again, we said at the very beginning, these teams trying to vie for a leg up, I would say, going into the end of week number 1 for both of them. IG, the potential to go 2-0 in that first week. Join Ultra Prime there at the top. NIP just want to even the score at 1-1. We're going to be kicking off our first best of 3 of our Super Saturday here in week number 1 of the LPL very, very shortly. It's going to be Invictus Gaming versus NIP, and we already said, Lyric, big names to watch. It's got to be the mid lane and how teams play around it, and here we are on Summoner's Rift for game number 1.
I think we definitely should be in for more action than we had yesterday. I hope I'm not cursing it by saying
You sure
that,
we don't get more than 3 kills in 18.5 minutes? Are you sure?
I'm hoping, but when I look at some of these lanes with how jungles interact, right? Like Jace Maokai, twisted advance to set up, Jace to follow through with all the damage. Same for the opposing side, right? Very easy for Shadow to get in there. Kind of chain CC, bring in the root from Nico, a ton of burst down. Once Krine's flash is gone, nothing to be followed through. So I think Tianjin and Shadow have the opportunities to give us more than what we got yesterday. We just need to hope they follow up on it.
I also do see a counter universe that just ends up in farming for two waves, and then you know, we'll see what happens. But I do also love to see
2 waves isn't that long.
Well, I guess I meant two jungle clears. There you go. That's a little bit longer. And that's a little bit long. That's what we got yesterday. Is that your favorite part of the new meta? Tell me it is.
No, it's not. But look at Winkin' On. They're already trying to be a little bit cheeky. And we know from Spring, Winkin' On love to fight. They love to be the aggressors.
Fodic likes to fight you later when he's strong. Yeah, they will see. And isn't it so interesting, while we're focusing down here on the bot lane, that these are the two pillars, I guess, I feel, for these two teams at this point, with the long-standing members, at least crucial pieces for both sides.
Which is crazy to think about, right? Because you think back to last year when you looked at IG and Shun was that pivotal piece. Coming into 2023, you thought there's no way they'd build around Don and Wink, kind of IG subpar bot lane. But then at the start of spring, especially because of the meta bringing marksman down into the support role, Wink used to be an AD carry, and On and Wink were having an incredible time in those first few series in the spring split. Now they're going to have to be able to do well without, the crutch of things like Caitlyn, Varus, Jhin being able to fall down into that support role.
Yeah, definitely playing a little bit more reserve this time around. Have the Cole already, obviously. Both sides do. And just trying to feel out how this bot lane's going to go and look how these solo lanes and actually pan out in the early leveling stages. Obviously, I think level 6 will be important for both Crine, or at least Angel, and Crine, at least for the power spike at that first item. And I wonder if we get that attention mid lane like we were kind of wanting. We have to will it into existence, right, Lyric?
I feel like we should get it, but knowing just how LPL's been going these days, maybe we don't get it until we hit like reset timings for bot lane.
Okay.
And then supports do the thing where you always walk mid first. Then look, the enemy mid laner's overextended, and one support's a little bit slower than the other. Bam! That's when all the action just comes and hits you in the mid lane.
So until then, what kind of like campfire snacks do you like? Do you like s'mores? Do you like s'mores?
So recently I've been told the secret to s'mores is actual crying.
Just cry. We just have 2 1v1s going on. Invincible does miss that boomerang, but will not die.
Results better than yesterday. It's already better than yesterday.
We're already looking up. All you gotta do is talk about camping snacks. I'll see Angel actually move through. We'll be taking the form of Fodic. Obviously, he's not there. The thing is, though, it's still Maokai, and the vision control that you get, the control that you can get, I guess, from the saplings is so huge that I want to see how Tianjin, a new addition to the league, obviously, can do with those.
Yeah, Maokai's definitely a champion where a lot of his strength definitely comes around like the setup for your team, being able to get control of an area.
Shadow using the vault breaker over the wall will be spotted out by a ward, immediately pulling the back off from IG. Tianjin is down here just in case NIP get a little bit overzealous, but nothing gonna happen. The control, at least at this point from NIP, has been really good in terms of vision.
They're doing a great job. Like vision line pretty much across the whole map, right? They have full control over bot side. They're the 2 wards in top side river. They're having a pretty stable game. And I was kind of like wonder how that impacts the game, right? I feel like as the game goes on, I actually like what IG have put together. Like Gwen is going to be insane. I feel like she should be able to do more, and we'll have an easier time in team fights in something like a Gnar, where again you're having to play around that rage bar. You have the Xayah with the self PL. It just their comp looks terrifying to run into later into the game, and so a lot's going to come off of NIP being able to find picks, right? Being able to catch out stragglers first.
Oh, Invincible, you're done, son! You should know me with the solo bolo!
And that came out of absolutely nowhere. Looks like Invincible himself wasn't even expecting that damage to be able to come through. YSCam even had like no mana when he went for that all in, but having just enough to be able to get the job done. And now with TP, they're both going to get back to lane just fine, so even his wave state won't be messed up. And I wonder if they'll get into a situation where Tianjin can even influence his top lane matchup even more.
I mean, yeah, why not? If you already got a strong point, you know what you Shinobi can do. You know, got also a pretty aggressive Invincible trying to re-clear out that wave up there. Shadow will take this opportunity to clear out Dragon or start that one up there. We'll see actually the point of view here from YSKM.
Yeah, goes in with the EQ fully stacked. And then again, his mana just getting so drained, but still having enough. Once the ult comes out, he's able to run it down. And Invincible having nothing in the tank once the hop's gone, cannot
I saw him
escape.
do something in the video, but it cut off right at the last second. Dude, he's looking pretty good on the Gwen. I would say, you know, when that pick was still left open, and we were wondering like, oh, what could come next? Like Gwen is a very obvious choice because every time we've seen Gwen, it's been a monster in the top side.
It's been a monster, but at the same time, I think a lot of teams try to avoid having, like, especially for top jungle, having, you know, AP top, AP jungle, making it very easy for the enemy top laner to be able to itemize and then really having no fear against ganks being able to come out. So I think it is important that YSKM is able to win his matchup handedly. And if there's one thing we know YSKM do, is win a 1v1, right?
As we get a little bit of supportive combat going on here between Wink and Joel. And 3 hits, not the 4th. Jin fans all over crying. But we will actually see Shadow posturing around crying in the mid lane.
See if he's going to be able to find it. But Crying doing a nice job playing up towards the safe side for himself. And again, this is the matchup that we wanted to see, right? Crying, someone who is an MSI champion, someone who spent time on RNG going up against Angel, someone who's a world finalist, someone who also spent some time on RNG going head-to-head, and Angel so far doing a great job to find the better and enable a lot of the plays that have come out from NIP so far, right?
Yeah.
Him and the pressure he had mid is what opened up for earlier Shadow getting control of the top side grab. Now same thing, allowing him to scale these Raptors, getting more vision control over the bottom half of the map.
Yeah. And that's what we were
now
curious about coming into this one, was how do these connections work and how do they play? Beautiful flash from Crying. I actually think Shadow might have been a little wide even with the flash, but you don't get engaged. You get an attempted gank from an IP in the mid lane.
I'm just happy that Shadow didn't overcommit and be like, okay, you know, his flash is down. Screw it. Ult in, and then, you know,
we go.
Unfortunate, you find out Tianjin is right behind. He just throw out his own ulti, and then everything would be over.
Old Shadow, maybe. New Shadow, improved. Let's go. It will be the Rift Herald, though, coming over for NIP now. An opposite side play in the works right now from Tianjin, just in case they can get something off the table if we're on and wing.
Yeah, IG shouldn't be able to find anything in bot side. The fact that we're already hitting level 6 points, they're not even low, so IG haven't been able to force any heavy trades to try to set up for a dive situation. So ultimately, it will just be NIP picking up the Rift Herald uncontested, losing none of their camps in bot side. Not even, IG couldn't even manage to get any like deeper vision placed in the NIP jungle.
And that's where I want to turn to what that means for their composition. Obviously, we're already 9 minutes in There's still a lot of time to be played towards this mid game, as we're going to be cresting over that a little bit later. But it is about a little bit of sustainability from IG's side and finding a way to get those team fights a little bit later on.
For now, they're still doing fine, right? I mean, if the goal of the game is just keep it stable as long as you can, cool. That's exactly what they're doing. No one's really falling behind in terms of lane. Actually, you know, they're up in top side pretty substantially, so we're going to see YSKM get back and catch this wave. Bot lane slightly up. It's like, okay, Cryan's down a little bit, but especially when it comes to who's going to be the big damage dealers later on, right? You already have a Gwen and a Xayah down in bot side, so even if the Jace falls a little bit behind, not the end of the world.
Very true, but we do see some exploratory measures being encountered for NIP, as they were just trying to find some vision in the enemy jungle, but as well as see if they can sneak a little bit of a gank bot lane. They're going to take an early engage to try to buy time for Shadow. Is that Blade Caller, though? Pesky, pesky feathers.
What an absolutely annoying champion to deal with. And I'm interested to see, especially after some of yesterday's games where we were seeing prevalence in Braum in some of our games, right? If teams are going to try and opt into more of this kind of like peeling zone control, kind of you have to run at us style, and we're just going to make your life a living hell when you do it, right? Because I feel like that has always worked really well against a lot of what LPL teams like to do. So if IG can pull it off here again, it'll just be another game kind of in the testament of again, looking towards things like the Braum, bringing more appeal, going towards the Xayah. And yeah, kind of putting the ball in the enemy's court, saying, hey, you have to figure out how to win this game, because if not, we can just coast.
Oh, I hope he popped it. Okay, I've been the entire time I've been watching the Rift Herald timer for Shadow. I thought he was going to use it in one of the lanes, just uses it in his jungle. Now we see an engage encountered and recountered by NIP, trying to get Wink here as they have TP'd in. Angels here, trying to pretend to be Shadow. They did get a response from Cry, and now Shadow shows up. And we will see if they can get this going here, as there is a nice little bit of damage on the Cryan. I think it was a bit on a different page maybe than the rest of IG, and he will fall. This also means a lot of plays for bot lane.
Especially after Cryan had such a huge performance in their first series. Oh, Wade is invincible. I was going to say, I don't know if he'll be able to do much. YSKM bringing out the needlework just to force him back. But Cryan was when he really stepped up in IG's first series. Picked up both MVPs in that one. Comes out. I guess he doesn't know that Shadow's just waiting in the wings, right? Would have to run away, just trying to get through, put a bit of damage on the way out. Bit of an overcommit. Shadow turns out to be there. And huge injection of gold for the side of NIP.
Now we have Dragon that's been on the table for just a tiny bit, but a redeploy towards the bottom side of the map for NIP and a little bit for IG. I mean, we could get some contention here.
You know what? It's the most important time of the game. Our first Storm Razor's done is Shadow. Also finished an item, Black Cleaver in pocket.
I think they realize that now. They're like, I see 2 completed items in this fight. How many you got? Oh, not enough? All right, let's back away.
I'm surprised NIP are being hesitant on this Drake. Must be coming from the ultis, right? Druel having no ultimate. Photic doesn't have the Moonlight Vigil there. Angel, no ulti up. But in the end, they waited out. Seems like IG realized they can't contest anyway, just off of those item disparities. But luckily for IG, they are starting to finish things up. Riftmaker done for YSKM. Demonic Embrace picked up by Tianjin.
Ooh, AP Maokai. At least for the first time. Maybe he gets a good take. But Shadow actually taking a while to take it. Tianjin maybe could have tried something crazy, but Shadow does end up securing that one. Now, Tianjin in some trouble here. We'll have Crying over by him, but there's the Pop Blossom. He's just CC'd to hell. Angel picks up a kill, and now they might look at bot lane.
Moving over as a duo. We talked about Shadow and Angel working together would be the key. They're going to go for it.
They are just non-stop aggression. The depth charge comes out, but the Feather Storm beautifully timed there. You have to wait for the Blade Caller. The cleanse comes through. There's that Blade Caller, but the Moonlight Vigil and Photic shuts him down. Double kill for the ninjas in pajamas.
They didn't even need to juggle the turret aggro. Just kind of skirt again, throw out one ability, back off, and it's going to open up first turret for the side of NIP. And now making their up to a 4K gold lead, 14 minutes. Also have gotten both first Drakes. Huge start for NIPs. We're going to go right into the replay. I mean, We saw how this happened, right? They've already killed the jungler. There's literally nowhere left to go. Not really much IG could do on dodging out on the Nautilus ulti, but now you're stuck. And NIP having the range to be able to play with, just look at Angel throwing out those Qs to get them low enough for the Moonlight Vigil to finish them off. Calibrum in hand, and that's all she wrote.
That's a 10 out of 10 dopamine moment for any of Elio's players right there. Like, 2 people lined up with nowhere to go on your tower right next to each other. Let's hit them with the Moonlight Vigil. But there's a nice little star for NIP, who will now be trying to transfer that pressure, that first tower, over towards this Rift Herald fight.
No ultimate for On, but we're also missing ultimates on the side of NIP from Angel and Photic, even Joie. So a lot of your core engage tools and big AoE tools for NIP are down.
Angel has the potential to use that really big blast cone, maybe come over, but does catch YSCam over there. They did to get that Nature's Grasp. Shadow locked down, locked out, and he's down. YSCam will get the first kill here. There's a response. Pop Blossom not even going to come out in time. Invincible is finding some kills, and he's at least helping Photic get kills. About to be Meganar. Can't find too much afterwards. And Joel picks up the Rift Herald. So everything works out for NIP, who seemingly come out on top with a 2 for 2.
I am actually surprised that NIP had enough damage to be able to take anyone down. Again, they were missing 3 ults going into that fight. IG were really only missing the feathers. I didn't even see how the first member of IG went down because YSCam doing so much on the back line. Maokai ult starts off the fight. They're going to be able to get in there. They lock down this Vi. Shadow gets instantly bursted out, but the return damage there on Tianjin. And then, sadly for On, does look like he ended up getting slowed and pulled in, I guess, by Joel at first. And then they were just able to keep running him down. But like we said, YSCam on the back line. If you were watching him, his needlework was doing an insane amount.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Gwen is it's subtle at first, and then it becomes overwhelming as she sews everything into her fashion. And I especially love to see NIP's comp coming together with the way that they're playing it, right? We were really wondering how Angel and Shadow connect, how that works for Photic. We know Photic can carry. I mean, he's 3-0 now on the Aphelios with the 2-item spike. But it really was, how do they bridge into Photic being able to carry? And so far, the roaming gank squad for NIP has worked in these last few minutes. And I will say the momentum is definitely in their favor, but they can't let it get ahead of themselves. Now they got to be careful of a counter engage there.
I was going to say, I still really like what IG's comp can do, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. But the fact that we're having these item disparities, right? 2 items now, completely finished for Photic with a Scale Force in pocket.
Nature's Guy's coming out. Nice little dodge out of the Winter's Bite. Somebody's going to take it. No, the kitty's too short. IG can't find it.
So just net win for the side of Ninjas in Pajamas with forcing out the TP from YSKM. If there was going to be any pressure they had, guaranteed it was going to be the pressure that YSKM could put up in a side lane. But now he's going to have to be very wary about that, especially around neutral objective timings, right? So I feel like for YSKM, now you either push this wave and start to head down towards Dragon and, you know, making sure that your team can generate the pressure to contest, or they could look to not even contest it, give over Soul Point for free, and look to go for a gold trade towards that top side. But, you know, pretty dicey letting an enemy team just get on Soul Point without a fight.
That's the thing, though, is there's a lot of mobility on the side of NIP. So if you're not already in position to trade and you're 1 second behind, right, that's too late. And you're not able to get the presence you want. So it seems like IG just want to try to force the hand a little bit and contest this bottom side of the map.
Gonna make their way in. Invincible still top. Gonna try and make his way down. He himself did wait quite a while. Did have the TP available just in case anything breaks out at first. For IG, are they gonna find Photic here?
Shadow charging it up here. Can't get the dredge line. They'll back away as their engage goes a little bit wide. Those are the big tools, as Angel will just be a big follow-up.
Mizzell, real quick, I just want to point out this fight's also in favor of NIP for more than just the gold. Look at Crying and On. Both have no flash up. 2 key carries will be very easy to focus down.
And again, that 2-item spike for Photic is huge. YSKM on the side here. Maybe he gets engaged on. They're going straight for him. Is Gwen going to be immune? But no. You're in the mist, so it's not true. There's the Dragon going over to IG, so that's actually pretty big. They get the trade back.
Overall, as IG, you take that. I mean, you stopped them from getting on Soul Point. You had 1 member go down, and it's like, NIP have nothing to transition this kill into. There's no turret that they can take down in the bot side. No turret, like all tier 1s have already been taken by NIP. So sadly, not as worthwhile.
What
of
you're
a
saying
pick
is
as
they're
you had
just
hoped.
too good. That's what, is that what you're saying? No. You could actually
I'm
that
saying
initial
they're
catch
they're
out
pretty
over
all
here.
right. I like this a lot. Angel kind of waiting in the wings, sets up for the pick and the lean down towards this spot side. And again, even though I'm saying, this pick didn't turn into the greatest, objectives in the world, still a worthwhile pick for the side of NIP and making sure that they can start shutting this Gwen down before YS game gets out of control.
Definitely don't want that Gwen to be running rampant in your backline. I like that turn dial focus. And speaking of Wink, you find yourself in no man's land, and now you find yourself in a grave. They're gonna potentially turn. They're thinking about it. We saw a lot of flips yesterday. They're gonna go for it.
I mean, hell, you got one member down. You have all your key ults up. Invincible now even going to TP in. So hopefully
Just got a
NIP,
second item completed too.
if they need to turn, hopefully they're decisive. They just commit to the fight.
They were trying to right there, but can't find that dredge line. So close every time, and here comes the Nature's Grasp. IG just want to make something happen. The Pop Blossom makes it not happen. Then the Moonlight Vigil following up, but that Feather Sword is pretty big. A Blade Caller from that could make a difference, but this just turns NIP's focus to the big purple worm, and there it goes. 5 purple capes for NIP.
Really textbook as well. Use that Baron, try and bring them into you to be able to force and engage. And I like that NIP did it right, because over the past few days we have seen teams start up a Baron. It looks like they're going to try and bait a fight, and then they get the Baron low enough to where they get in their own heads and they get confused. But here, NIP know, hey, it's all about finding these kills. They lock the Maokai down because Tianjin needs to try and go in. The AoE lockdown just comes in, and instantly 2 members just get taken out of the fight, and it means NIP can very easily turn back and finish this Baron.
It's a pretty good pickup for NIP. They'll just continue jumping from strength to strength, really, just hovering over that 9,000 gold lead on top of Invictus Gaming. And there is not going to be an objective for a little while for them. So they just need to push in with this Baron buff and really utilize the strength of the team composition and the, more importantly, the item spikes coming through, especially that Magi's with 7 chapters in it for Angel.
And I'm so happy we've gotten to see NIP come in strong, right? Because it was very hard to tell where their form was at. I think Wink will be fine. Right, their first matchup was against
Shadow
EDG.
might not be
never
fine.
mind.
That's going to be a flash. Ooh, dodging out of that shock blast there as well with that Vault Breaker. Ooh, crying though, getting chunked. The Nature's Grasp comes out. There's YSKM on your back door. Knock, knock. Can you answer? Goes in, getting bursted down again. That's multiple times we've seen that happen, and now NIP feel ruthless moving forward. The Blade Caller does come through, maybe trying to clear some of that wave, but there's Baron minions for another minute and 20 seconds. They should get this inhib, and even maybe mid lane.
Yeah, they're going to end up getting so much from this, and I still don't feel like IG can do anything off the back of this now that the Gwen is down. Let's remember the last time IG got kills in a fight, it was because of YSKM, and that's why he's the one sitting on 2 out of their 3 kills. So
they're getting a little bit of an engage going on here with the Pop Blossom Blade. They got 3 members, and we've seen so many times this composition just tear IG apart, and they don't even get a single one. YSKM, you got to make the difference. You got to kill somebody. We'll see if they can even do it, but NIP just want to end the game at this point. That's 2 towers down. Now the Nexus in the focus, and NIP come out with a haymaker in game number 1.
You know, Mazel, I am all for desperation plays. I support them. I understand them. That one, I don't really know if you needed to go in. Your Gwen was going to be up again in like 5 seconds, and NIP were about to leave your base. But you know what? It got the game done with faster. So big congrats to NIP, because I was going to try and say before we had all the shenanigans, but like, well, you didn't really get a good read of NIP's level in their first series. They played against EDG, like, EDG are a really scary, strong team. They showed that, and I'm glad up against IG, who were a middle-of-the-pack team last split, we get more of a gauge of where NIP are, because NIP looked good. They had some like really decisive moments. I like the Baron play. I like how quickly they turned, got those kills, and overall, even our questions around mid-jungle being answered. And like, how are these two going to play with each other? And it looked really good. They were on the same page, constantly hovering down towards bot, walking into the enemy jungle together. It's pretty much exactly what we asked for from Nip.
Yeah, very true. And I think the decisiveness for me was the key point in all of it, right? They grabbed a very decisive needing comp. They needed to find those picks. They need to roam around and get something going. And they did just that. And we talked so much about how this Angel combination with Shadow is going to look, how they kind of cohese. And we saw that kind of supportive play to the rest of the team come out from this mid-jungle duo, make sure that Fodic was set up for success. And it was pop blossoms every time from Angel that were making big differences, and a big, strong showing for game number 1 against Krine, who was that big step up for IG last time around, getting those 2 MVPs. It's a nice little chip on the shoulder now, it feels like.
Yeah, and again, I'm glad this one delivered more than yesterday today. Like, both these teams very clearly
I was going to say at some point,
wanted
are
to
you
fight.
not entertained? Because we just had fights for like 3 minutes, but I didn't get a chance to say it.
Yeah, both these teams very clearly ready and willing to look for the fights. Even when IG didn't necessarily need to in a lot of these circumstances, which it does feel like it came back to bite them in the end. But still, this game just broke open so heavily with some of these plays around bot, right? And times when IG weren't set up to cross map or to trade. The big one I'm thinking about is like some of the free heralds that NIP were able to pick up, right? And we pan out to the Maokai. It's like, okay, he can't gank bot. He's now clearing out vision. Doesn't have time to aggressively push for his own vision or take away any camps. And it was like small wins like that then led into like the big Herald play, into the kills on bot with the Moonlight Vigil from Aphelios. And it really just snowballed out of control from there.
I think one of my key worries for IG in that game, it did come down to a lot of execution errors. It felt like a lot of flanks set up that were just kind of left out in the open or too early, things like that. Just misaligning just a tiny bit can mean so much in a composition like this, and you needed to have that in line. But does that make a difference for looking at the Gwyn as a whole in this series? Because it was answered completely this time. Even with some of that early help there, it just was too much on the other side of the map.
I don't have like a huge problem in terms of picks with what IG did, right? They have like a very clear game plan. I think if you look at one thing they could maybe change is like maybe like picks with players, right? Like when I think of Krine, I don't necessarily think of this huge Jace coming out. You think of him being a facilitator. And that's why in their first series, I think his Ahri game was better than his Tristana game. You think to him like things like the Annie and him really being the pioneer of something like that. And then Tianjin, right? I mean, he's this big famous Rengar one trick. He has played a lot of Maokai in like his short career so far, but definitely didn't look as comfortable on it, especially when he fell behind, right? Kept trying to still force fights as this Maokai and just kept getting blown up. So
yeah. It's going to be interesting. I want to see some more priority given to Tianjin. But we are going to take a little break here for just a moment while we get ready for game number 2 of our first series of the night. So don't touch that browser.
得卓哥最好玩的。我觉得卓哥平时说话都挺像在讲脱口秀的。我觉得目前跟队伍的磨合还可以有很多提升空间。我希望我来到这边，我能带领大家取得好成绩。我也希望我们队伍中每个人在这个赛季都能得到很多个人上面的成长。我觉得我们会加强我们在中野选择方面的英雄强度。我觉得中单目前是比较偏支援跟控制英雄多一点吧，因为现在 TP 的改版会导致10分钟的时候那个 TP 就很多嘛，那个时候要看全图这样子。
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the LPL Summer Split 2023. We're in our first Super Saturday, and we also got to hear some very encouraging words there from Angel, who will be picking up our MVP for game number 1 from NIP's victory.
And I love it, right? We talked about for NIP, at least from an outwardly perception, we thought a lot of importance would have to be placed on mid-jungle for this team to succeed. That's what Angel just said in that interview, right? He said they're going to put a lot of work into picking strong champions that can work together in mid-jungle. They did it this game. He worked incredibly well around Shadow on the Vi. And you even pointed out in the game as well, beautiful pop blossoms. Like, great individual performance, great job interacting with his jungle, and just, yeah, solid all around for Angel.
That's what I love about the Nico picks so far. They get ahead. They're pretty rambunctious in a lot of the aggression, but it's a lot of behind-the-scenes team fights where you just see a big circle go down and all of a sudden more than half your team is locked down. But there's also these little individual moments, a lot of the skirmishing that NIP works so well in, and again, that decisiveness that we highlighted so well at the end of the game last time around.
Yeah, and using that decisiveness to actually, like, do big brain plays like that, waiting over the wall, expecting the wraparound to come around from Y-scan because you know the bot wave's pushing into you. So even moments like that, Angel really showing the wealth of experience and like the heights he's reached with plays like that. So I hope it could keep up, considering that Angel has been another one of these players in the LPL that I would describe as, like, has some splits or moments in splits where you see the peaks and you see, okay, like 2020 Worlds was really one of Angel's like best moments in his career, just playing insane in that tournament. Then he has slower splits. It's like, you need to see this guy online and activated from day one. And, you know, a change in environment can always help make sure that you can stay and try and hit that peak consistently. So hopefully going into game 2, we see more of the same, and we keep getting more fighting. You like
more
that.
Fights,
you love
more
the
fights. More fights. But on the other side, we have some serious questions to answer for IG, where feel like they had a pretty good composition. You had YSKM on the Gwen looking pretty good. But the thing that we were lacking was a little bit of pick differential for Cryin in the mid lane, but as well as Tianjin on something with priority, on something with proactivity, something that can make this man be a carry.
Yeah, I love that you hit those 2 points, because I feel like Cryin falling short and really falling behind in mid lane was one of the big things that led to the game opening up, because then it allowed Angel to just freely walk into Tianjin's jungle like we saw in that one play and enable Shadow. But yeah, Tianjin even just overall not really looking as comfortable on the Maokai pick. I think a lot of ways he was playing, especially in those later fights, he was incredibly squishy on the Maokai, going demonic embrace first. He would just get instantly bursted out. But guess what? NIP still not going to give him that signature Rengar.
Say, no way, Jose. We've seen that story time and time again. We'll have NIP on that blue side, ban that Rengar, the Jax as well. IG on the red with the Melio and the Zeri yet again.
So now still need to keep track of things like the Cassante, Nico, another one that got through in game 1. Those kind of being the 2 big picks you're looking at. Both teams should end up just getting, I'd say, a stock and standard priority jungle, right? As Cassante value, I think, now goes way up. And I'm surprised they go for the Vi with the fact that Wukong's still on the board.
I mean, the Sejuani would be interesting. We saw the Sejuani yesterday, but there are a lot of big meta picks still on the board right now. Cryin will pick up the Ahri here. I do wonder what the double lock-in will be with Cassante on the table. Do you just pick it now, or do you try to get some jungle priority? Okay, it's the Aphelios, actually.
There's actually so many open picks that makes it hard, right? Because with both Jinx and Aphelios, Vi and Wukong, Ahri and Annie, Cassante, that's 4 roles. You have 3 slots. Really surprised neither team's gone for it so far. I guess neither top laner really being known for, right? Especially YSKM and like how long it took him to even start trying to pick up that champion. Invincible always been a bit more of a carry threat. There it is. Jinx whoa.
I gotta call myself down. I just got really excited for Jinx. I gotta feel like Jinx is still in the plethora of picks that we've seen for so long. But this is something to be excited about, and something we actually saw banned out last game. It was the Rakan. I wonder if they do want to lock it in. They do.
And again, it's just so strange to me. You have Annie there up against the Ahri, sets up well for your jungle. They don't go for it. K'Sante making its way through still. You would
It's still not going to be picked.
You would expect the Wukong to go here now, but if they do run the Yuumi, I mean, we've pretty much only been seeing the Yuumi with the Zeri. This would be a little bit unconventional.
I feel like I haven't seen the Yuumi
in
and Aphelios in a long time. Yeah,
a
the
long
Nautilus.
time, right? But with how draft is gone, we have to be on our toes because now we're going to see.
Ready. I'm on my toes, Lyric.
For IG, I think here, I mean, you take away the Annie, that would be something that jumps out to me right away in terms of mid jungle, really allowing access for those picks. NIP, like logically would be the K'Sante, but against YSCam, it seems like they're just saying, hey, we still don't believe that this guy really can or will play this champion. So for now, just going to keep making its way through.
The Gwyn ban is there, though. Definitely don't want to give over a potential of that snowball coming alive this time for a second try. But IG's whittling bans here. The last one of the second game for them. Trying to find a leg back into this series. The K'Sante ban will be there.
Yeah, so they take it away. Good pick by them. If they're not going to be the ones who are willing to pick it up, just get it off the board right now. And now the other thing I'm kind of looking at is, do you just take away the Wukong here as ninjas? Make sure that one doesn't go down. We know Nautilus can be flexed into the jungle role. We've already seen that one yesterday. We saw it in MSI.
We also saw the Rumble. A little
now
bit
for
different.
IG.
A little bit different.
Again, just get more engaged in your comp, get more things to double down on that pick. With Tianjin, I guess you could just try and opt into if he has a more comfortable pick, but with Rengar being off the table, I really feel like you're just kind of looking at the Wukong as what to go for. I don't know why they're taking so long and making us talk more, Mizzell. We all know what they're going to do.
I mean, I guess you have a little bit of comfort for IG knowing that you were going to get this anyways, and you still have your counter pick. So, hey, YSK, I'm going to have a little bit of love, a little bit of care, a little bit of comfort into this second game. Something they definitely need to have in that top side so other things don't go awry. Now, NIP on the pick. We'll see the Lissandra actually coming in here as a response to the Ahri.
Yeah, not going to get a little bit spicier with that Akali pick coming through. Still gives them some nice lockdown for themselves. And then this would just give them a ton of damage. I also always love the setup, right, of like when you bring in something like the quickness to set up for the Slicing Maelstrom, because like it gives Kennen just so much time to be able to get in there and get damage on the key targets that it needs. And that's going to open up YSKM to try to find an answer. Don't think a lot of great things in the Kennen unless you're willing to push deeper down into your pool.
Let's
and we know this is something YSKM likes to play.
It absolutely is, and especially the way that you can kind of just down smash your lane as you get to a point, but also just become such a big threat in the later parts. Not something we've seen so far come out this split, but I'm very excited to get to see this composition because I think IG have adapted a tiny bit from that first game. NIP, they're sticking to a very tried and true comp style, just like they did last game. Got a lot of team fight potential, but it's also about that roaming priority between Shadow and Angel and Jewel.
Yeah, lots can come down to mid-jungle support for the side of NIP. Looks like they're still sticking with a similar plan. You expect them to put a lot of presence down towards bot, but now with the volatile matchup topside, if you can start getting that Aurelia behind, makes it very hard. And when it comes to Aurelia's play pattern, she's a champion who, to take winning trades, right, she needs to all in. She needs to commit herself with things like the Q, put herself in harm's way. So it should be a very easy place for NIP to try to attack with numbers advantage.
YSKM sitting at an almost 80%. It's actually almost 78% win rate on the Aurelia with 9 games played in his career, at least in competitive. We'll see if that can be a difference maker here for IG. Get them back into this series, or will NIP right the ship at the end of week number 1 for themselves, try to get to that 1-1 record as we're coming to a close here. The second time we've seen both these two teams. We'll see if they can make a little bit happen here, at least for Invictus Gaming side. Have some structure to your early game as we hit the Rift.
You know? Okay, there we go. I was like, where's the Gios?
They're a little bit delayed. They come all the same. Just as
I know
fate.
and again, doesn't matter where you're at in the standings. all LPL teams actually have a significant amount of fans, which is what you'd expect with China's large population. But it's always nice. You should be like, oh, you know, whoever it is playing, whether it's anyone's Legend or Ultra Prime or these like newer orgs, even they have tons of Gyos.
Yeah, it's always really nice. Makes me want to go to the stadium so bad every time I hear it, just to hear the crowd cheer. But at least I can hear it in my ears. It's like I'm there. I'm so close. So closely.
I always wanted to go when V5 was playing and lead the Gyos. Sadly, never got an opportunity. That could have been me. I could have been the V5 flag bearer. As you know, NIP, at least carrying the spirit of V5.
True. And as we get into this one, I know we were talking about compositions a little bit earlier. We definitely highlighted on NIP's style of winning, very copy-paste kind of from last game, but with different picks at least, and some things let through. But IG themselves trying to pick apart a bit of a different composition and go away from that Gwen that was banned away, look towards this bot lane maybe as Wink getting traded on very heavily. Gonna have to burn that early flash, and it's definitely not what you want to see.
No, especially when, to hone in on what you're saying, I feel like IG and how they want to play out this early game is a bit of, you know, again, a bit of the opposite of how NIP want to play it out. You're relying on your strong top side, trying to make sure that NIP don't bring multiple members up, you know, get prio mid. You have Angel and Shadow lurking, crying, you know, it's a little bit behind on the roam. It's like, protect Aurelia, you know, once you get level 3 and forward, you'll be able to start actively trading with this Kennen and trying to win out. Bot lane is more of your insurance policy. Let them be safe. The fact that they're losing 2v2 on their own is a bit worrying.
I'm watching the sweat droplets from Tianzhen. Does he get a little bit scared about what's happening in bot lane? He's like, oh, do I need to pat down there? It looks like that'll be the case right now. No love going to this top lane where YFK's actually getting pushed in pretty heavily as Shadow has tried to go for an aggressive play. Something we've seen from Shadow a lot in his past. Going for an invade, maybe a wrap around to try to get bot lane from IG. My goodness, what a momentum play from NIP as they go for it. On is going to flash away, and now it's a 3v3 with the tower to help, making a 4v3 in favor of IG because that tower does not help them at all, but they still get the first blood. And now Shadow, they've been up way more than they can chew. Tianzhen will not even go down. In NIP, their play-in's in catastrophe.
NIP, we're hoping that they can timing
my
that.
God,
no! Okay,
No!
okay, Fotik getting one back is actually quite nice because now he has that red buff. So we'll be able to come back to lane and start trading pretty aggressively.
That's an all-star ADC right there. And Tianzhen, welcome to the league, my friend. It was really, really good stuff. Heads up play from Fotik trying to get something back for this bot lane that was playing so aggressively earlier.
And I'm a bit surprised that Shadow didn't read that Tianzhen should be making his way down. You know, they tried the timing IG and just hope they get those kills before he makes his way down, but he mirrored his path, right? Both of them doing that full clear on their red sides. Still, though, at least Shadow comes out from base, does manage to get this top side scuttle, and it looks like junglers for now are just going to keep finishing off their clears. So now the two plays you want to watch, right? Keep focusing on bot lane because of the shenanigans we're going to see right now. And then, of course, after this, we'll go back up to top side. But, again, just nice timing by Tianzhen. I think it was a little bit overzealous by NIP to hope that they can get this dive off before the jungle would be here. When, after noticing that Wolves blue and everything was up, that Tianzhen would be coming down to the spot side. But Fotik, with a lot of swagger waiting out for this.
Let's look. He's like, oh, I see him over there. Oh, he sees him turn at the last second. Huge stuff. Oh, man. Gotta love me some Fotik. Now we actually see Shadow spotted out on a ward from YSKM in this top side, where YSKM's getting a little bit more confident, a little bit more comfortable up there.
I mean, you just need levels under your belt, right? Again, especially once you have access to all three of your abilities, being able to find those all-ins.
This NIP train don't stop. They're just visiting every lane, see how it goes. Shadow has now said hi to everybody on the side of IG. Just wanted to make sure acquaintances were done in game 2, make sure all the handshakes were done before he tries to get them into this game.
I mean, as the man who back when he played in Europe was known for his Lee Sin, right? Coming into LPL, he still has always kept up with the early game aggression.
Yeah.
It's been one of the pleasures of watching him.
It doesn't matter what side you're on either. He also gets that blue buff. And you got to play with confidence for that one. Luckily, Shadow's got enough confidence in his belt, and that will be a nice little invade. Actually, a ramp around from Tianzhen, trying to go visit bot lane while Shadow's looking mid.
Okay, so Crying just got his up.
We'll try to get the Gravitum locked down, but actually Tianjin going the long way around here. A wrap back here by Shadow.
They're gonna look for these 1v1s, but his bot lane might get punished right now.
They're looking for it. Gravitum goes in. They got the lockdown here, and the damage comes on to Duo. He's just dead. Wink gets the kill with the Ignite. Now Crying caught in the crossfire here, trying to pull back to his bot lane a little bit. They do have the fruits, and Shadow has to get out with the Vault Breaker.
On having a lot of bursts in front of him, and also having the Gravitum there to make sure that he can lock them down. Also, Crying started moving over first after NIP attempted that gank in mid but couldn't get it. So a lot of like small timings just slightly off for NIP, which is giving IG the onus to find these kills and start building a little bit of a lead.
And YSKM is just a sleeping dragon in the top lane, waiting to be unleashed. And so is Invincible to some extent. If you get those crucial backline flanks, it's going to be pretty nasty. And with that decisiveness we saw from NIP in game one, I think that's right in the cards for them. But I do want to see how much priority we get on these dragons, Lyric, because I think NIP from the red side had a lot of vision control around the map early on. They kept that up. They tried to control a lot of these objectives, but does that really benefit either side in this one, as we've seen 2 minutes go by?
I'm not too concerned about dragons or Rift Heralds going over to sides. I think, like, when you have especially champions like Irelia in the game, it's just so much more important to like have your laning situation stabilized. And the fact that he's actually been losing out in a lot of these trades, I think, is pretty concerning. A big part of this matchup is honestly skill shots, right? Being able to connect your E as the Irelia to then look for that all in before you get chunked out. At the same time, being able to dodge out on those Qs that Invincible's constantly throwing out. From what we saw last time, he is eating every cannon Q and hasn't been able to connect with his stun just yet to be able to go in with that Q.
2 plates going to help out Invincible up there too. Got a nice little 500 gold lead, at least for now. There is that Rift Herald coming up very shortly. You see a lot of vision being played around the Dragon Pit for IG, but it's also that pressure that's been regained from On and Wink, which I think is a sigh of relief at this point for IG when they were getting a lot of those kills that way. There's not that much pressure now coming from Shadow, who's putting all that focus back to where mid lane, where we put the spotlights on.
They're going to look for it. Ult is still there, but with Crying having his as well, it could be really hard to lock down. Just too much mobility online. Just going to make sure that the Ahri doesn't move over. Eventually look for the opportunity to start this Rift Herald.
Oh, that ward just fell. But YSKM knows that something could be up. Shadow's been missing for too long. The Rift Herald's up here. Should just get one of those good old-fashioned trades.
I'm going to see what it looks for. It's now going to be spotted on Vision, so they're going to have information raise if Shadow now just wants to try and start this one up, but it looks like maybe he's going to want to intercept him and stop them from trying to make a play on their bot lane.
You want fighting? We'll give you fighting. Oh, Shadow missed the Vault Breaker over there in the corner of your screen. We'll see them actually collapse over to this bot side. The back does come through for Crying. The hover was there. Maybe he gets to stop it in time because here come NIP with the reinforcements.
If a fight happened right now, though, it would be in favor of IG because their bot lane now has ultimates online. Floating and Joa should be there in a second. Yep, Joa just hitting it, so minions going down. With mid laners backing, I wonder if NIP are even going to cop onto the fact that IG are just starting up this dragon. Doesn't look like it.
Wow, really good decision making coming out from IG to try to scoop that one up. See if the Mega Death Rocket dodged out of by Tianjin. I've seen too many of those. Too many. But with this dragon going down, that means all eyes towards this topside jungle and where this Rift Herald's going to lie. Another plate should go down to Invincible. And this top lane, at this point, it just feels like YSK wants to get out of lane. It's like, please get me out.
Yeah, just falling further and further behind, still only sitting on those components. I wouldn't even be surprised if Invincible on his reset has his Mythic rearing ready to go.
And we actually see Shadow starting up that Rift Herald, so there ends up being the trade of objectives, just not traded at the same time. And Angel hovering up towards this top side. Want to try to punish YSKM, who's just been shoved under his tower consistently. They also bring up Shadow afterwards as maybe a cleanup crew. They're just going to bring all 5. Okay. They bring Photo back to mid lane, but it's a lot of members from NIP up here.
Yeah, he was probably backing off at
Okay. Invincible just says we go, and there's everything on the YS Cam, but he's still alive. He's still kicking. Angel wants to try to finish him off as the tower goes down as well. Now you got the Thrall, the double great entrance, and the flashes forward from NIP. That's a double kill for Angel. Mega Death Rock. It's not enough, crying by the skin of his little teeth. And that should be another charge. Maybe the tower, the minions aren't going to be enough here. On has gotten a trade in the side lane, but NIP, they've broken open the dam in top lane.
Yeah, 2 kills for 1. They also get a turret themselves to get a charge on the second. Now, I think the great thing is Photic at least going to get 1 played, because now you have your gold kind of like spread across your team, which is quite nice for NIP. To where for IG, right, it's all being funneled into that Aphelios, just sitting down there, beating down on those plates in bot side. And it's going to open him up to be able to complete a Storm Razor first, even a BF sword. On top of that is here. Things looked a little bit disconnected as Invincible went in. Angel still wasn't here quite yet, so it leads it to being a 3v3 to start off with. So IG actually opened themselves up to finding 1 off of the Irelia ultimate, but luckily the Rakan gets here before the Nautilus. Angel buys time with that ultimate. Rakan locks him down. You get in range with the cannon, and sadly, the Super Mega Death Rocket was so close to getting another one, but how much HP was that, right? That was like, must have been like 20? Say 27? I didn't see it. I don't know why I'm giving an arbitrary number, but I want so 27.
Yes, my detective. It was 27, exactly. I don't know what the number was. I got you, boo-boo. We did see the great...
the item disparity top lane real quick. I'm sorry. Just look at that.
That's what I was getting. We've seen this actually happen a decent amount, and this was a confidence pick from IG, from YS Cam, something he is known for as well, at least playing it a lot over his career. And man, it is going holistically in Invincible's favor, and this does not bode well for big team fights coming up. We saw what that Wombo combo can do when they're extending through towers, but once you start having to fight over these objectives, it gets a little bit more questionable.
2 item lead as well, like everything's going his way. I guess YS Cam just leveled up, but you know what? Once he started struggling a little bit in that lane matchup, I'm surprised that IG didn't try more to alleviate pressure from that side of the map. Really just all inning again on at this point in time, being at least a component up over his counterpart. But I think they're in no position to take any fights. With Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, hell, Crying might not even survive that long.
He snuck through. There's that frozen tomb, and the lockdown comes through. You cannot Spirit Rush. He even burns the flash. It's so upsetting. Spaghetti. His bot lane is in tatters. NIP are coming to work.
NIP getting more gold, denying more golden experience off the Ahri. This is going to mean they're going to cement their control over the bot side. They are going to have to go for resets now, which might open up Tianjin to be able to try to clear out some of that vision, but Angel and Shadow are only going to come back from base even stronger, and Invincible even just hitting level 11, getting that level 2 point into his ultimate. Like, it feels like everything's just going right for NIP right now, going towards this next Drake. So I wonder if IG will even try to contest it and just hope that they can position and play well around the Aphelios, or if you just try and get some of your own camps back, try and get some more gold onto people like YSKM and wait it out. I guess it would only be NIP's first Dragon, so it actually wouldn't be the end of the world.
And it looks like actually IG are putting a lot of priority around there, but something I want to put priority on is, yes, we've talked a lot about this top lane. YSKM with the confidence pick not working out, but it's mid lane, man. Angel, now 2 games in a row, feeling like he's the pop-off king at this point, really showing Crying who's boss. And sitting at 2-0 now also has that Everfrost. They have a lot of sustained lockdown that's possible if they catch the right member out. Speaking of catching him out, On trying to lock down Angel himself, but he has that stopwatch to stop that engage. And Wink can't hit the dredge line. Now NIP look to be on the front foot because YSKM, I don't think he's going to have an answer against Invincible, and Invincible can keep pressuring that tier 2 up there while a 4v4 forms around the Dragon Pit. Angel going in. He locks in Wink. He's just dead. It's an overextended fight from NIP. They didn't have the backup damage. Now Shadow flashing, Vault Breaker over the wall. He just dies to chickens, right? No, the shielding from Jwo is huge. Invincible hitting that slicing Maelstrom in top lane. Who's going to get that solo? YSKM's stacking him up, but the Proto Belt makes the difference. Solos back and forth between Invincible and YSKM in this series. But it's IG trying to set the tempo, trying to get this Dragon, and they will secure the objective.
YSKM, the rookie stud of Spring Split, getting shut out by Invincible in this game. Invincible's kind of been up and down from LPL to LDL for a little bit now. Kind of one of these mainstay people in the V5 now NIP organization, but this was so weird. Angel going in, I think, makes sense, but you aren't tanky. You know they're all around the area. I think you have to ult yourself if you want to start a fight there, 100%. As we're going to see here how this starts off. Invincible
this is just mano a mano.
Two
top laners doing their thing.
And we said, right, the key thing for Nireli in this matchup is being able to connect with that
rocket belt.
But yeah, uses the rocket belt to be able to dodge out. Doesn't get brought down. And huge for him is now, look, sitting on the components of a Void Staff, very close to finish that one off. His YSKM has finally picked up his Blade of the Rune King.
Yay! Shoutouts to the Ninjas in Pajama flag fan out there, by the way. Huge props. We also got huge props for On here, because he just completed his Gale Force. That's a 2-item spike for IG. While you really want that third, I'm wondering how they try to utilize this, as they're playing forward with a lot of vision down towards the bottom side right now.
I do got to say, I feel like NIP not winning fights is somewhat egregious when you look at those item advantages. Right now, Invincible being on 2, when Cryan still hasn't even finished up his Everfrost just yet, right? But
he just finished.
Well, there we go. Just finishes it now, but On, at least again, is kind of being that point of power for them, but he might go down soon.
They're going to look for mid lane as this charge comes through. Could be another tower for NIP. A fourth of the game goes down as Foda gets excited to run away. And you do wonder what the map state means right now, because you got a bit of a weird situation for NIP. It looks like they're just going to take some backs off here. Maybe a second item does come through for Shadow, but you're really trying to get Fodic online to kind of contest against On in these later team fights.
We're also at a very interesting point in the game where you look at it and you're like, okay, NIP are ahead. NIP have been the ones in control of the map, at least, right? Even if IG did take that last fight towards Dragon. But NIP are so far away from being able to play for like Soul Point as a win condition, it kind of forces them to either just keep doing what they've been doing, which is kind of playing off of the tempo they're generating inside to move first and collect picks, or they're going to have to default to the LPL standard of using the Baron to force a team fight and then ending off that. You know, theoretically, you could just try and play for Dragon Soul still since you have a Jinx, but my God, Mazel, we would be in for a long one if that happens.
We definitely would. The thing I want, at least for, I thought NIP, was to find catch-outs, but it's about catching out on the side lane for IG now. And Angel TP straight to his death. There ain't no saving him today. That's going to be 2 kills given over to IG, and specifically given over to YSKM.
Exactly what they needed. I'm a bit surprised that NIP fell for that when no one from the side of IG was showing in mid. You know the Ahri's pushing top. You have some wards in their top side jungle. Like, there really isn't much else where IG could be. But hey, IG find the picks. And now, you know, we're getting closer to them being back in, like, gold neutral. Only 1K down.
That's crazy. Been able to claw back a little bit here, but we'll actually get a replay of how it all went down in this 1v4. I guess it turned out to be a 1v3.
Yeah, gets stunned up to start out with, which pretty much is all she wrote.
Hook. Oh,
great coming out from Wink. And now the other members of NIP know they just got to get the hell out of Dodge, because Angel is going to go down. Dragon in 1 minute. So we are going to get to another point where NIP now, I mean, NIP can't give away this streak, right? They got to start actually fighting for these. It's going to come down to Invincible, and if he can find a good flank, look at the wards towards that bot side. He would have, like, good positions to look for that. But will IG even play for it, right? Because IG now, we can see, actually being a team posturing more around top, looking for top side control rather than bot.
Would they do it? Would they do a Baron on spawn? Probably not. Tianchen going in on Dejwo, but he'll pop that great interest. No, actually not going to connect it. He did get everything else on top of that was with the quickness. Invincible with a big lockdown on the back. This is it. That's the combo! And Delivery Express has been paid for. The stamp is on your face. And Ninjas in Pajamas, they're rolling away with this game straight to the Baron.
We got the flank we wanted, and now NIP, they've said screw Dragons this game. They've needed the Baron. They can now pick it up right on spawn and keep pushing to try to snowball this game into a 2-0.
What a decisive moment. That's what I was looking for at the beginning. And we were saying kind of the decisiveness playing from game 1 to game 2. They picked the same style comp. If you get one pick, it snowballs. You got the exciting fashion of Fody, you got the thralls from Angel, and when they play together, it becomes so lethal. But Invincible was the hammer that came down on the head of IG right there. And they just are ping-ponging. They go straight to objective, fight, objective, and now they're rolling away, as I said, with this game, 4,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, no slicing Maelstrom now. A lot of ults down for the side of NIP. This is why IG want to try and find a fight here, force them out.
And they try to steal this one away at least, maybe try to get it down enough. No, it's actually going to be Wink that secures it.
I gotta say, if this does turn into a 2-0, we might have quite a long break before the next game. We're in 3 different arenas today, so you know, things are gonna go on at like their scheduled times. So we'll see if IG maybe can bring this one back. They are sitting on soul point, so not
They're
down
going
and out just yet.
straight in onto On, though. He has the flash still available. They're going to TP in, but the immediate frozen tomb. They just can't get to On. He's going to Moonlight Vigil right back. So much damage down onto IG's front line, though. And nobody has touched Fodic, who's getting all excited back there. And he's shooting them rockets, just like Jinx from Arcane, baby. A double kill for the NIP bot later. And again, IG busts their face on the wall of NIP.
Even without starting the fight, no core members, right? Kennen isn't there. You're waiting for Angel to TP in. NIP still managed to come out ahead just based off of the lead that they've been able to find. So now with Invincible here, now with Slicing Maelstrom being up, IG trying to angle for a pick, but NIP might still even just be able to fight this.
I actually get a little bit locked up. There's a Slicing Maelstrom right back just to lock them down. And
I did nothing.
We'll pick up the kill.
I guess lucky for them that On was still right there, and doesn't matter how far ahead Invincible's gotten in terms of damage for the top side, he still will get shredded by that 2.5.
That's a third item, though, you know? Quick back.
That's true. You know, always finding the positive. We're going to see here,
though,
right?
Man.
Look at the minimap, though. Kennen not around. You're still waiting for your Lissandra to TP in. Even Fodic and Joel having to close a bit of distance to catch up the Shadow. And I thought things were going to go a little bit sideways. Ult coming out early. But the second the reset's able to come out, it doesn't matter. We see now Fodic just able to run them down. Invincible finally gets here with the rocket belt to get another one.
That was insane. And Fodic's positioning there was actually gigantic. And he was so far behind an item differential against On, too. But he's making it work. And we're seeing this Jinx come out on top. Again, we were talking about earlier. We want to see the Jinx more often. But now we got to look at Wink try to escape. Where did you come from? Where did you go? I don't know where to go from here for IG's Wink because he's going to die. It doesn't rhyme, but it works. And they might even be able to give the kill over to Fodic.
Now, my question, though, is when are teams going to start picking it, you know, instead of the Aphelios? I guess there's other, like, marksmen you have to be concerned about if you do just, you know, end up picking the Jinx, but still, I feel like teams need to just start being aware of, hey, this side of this trade always wins. And I mean always. Feels like the Jinx side always wins.
Still waiting on that third item spike, but they are continuously looking for these catch-outs. They will actually lock down Crying. Look how much CC comes down. If Joel was just there a second earlier, there's a big play to be had. And IG just backs against the wall at this point. Shadow's looking for a vault breaker of the wall into the cease and desist. He got Invincible in mid lane, ready to go with the Slicing Maelstrom. All the tools available. And if NIP don't get caught and they find a good fight, that's it.
Trying to have YSDM farm up on the side lanes, knowing they really can't do much to dissuade this push coming out from NIP. But I like it. NIP not going to be too greedy. They're going to take what they can get back off in the end. Keep making sure that they have enough gold to look for the fights.
I thought Invincible was... He has Flash coming up. I was like, nah, there's no way. He's just going to push this one out, though. A reset had come through for majority members of NIP. We also get that heavy third item spike for both Fodic and On.
This is really key as well, having the rapid fire now picked up for Fodic, so we're going to have even more range to be able to play with. So we're On just trying to, you know, have a bit of survivability, but also now with the way Bloodthirster works, getting that more damage if you can stay healthy. The problem is that we've seen it's been a little bit hard for him to stay healthy when NIP are throwing everything at him. Shadow as well. Once again, having that ult online, so you know who the main target is going to be.
You just have so many things to cleanse, so many things to dodge out of. And if Elias doesn't have the movement speed for that, all you got is a Gale Force and a Flash, and you ain't got one of those things right now. So definitely want to see some reservation come through for IG in the next few moments until that Flash, until that safety play comes up. He does have the cleanse, but I think you definitely want to make sure you've got every tool available when you're going to be taking fights from here on out, or the snowball is just going to come at you.
Now the question is if IG try to contend with this. Because if you're IG, you could honestly just give this dragon up, keep farming, wait out the next one. Like, wait for an IP to try and force Baron or something like that, because they shouldn't be able to just end off of a Drake.
Shadow not spotted out on the flank. They're actually going to find the engage here as well onto Tianjin. He's going straight on. He goes golden, though. That's huge, but that slicing maelstrom did so much work. YSKM's going to start popping off, though. YSKM on the backside here. He goes golden. You still got On, who hit that third item spike as well. Wink goes down to Angel. The Thrall not going to do anything. It's still a bit of an even stalemate coming through so far, but a bit of a bonus, at least for NIP. Oh my God,
I will say the fact that the enemy AD went down, IG can still look to contend.
Invincible is still so strong, and Angel is still so strong. Shadow's going to go around the corner here to try to get Cryin. They think he's on the dragon, but Shadow's looking over the side. On that 3 items is so big in this moment. It's so scary to step forward against them, but here comes Woe. The claws are going to come across for IG. No, they will back off. They realize something's going on. First dragon for NIP comes up.
In the end, I like that IG realized they need to back off. They knew if a fight did happen to break out, they have more just straight up DPS, and that's no way. Are we doing this?
We doing this.
We're doing this.
Let's go. All right, I know I took your burger order last time, but what do you like? You like cheese, you like lettuce, you got like onions. We got all the toppings here in the LPL, but it's not going to be the Baron start. It's going to be the fight taken as the charm connects on a Shadow. There's that Everfrost as well. The dredge line doesn't hit, though, crucially, and the slicing maelstrom again. My goodness, every time. Angel still trying to get the resets, though, and here comes NIP surging as Angel doesn't fall. Those Zanyas across the solo lanes are coming up so clutch, and YSKM is trying to make something out of nothing. Will end up falling. It's 2 members from IG, 3 members rather, down. Nobody from NIP, which signals the big purple worm.
They still just cannot manage to find a way to kill On. It didn't end up being enough to turn the fight in IG's favor, but still quite impressive, and that could turn into a problem if, again, it happens again. Photic goes down like last time, but this Baron definitely going to help them out in terms of maintaining pressure and hopefully being able to start breaking down some of these Nexus turrets.
On getting a little bit of a trade back, does so much damage to those turrets, but now we got to look back at that fight. IG trying to bait the trigger pull, but NIP stands strong in their face.
And we see Invincible trying to get onto On, doesn't manage to do so. Still does find the kill onto Wink, but you need to be taking On down. The opposite side of the fight, though, is where sadly our observer didn't really even show us much in this replay, but with 1 member already going down on that side of the fight, Photic barely getting out of there. The Gale Force of his own.
That's so huge. Dude, Photic is just a monster this series. At least this game. It's been incredible, man. The mechanics are off the charts.
Doing a nice job there. Now more items coming out on both sides. Black Cleaver just finished up for Tianjin. It doesn't really feel like that should be like the hugest power spike at this point in time, but YSKM finally in the game. 3 items. GA being built means now he can play, that aggressive style and have a little bit less worries under his belt.
They got some worries, though. There's a lot of Baron minions that are saying hello, and that's not a hello that you like to hear. 1 minute and 40 left on the Baron buff, and the power is waning here on the bottom side. That will fall. That signals that IP. They want to find another catch-up. We'll get that in him.
NIP are being so tempered, right? We haven't seen them at all like try for aggressor picks in the enemy base or overstay. It's, hey, we get whatever objective we're playing for now, back off, move to the next wave. So at least showing coming into the season with some of these new, new members, things are starting off well.
That's where I want to go back to the decisiveness that we've seen from this series from NIP so far be so well, and it's just because the compositions that they're piloting look so good when you are decisive. And I think you're leaning on a lot of strengths here for NIP to start off the split that maybe weren't as super prevalent in their previous splits, but something they can definitely learn to play around here.
And I like it. I think it's a good core to play around, right? Angel and Shadow kind of being your big ones, is then set up for Photic to be that carry. They're going to try and use this wave. They don't have a whole lot of siege power here. Wink.
Oh, so close. You heard all of them pop everything. Now we got that Frozen Tomb in. YSKM gets shut down from the Slicing Maelstrom. That'll be the GA popped here. It's already Tianjin down. More will fall soon after. On, you're against the world here. He wants something back, but he gets nothing in return. Everything's gone to hell, and a handbasket for IG. You just got to write the delivery address, and it's going to be their Nexus.
NIP looking so good in this second series. Great performances from Angel, from Photic, from Shadow. And Invincible taking down YSKM.
Huge, man. Huge, huge, huge. Invincible making a splash of his own. NIP riding the ship in week number 1, bringing themselves to 1-1 to start off their first 2 series. That is the kind of comeback you want to see, and especially in dominant fashion, right? They got strangleholded against EDG, and this was a different team. This was a team that learned from their mistakes and found a style that worked for them.
Yeah, and again, I just want to give more kudos to Invincible, because Invincible has been one of these guys since 2021, you know, would be an LDL on V5's LDL team, get pulled up to the LPL for a few games, get sent back down to LDL, and kind of this back and forth. And he always looked like what you'd expect, right? Someone who was on top of the LDL, but couldn't quite really find his footing in the LPL. But this was a game where you finally got to see some of that potential that he's shown throughout the years and take down someone like YSKM, who again was bodying people left and right at the start of spring.
You know me, I always love a developmental story, and hearing an original V5 prospect come through the LDL pipeline, get those shots, but finally come here and be like, yo, YSKM, what you got? And in 2 games, really having a lot of strength in that matchup, even in that Gwyn matchup in game number 1. So I think NIP firing on all cylinders. Shadow is facilitating the team very well, playing to his aggression. There were a couple times where we're like, that's the couple times we remember from Shadow playing a little too over aggressive. But if you play through it and you're decisive and everybody's making the same decision, it makes it look that much better.
Yeah, and again, we heard it from Angel in their pre-game plan of a lot's going to be about mid-jungle. A lot's going to be about drafting these picks to work well together and me playing well with Shadow. And I really feel like that was the big standout thing for me in these 2 games. So again, did Photic, especially in this last game, pop off? Yeah. But we already know that he's a good AD carry. We already know what he's able to do. Again, Angel spending so long playing with SOFM, and just the way that Suning / Weibo squad played didn't really leave a lot to notice or to want from mid-jungle, just because that wasn't the way they played, right? SOFM would do his own thing. Angel would do his own thing. Could they make it work? And it's nice to see that coming here after his, weird stint on RNG where you could... Again, I mean, RNG even literally tried to use Tangyuan first. It seemed like they didn't really intend on using Angel. So it's nice that Angel found a home where he's clearly wanted to be used. And then, sure, you lost to EDG. That's EDG. You're a younger squad. You're a newer squad. You need some time.
Also... he gets the better of his fellow former RNG mid laner. So, it's just the extra little oomph there.
Honestly, and again, shutting down the member of IG who really popped off in their last series, right? Crying was the standout when IG took down LGD, and Crying didn't have any impact in these games.
It was a little bit rough, especially the Ari game. I thought really it was going to be a turn-on moment. It was going to be a moment where he can kind of cohese a little bit more with Tianjin, but also have his own strength from the lane. But the Lissandra pick, what can you do? You got so much lockdown from the side of NIP, it just wasn't possible. And a slow and steady victory here from NIP.
And I'd say the damage graph that we would expect, right? Invincible, just getting to wail on YSKM, Photic delivering on, doing a solid job, right? Tried his best. He was one funneled all the gold on the side of IG, but I just feel like IG's game plan did not really come together. Tianjin, I think, having an incredibly rough series today, which is a bit disappointing after the opening series where he did deliver not only in terms of play but also picks.
Yeah, I think that for me is something that you got to continue to watch out for. Obviously, first week down, a lot to go. There's a lot of games left of the season, and it is his first split in the LPL, and I really want to see how that growth affects him. Right, I'm all about looking at developmental talent and seeing week over week improvements in certain things if we know they're working on them. And it's one of those stories where I'm actually more excited to see what IG do to bounce back from this, because when you look at new players mixed in with some veterans as well, you've got to lean on that kind of team chemistry. So it's going to be really interesting to keep an eye out for IG.
Yeah, and IG's next opponent, they have a few days off, and then their next opponent will be RNG, which, again, RNG looked great in their debut as well. We're going to see more of RNG actually in our next series. But on paper, I think it should be one that IG should be able to contend with, to where for NIP, they're going to get to go up against teams like LGD, Top Esports next. So they have kind of a bit of a mixed bag as well, right? Which in my mind is my favorite thing. Getting to see these teams against last splits like lower tier and higher tier to kind of see where do they stand, right? Where do they stand in the grand picture that is a 17-team league that runs every day with 3 series on most days, known as the LPL.
Hey, crazy league. It's almost like we're international champions or something. Just got to throw out. Hey, while we got it, while we got it, go out there on some love to the league. But it is incredible. And again, that's where, like, today we've got some seriously awesome series coming up. But so far this weekend has already delivered in a lot of ways, where we've seen some adaptations in the meta, what we're seeing kind of become more prominent throughout, and some of those spicy picks still there, which is what I know and love. But now I want to turn to who you think's gonna get the MVP, because we're waiting on the MVP votes to come through. I think it's Invincible just because Lightning is pretty flashy. But I want to hear if you have any contention.
I think there's once again an argument for Angel, but I do expect it to be Invincible. Just from, like,
he's flashy. Come on, you have to.
And you could say, like, oh, he had some good slicey maelstroms. Like, don't get me wrong, but he didn't have any of those, like, insane, like, I just killed the whole enemy team, haha. But he did single-handedly take YSKM out of the game. Like, he just made this game
also had
a
the
5v4.
solo. That's sick. Oh my god! I hope we get the replay of that if he gets MVP, because that. Like that little move with the rocket belt up towards after. Oh god, it was so fun. It was so fun to watch. And against YSKM, who also got a solo bolo in the first game of the series against Invincible himself.
It might even be more important to, like, rather than having a huge team fight on Kennen, you again just actively taking someone out of the game. Like he just did that thing. He just did that thing that if anyone saw the new TFT like set gameplay, Cassante can do like what Lee Sin used to do and like kick them off the map. That's actively what Invincible did in this game. There it is.
Hey,
bring it up. Invincible
we
MVP.
do get the man in the top lane. It's the NIP Invincible MVP.
Yeah, I mean, again, well deserved. Just one I'm happy to see. Anyone who has worn the V5 jersey in the past, which I do still have a V5 jersey, is someone that I hold dear in my heart. So it's good to see Invincible, who again has kind of been stuck at the wall of like probably too good for LDL, but not quite there for LPL yet. And if this is a split where he can overcome it, I mean, we've seen it before, right? Players like Forge kind of improve over time. Players like Elk, even though Elk came into the league, I think with like a higher level still, another player who's improved over time.
That's so cool.
Yeah, doing things like that.
I'm just like a little child over here. I'm like, oh, the mechanics. Oh, and then this one right here. I think this was a big nail in the coffin in the end. And one thing I found was IG were very, very all in if they could find one kill, but a lot of times that's set up perfectly, like right here, where they try desperately to get Shadow, but it sets Invincible up to just slam the door in their face.
And even if he doesn't manage to kill on, or even take down Krine in that instance, right? You get a kill and you do so much damage to Krine, you zone on out of the fight, so he's not able to go kill your carries. Like, a lot of work done in those situations. So, yeah, NIP, I'm just excited. And I say that about every team because we're still only in the first week. It doesn't feel like that because we've had so many games already, but we still have so many more games to go. I mean, hell, we have more games later. We got RNG going up against LNG. We got TES up against EDG. And again, we probably have like a solid amount of break because of how quickly this one's finished, because we're going to Suzhou for our next game.
If we have a break, then I want you to sell the audience why they should come back in 30 minutes or whatever time it's going to be. I think 20 minutes.
This one's easy. This one's
What you
easy.
got?
Our
What
next
you got?
game,
Tell
our
us the
next game-
matchup and tell us why.
The next game is RNG versus LNG. That's Gala against his former team. And you know what?
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Most of us have a feeling of how this game should go. You'd be like, oh, LNG, they're favorites. RNG looked great in their first series. RNG, it might have been against Star A, but it looked much more solid.
Love in the TS matchup. That was pretty
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is going to be a banger. There's going to be a grudge, some feelings on both sides. And Mazel, you better watch it too. I'll be watching you watching it.
I'm going to be watching it. I am going to be bowing out here now, though. It was a pleasure to kick off our Super Saturday with you, Lyric. Ashin is going to be tagging in as our play-by-play, but we are going to take a bit of a break while we get ready for our second series. So don't you go anywhere. We got RNG versus LNG in just a little bit.
很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样打得那么强势。
一个地火阿比爆炸了！
就我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，如果有机会我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次我要复仇他。
你能打得过吗？你能打得过吗？宙斯死，阿比打到第5个人头。
我最渴望的肯定是赢吧。不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。其实我打职业以来就没有说我要一定要打败某个人，
来，B2G，新年快乐！
而是说我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。 我记得我看的第一个英雄联盟比赛就是一个 S3的全明星赛吧，好像。然后当时我看到的是 LPL vs LCK 的一个全明星赛，当时感觉韩国队就是感觉很厉害吧，总是以碾压的姿态去赢我们的 LPL 的队伍。然后我是希望我们中国队能赢的，我就知道了有这样一个赛事存在。我感觉我后面会打职业。 还是要归功于我上的那所学校吧。杰克拉夫也是从那个学校出去的，当时我也不知道他叫杰克拉夫。后面他在 LPL 赛场上登场的时候，还有他后面一路走到最后夺冠，然后我当时就觉得，那我也可以试一下，我也可以的。
其实当时第一时间接触到 陈泽斌这名选手的时候，我们是通过线上视讯的。他给我的不一样的感觉，不是说他训练赛打得有多好，而是他每天会在差不多1点钟的时候就会给我发微信，他说：“经理，我已经准备好了，2点钟我可以随时开始训练赛。”当时我就觉得我们是一个线上训练的模式，但是他对自己的要求啊，包括时间这方面的概念，我觉得他的态度很不错。
我成为队友之后，就跟我想象中差不多吧，很有活力，很单纯，很那一个人。我觉得他对待游戏就很有那种胜负欲吧。
拉回来呢，应该没了。Q 分杀，我天哪！这个大面1打3杀，1打3杀，我都惊呆了。哇！我的天哪！
其实我刚打职业的时候。 就一直想排位去打到那些 LCK 的选手啊，或者 LPL 的选手啊，还有像 Faker 啊这种泽赛啊这种知名选手吧。我当时就很想去赢他们，然后去证明我很强嘛。很多上单的玩家偶像都是泽赛吧，因为他在 S8的表现就是太亮眼了，就也让我们这些上单玩家都觉得想变得和他一样，打得那么强势，然后打得很有进攻的表现。当时我也知道泽赛这个人他在韩服打得很好。 我就挺看好他这个选手的，然后 S8最后他也是夺得了冠军嘛，就让我更想去表现自己了，让我更想去登上 LPL 打比赛了。
他在19年夏季赛的时候还取得了那个 LDL 联赛单杀王的称号，当时在联赛里面没有任何一个上单可以打得过他。
Q1 斩到以后拿到5杀，
但是他可能从其他渠道听到了他下赛季会提升到1队来，我觉得他就是有点忘乎所以了，然后有点沾沾自喜。 就导致了他后半段的比赛，他有点消极， 他只在上路跟别人打线1v1，我就找他谈了一次话，我就希望你能够做好，你能够成为这个队伍里面的领袖，把这个赛季我们好好打完。就是他整个人的状态一下改变了。然后我们当时是其实以第12名进入的季后赛，最后我们取得了一个季军的成绩，还挺不错的。
鳄鱼只想点这个水晶啊！恭喜 SNS！
我们要恭喜苏宁，面朝大海，春暖花开，挺进世界赛。
第一年我就有这样一个机会去表现自己，那我就没有必要去让自己发挥的不好，我就想着我怎么样发挥好，然后打出我的风格。对于这段经历，我收获最大的应该就是，不管遇到再强大的对手，都是很有机会去赢他们的。因为我们在 S10世界赛的时候，其实不管是滔博还是京东，其实我们在联赛我们都是输给他们的，但是我们在世界赛上都赢了他们。还有最后的 DWG， 很多人都觉得他们很强很无敌，其实决赛我也觉得我们有很大的机会可以赢的，只是还是差一点吧，有点遗憾。
3杀到了，还有吗？别有了，别又定住了，杀鬼皇帝杀有了，4杀5杀嘛，大吉！
我觉得我可能是一个不满足的人吧，我对我2022年 MSI 的表现不是特别满意，因为我觉得当时我状态是不太好，然后我也没能打出我的最好表现。我觉得如果有机会，我还想再跟宙斯打一次，我觉得我下次会要复仇他。
那我们要恭喜 RNG 拿到2022年季中冠军赛的冠军。
这个 MSI 冠军对我来说就是一个象征吧，就是象征着我第一次在国际赛场上拿到一个冠军的成绩。我觉得也是对我的一种价值的一种体现吧，可以让别人知道 LPL 会有这样一个上台选手。我觉得我从来都没有想过要改变我的打法，我唯一想过的要改变的可能就是怎么样多帮助队友，然后怎么样可以让我自己减少失误，怎么样让我自己可以打得更好。
我觉得改变还是挺大的。首先就是肯定心态和性格上面肯定更开朗了。我觉得，然后心态上面肯定更加成熟了，然后打法上面我觉得他更加团队了，然后我觉得经过世界赛啊，包括他取得 MSI 这种成绩之后，以及他经历了很多队友嘛，我觉得他的打法也慢慢变得越来越团队，不会那么自私了，甚至在他自己劣势的时候，队友也陷入劣势的时候，他也能站起来说一些鼓励队友的话。
其实我就算是在我 S10表现最好的那段时间，我也是觉得我打得很正常，我从来没有觉得我打得特别好，或者说可以很膨胀的样子，就是我从来没有膨胀过。因为我打的 LPL， 我第一年我就拿到了世界赛亚军嘛，所以就我可能就不会再满足于那些比较小的那种成绩了，就比如说 LPL 里面拿个季军啊，拿个亚军啊这种，就我还是想去世界赛，然后拿到冠军吧，就是我的一个最终的目标。其实我打职业以来就没有说我一定要打败某个人，或者说一定想要赢他。我的目标从来就只有一个，就是冠军，没有其他的目标。我觉得我不管拿再多冠军，都跟我的初心没有什么关系的，因为我的初心就是因为喜欢这个游戏。我觉得在我喜欢这个游戏的前提下，不管我以后拿到什么样的成绩啊，或者说成绩再好，成绩再差，我都不会改变我对游戏的初心。
young. 24.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 24.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life.
to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna
下场比赛对阵 LNG 战队，我觉得现在赛季刚开始，我们需要做好的是，我们该做的东西，然后对手的话，就不是影响很大吧，就是先做好我们自己该做的。下场面对老队友 Gala， 前几天还在跟我在一个寝室睡觉，没想到这么快就去对面了，所以我一定会好好惩罚他的。
Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry. Just a little moment there of like, didn't expect us to be enemies, but I will punish him. It's like, oh, okay. little dark. Well, welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. I am not Mazel, but I am Jill Sushin, and I am joined by the absolutely ludicrous Lyric. I might have a little bit of a slur on some of my words today. I have a gum infection, and I am currently trying to numb it as best I possibly can. But Lyric, how the hell are you doing?
You know, the best part, you having that gum infection is like you are casting every day at this point.
Yeah.
So you know what? Just deal with it. Just deal with it.
Everyone went on holidays.
At least you get to deal with it with us having absolute ringers of a matchup. Not bangers, ringers.
Yeah, not
because
bangers,
LNG,
ringers.
RNG, this is even perfect for us because it's the perfect anime storyline of friendship, betrayal, who's going to come out on top, and who better to have than two weebs like us.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I got the Pokemon right here. You got all the starters there. Not a problem at all. So, but I mean, look, it is going to be. I mean, I think especially I'm a lot more hyped for this matchup than I anticipated being at the start of the split. When RNG announced their changes, there was a lot of question marks. I was very down in the dumps, going to go, man, this doesn't look like a team that it's going to do very well. It's not going to be up like with the accolades that we usually put with RNG.
Yeah.
That first series, they smashed A2O. It wasn't even close. There was nothing that NIP could do, or excuse me, not NIP.
RA, yeah.
RA, yes. And it's like, this is an RNG that now I have to put into the question mark pile of like, okay, how good are you?
Yeah, and like looking back at that first series, like RA really didn't mesh well together. Like they didn't gel. It was a bit of a mess for them. But at least in terms of individual, RA is still a solid lineup, right? Like you have Lu Yan, you have Asum, you have Xiaoshu as a solo killing demon, and RNG just were a better team, like outright. I thought the same thing as you.
Yeah.
Just to keep it a buck, LP and Lumao coming in, you're like, this is not going to work. This RNG roster, it'll be, lower middle of the pack. And sure, they only beat Rare Atom, but just the way they worked together was a lot more impressive, and they were a lot more like in unison than I would have expected this roster to be with the amount of time that they've had.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it was something that kind of took us by surprise, but a very pleasant surprise nonetheless. And on, the other side of this as well, like LNG, they have an incredibly tough start to the season, but they've looked just as cohesive as ever. They got themselves a 2-1 win. They know exactly kind of, exactly how this team's going to fight. And something, again, kind of a little small surprise for me anyway, was how well Zika looked. I think Zika was always kind of like the black sheep of the family, really, when it came to this particular roster. But against TES, held his own, was able to go up against Wayward and kind of create advantages around the map. So again, LNG have kind of moved themselves. I got kind of scolded for this on Twitter because I said, oh, they got Gala. LNG are a dark horse, and everyone's like, nah, that's just a horse, man. They're just a top 4 team. Like, what are you talking about? Because again, they're going up against these teams and they're winning, and Gala looks just as good as well in this roster.
Yeah, Gala even picking up the first MVP in their first series win against TES. Had a great game 1 and managed to pull that one out. So now coming to this, you expect LNG to be favorites, right? They got Scout and Tarzan, who are like the best mid jungle for 99% of spring. Pretty much they were the best mid jungle up until it mattered, which is kind of tragic for them. Now having Gala on the roster as well. But who knows? RNG, I feel like just with how intelligent they played in that first series, I expect this one to be closer than how it should be on paper, and I want to see if LP and Lumao can get the better of Gala and Hung, because then Gala, he's gonna be left with some regret. It's like, wow, losing out to LP and Lumao. You have people like Tang Yuen coming back in who are still very inexperienced. If they can pick up a win at the start of the split against a team like LNG, who knows then like where to project RNG's like finish line point being towards the end of the split.
Absolutely. And the thing is as well is that normally when we come into week 1, we're saying, look, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We've seen it many times before where a team starts brightly, ends very poorly. LNG, I'm looking at you. And, kind of like, or the opposite way around where a team starts very slowly and then gets better. RNG 2022 is a very good example of that in summer. But it does feel like we're kind of like in a sprint of a marathon this particular split. We only have 7 weeks. There's 7 weeks and you play 2 to 3 matches every week. You don't have time to figure stuff out.
I was gonna ask you just, I'm like, what do you call a sprint marathon? But I'm glad we were on the same
Olympic
page.
marathon.
Yeah, because this one does feel like that, right? It's still 7 weeks, which is a long time, but with how many games they have to jam pack into that, every team's playing like every 2 days. So yeah, this is gonna be like a weird split to judge, especially if like expected top teams drop more series than usual. I think should be something that doesn't throw us off kilter as much. You know, like I think as long as teams make the playoffs, we know that's where things always change. But we're still 7 weeks away from that, so I really shouldn't bring up the dreaded P word just yet.
I know we don't bring it up just yet, but I do find it funny that by the time I think LEC's finished their like first round, their group stage, I think it's when we actually get to start the playoffs. It's very strange. It's very, very interesting getting set up here, but. It is a bit of a weird feeling, but looking at these two teams, even just like kind of like roster, or not even rosters, organizations, these are kind of like two diametrically opposed kind of trajectories right now. We're looking at an RNG that have already had the high highs and are on a little bit of a slump, if I'm being totally honest. They're dropping down the order. They're not really at the, the MSI winning, the world's, kind of making rosters that we've kind of, known and loved for so long. Whereas LNG, they're looking to get to that point. They're on a bit of an upward turn where they've kind of been that, okay, they're good, but they're never going to be that good. Never really kind of, brought themselves to consistently always show up at those big international events. We obviously saw them in 2021, but after that, we haven't really seen much from this roster. So I'm curious to see how these organizations kind of, deal with those kind of, setups and pressures. Because again, a lot of investment, a lot of expectations going into LNG. And I think for the first time in a long time, except for maybe, some people who are just looking at the name tags, RNG are kind of coming into this chilling. There's no real kind of moment or, movement to kind of say, oh no, they have to hit the high highs like, JDG or top, otherwise this roster has failed.
Yeah, the pressure definitely isn't there in terms of, like, I guess, expectations. But LNG, like you're saying, even looking back to spring, they finished third in the regular season, but they were tied 13-3 with the other two teams in 1 and 2. Yep. That was a split. Everyone was looking at them as being one of the contenders to go to MSI, and then dropping the ball to an unexpected foe like OMG. And I love it feels like LNG always falls short, like when they're right at the finish line. They always get right there. And then sadly, the pressure just gets, and who knows, right? I don't want to like make it sound like it is a mental thing, right? The enemy teams, OMG did outplay them in that spring split, but hopefully with the addition of Gala, that'll be enough of the clutch factor to overcome it. Because Gala's been one of these players where, he's been a top 80 carry for years, but even in the moments where he isn't like completely dominating like a laning phase or dominating a split, I think the one thing you always have to give Gala is that he's always just so clutch. He's just going to pull out, though. Hell, you know better than anyone with the Gala. Those moments can come out of anywhere. You can get a Sheen saying Gala's name 4 times in a row at any moment.
Absolutely. It's always possible to have that kind of a moment come up with Gala. And I think that's the great thing about him is that, one, he is a fantastic name to say in multiple times in a row and never gets old. And two, is that even though, like you said, he's been an incredibly high-level ADC. Yes, he's had kind of maybe little blips in the laning phase. Hasn't looked as exceptionally powerful, say, someone like Ruler or something like that. Which, fair enough, probably the greatest AD carry to ever play the game, arguably, kind of coming into this. But I do think it's kind of one of those things that when it comes to team fighting, which this meta is all about, it's all about to protect the ADCs and get them going up to 2-3 items. You can put all your stock into Gala. You can turn around and say, I have faith in him. And I do feel like that's kind of the one thing that LNG has been missing for so many splits is that, even with the Doonby and Tarzan years, seasons last, few seasons ago, is that, it was always kind of them, and if bot lane kind of fell apart, it wasn't great, didn't really work out for them, and then they brought in Scout in spring, we saw it again, bot lane just not really stepping up to the plate, especially with the likes of Ruler and Elk and, kind of Abel even in the playoffs, kind of stepping up to kind of, knock down LNG. Now you're looking at Gala where it's kind of going, look, you've made arguably an upgrade or a side grade in the mid lane. You've definitely made an upgrade in the bot lane. You have to perform now with this roster. There is no if, buts, or maybes. There needs to be a bit more consistency for me because, again, I'm not expecting, I'm not saying they have to win the split, but they got to be at least contesting for it.
Yeah, it's starting to look at the bot lane matchup overall in this specific set, right? Because now you're paired with Hung, and Hung's been one of these guys who's been an exceptional talent now for a while. We know how aggressive he loves to be and the kind of highlights that he's given us over the years. And you're going up against LP and Lu Mao. So, neat Lumao now, especially. It's been a few years since he's really been viewed in his prime, and has kind of been in and out of teams. LP as well. We're talking about Gala against his former organization. LP as well going up against his former team, someone who never really hit those highs that, like you're saying, that LNG needed. So if Gala and Hung, two like hyped and one really experienced prospect going against these guys, don't come out on top, that is a bit of an issue. So I love an underdog story. I'm kind of going for LP and Lumao, because if they do come out on top, it'll be interesting.
Even though they took down your boy Mole, you'll go to the enemy of my enemy is my friend, or something to that tone. But we are jumping into picks and bans, and something that's actually found very interesting about the small amount of data, well, small/large amount of data. It's only week 1, but is that we're actually seeing very, very different priorities in terms of the bans coming out depending on what team you're against. We're seeing even in this one, RNG kind of recognizing, look, Hong is going to be an issue. We can't let him roam around with the Lulu and the Milio. He can't be allowed to have that massive enchanter in that bot side, so we're going to focus on him. On the other side, LNG are saying, look, we got to get these very high, mobility AD carries off of LP, and that's how we're going to kind of go for it. So it's always interesting to see how teams are kind of adapting depending on who they're playing against.
Yeah, and in this draft, what ended up in, we saw Nico, Wukong, and Cassante kind of being the big three that I'm keeping my eyes on. I thought Wukong would be the first pick because both Vi and Maokai are down, so kind of leaving it to that one out of that holy trinity, but instead valuing the Nico higher, you would expect the Wukong to come out now for Tarzan. I wonder if they also put the same priority in Cassante, because Cassante goes along with the themes of what you're saying. The different priorities coming out for different teams. For some teams, they've been first picking Cassante on blue side or perma-banning him, but like in our last series, we just see him going through to second set of bans.
Well, the Nico gets through. One of those kind of perma-pick, perma-ban things now. Can have exceptional highs and also exceptional lows, depending on who you're watching. But nonetheless, it shall be going into the hands of Tangyon. And now we can see with Zika picking in the Aphelios for Gala, and he gets himself the Cassante like you were mentioning.
Yeah, so Wukong now going to come out. Wukong, Nico. Incredible pairing. Like, the fact that RNG have ended up with this out of the draft, and they're also going to get the better side of the bot lane matchup, which is something me and Mazel were going on about last game of, like, when are teams going to just prioritize the Jinx over the Aphelios? The win percentages are also quite telling, where Jinx is doing very well and Aphelios is not. But now for LNG to round out, I guess you could look to go with the Viego here, really being the last, I think, let's say not niche or like not out of left field jungle, still left open. And Tarzan never really been quite the one who's going to go all too off meta all too often, so...
Yeah, gets himself the Viego, able to keep that skirmishing power. It has been something that we've seen a little bit as a pseudo answer to the Wukong. It doesn't have the same kind of like, threat, I would say, in the team fights, but definitely when you get those resets, can become a massive nuisance, especially with things like the Wukong and the Nico to be able to kind of take over. But now, because they were able to pick up the Cassante, you can see LNG now focusing bans into that top side. RNG, I imagine they're going to start banning things away from scouts. The Annie gets taken away. I wouldn't even be surprised to see the Syndra, just something that can disengage very easily into something like the Nico.
That's what'll be interesting, right? Because you kind of have, I'd say, the three big mid lane picks outside of Jace, because Jace is a bit of an anomaly being the only AD one of like Nico, Annie, and Ahri. And then you get down to like Lissandra and Syndra. So I'm curious if they'll just ban out the Ahri here and then leave Scout to have one of those options. Because with so many different options in the mid lane pool, it means even when you are pinching it, you're not really pinching it that hard. Like Scout will still have something to fall back on. And I feel like really any of those sets up well, right? If they did end up on a Lissandra, okay, you have the Lissandra Viego combo. Remember, like the ice zombies into the resets. The Syndra for the disengage, like you're saying, Scout of the Week can do so much against both Wukong and Nico. It really does feel like no matter what gets banned here, that Scout will still have a good pick to come out with in that second phase.
And they recognize that, so they say, look, we might as well go for the support ban anyway, just so we can stop all of this all in, because you can see with the Wukong and the Nico, lots of going forward. I think the Braum ban is a very, very solid one indeed. And let's see what they want to kind of go for here on the side of LNG. You should be able to pick up your support here, no real questions asked. You'll have first rotation on that. I do like the Rakan a lot, something that can go in with the Cassante and the Viego, and they locked that one in. Hung exceptional on these kind of picks as well.
Yeah, and I feel like they knew that if they locked this in, they'd probably end up going up against the Nautilus coming out from Lumao. And something I think Lumao, after the Bard, it does look more comfortable on like tankier supports rather than he does when he is on the Enchanters. And then we're going to be looking at where Breathe goes with top lane. Sion's still open. A lot of times Sion is one of those like perma-bans in the second phase to make sure that one doesn't go through. And RNG now, just showing a great read of the meta and ending up with Probably the most expected of expected comps you could want.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just as if you were to literally ask me a meta pick in each role, I'd probably pick all 5 of these champions. Maybe I go with the Lulu over the Nautilus, but you know, I expect that to be banned. And let's see what LNG want to kind of round their comp out with. The Cinder will be good for the disengage, but the Ari gives you that little bit of assassination ability as well, something that can get in behind on a flying catch out potentially the Jinx, or even just get a charm onto the Nico to stop her from getting onto that backside. So locked and loaded Scout, happy to kind of bring this in with the mid-jungle combination with the Viego.
Yeah, and especially I feel like not going for something like a Syndrome just because of going up immobility up against a Scion Wukong Nautilus could be quite worrisome, even if it does give you a bit of peel. But now Scout's going to have to, I mean, be like playing these team fights differently, right? You're going to have a lot of engage you have to dodge out on, kind of skirt around the fight to get on top of LP. To where RNG, I mean, they're just playing the most standard, right? Breathe and Lumao being in front, everyone dashing in, it buys space for LP, to where for LNG, a lot going to have to come out from the combination of Scout and Tarzan, which at least, hey, if you're going to put your eggs in that basket, that is a reliable basket for eggs.
You know
that
what? It's a good-looking basket.
Yeah.
It's a good-looking basket to put your eggs into, and it'll look nice. Very rarely does it get stolen. It's good. It's a good L basket. But I mean, look, both teams very happy what they've gotten with, and you know, I said this yesterday on cast, but the more things change, the more they stay the same. It does feel like the meta has kind of gotten again to a point of where it's just kind of the same, roughly the same kind of setup. It's, you know, it's not the destination though, Lyric. It's the journey. It's how we get there that's kind of more important. And unfortunately, for the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, nothing really happens in the journey. Nothing really kind of goes on. We wait till level 6 and then dragons, and then we get to have some fun on the journey.
It's like now the first 5 minutes of a game of League of Legends is just like a general like tutorial in any old school like RPG game. You just visit different towns, see the world a little bit, maybe get some of your quests, but then you don't really start fighting mobs and leveling up until later on. Which is a boring way to play RPGs. I'm actually the opposite. I kind of ignore some of the quests.
I was gonna say I kind of go mad.
Yeah, go like level up against all the random like mobs and stuff like that first, and then you go do the quest when you're too high of a level for it.
Yeah. Have you ever played Persona 5?
I have
it's
not.
Gonna be such a tangent. Okay, that I am no joke. I am like 6 hours into that game, and I am still technically doing the tutorial. Like 6 hours. There's so many mechanics, bro. It's insane.
We're not
like,
even
great.
We're not
game.
even 2 minutes into the game, and we're already off on a tangent. This is how it's supposed to be.
I mean, an amazing soundtrack in that thing. That's the last thing I'll say about it. Amazing soundtrack. But yeah, I mean, look, we'll see how both these teams end up kind of going with it right now. We could see maybe Tarzan go for a little bit of a, you know, kind of a shake-up. And I was saying this yesterday on cast as well. It's that sometimes, I believe you were as well with your cast with Mazel, sometimes you have to go for something a little bit crazy. You have to try and maybe make something work a little bit differently to try and catch your opponent off guard. And that can give you the edge.
Yeah, and honestly, sometimes it's even things that aren't like that crazy in terms of the history of League of Legends, but aren't being done that much at this moment. Like yesterday we had an invade into the enemy jungle where they stole away all the camps. You usually don't see that now. It's usually take one camp, leave, and like keep going on your trail with your tempo elsewhere. And you could see that, you know, the enemy jungle didn't expect it. It's like, what do I do now? I've no more camps to farm at all. Small things like that just haven't been done in a while, catching people off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see a little bit of an engage on that bot side. Look, to be expected, the Aphelios not really a champion until level 2, to be perfectly honest. He gets to switch his guns, and that's about it. So he will be waiting for that one. It's just natural that the Jinx is kind of a tale as old as time, Lyric. The Jinx shall push in the Aphelios, and there's nothing you can really do about it. Tarzan having a little bit of a different pathing style, went from Raptors to Blue to Gromp. Now going back down towards his Wolves, as we see Lumao having a unfortunate minion moment, but again, just kind of waiting to see what these junglers are able to do. I will say though, because Tarzan started on this kind of technically started on this bot side, it means he's going to be top side to really kind of go for anything. So we should maybe see a little bit of a mid jungle combination coming out from LNG very soon.
Yeah, kind of interesting, right? With that path, allows him to go down towards his bot side, get his camps, knowing his bot lane's going to get pushed in, get that ward, make sure nothing can get stolen, and still end up on the side where he has Prio to guarantee himself a very easy crab. So nice kind of path coming out from Tarzan to make sure he doesn't lose anything, get some information on the bot side with that ward, and can kind of just keep going on his merry way.
Yeah. Again, more and more pressure going to be put out here by the Nautilus. It becomes a little bit of an easier Time for the recon. Once you get levels into your shielding, your healing, of course, you'll be able to get that. And of course, your dash to be able to get yourself your battle dance to get yourself in and out of fights. And it's not really leading to any kind of significant advantages either way. Zika, very smartly there, actually let the wave kind of push into him because he knew that Tarzan will be up on this top side. We still don't know exactly where he is on the side of RNG. They have kind of got the initial vision on the Raptors, but then they don't know exactly where he went. So you can see pings coming down of question marks on the map kind of saying, where exactly is he? Because, you know, every lane's got to be on their toes for the moment.
And look at this efficiency. Done with everything. His Raptor camp about to come back up, so he'll get that. I don't know if Lei was spotted out on that ward, right? As, you know, was dissolving. I would assume probably not.
Oh.
Hook.
Lumao gets himself behind enemy lines. They're going to see the cleanse come out here from LP as he realized he took a little bit too much of a trade back. And Wei, unfortunately for him, didn't realize he was already spotted out on a ward. So Ghost for cleanse and an ignite. 2 summoners for 1. LNG come out on top of that trade.
Even just winning in terms of HP. Like, overall solid trade coming out from LNG. Hung doing a lot there to buy a lot of time for Gala to be able to pop that Ghost and get away. And we're going to get to see the answer to my question. Wasn't spotted.
There you go. Thank you, observers. They're listening to us, even though they're definitely not listening to us.
They're definitely not listening to us at all.
It's like yesterday when, or was it the day before, when BLG, Yagao had the Nico plant.
That was so
took his hands
great.
on the keyboard. I was so surprised when that they zoomed in on his camera because it was just as I said it, which never happens. Because again, they do not listen to us. They will listen to the more respectfully. They will listen to the Chinese commentators rather than us. It makes a lot more sense in that regard.
Probably for the best.
Honestly, yeah. Like we were just talking about Persona. God knows where we're gonna go with this. And looks like, again, like we said, the first 5 minutes, not a lot happening. Talked about pathing a little bit, but look, Lyric, there's only so much we can kind of bring that up. So now that we're getting closer to level 6s coming out, and Wei finds himself a little bit lost in the jungle. Look, I mean, you talked about efficiency. This is fantastic from Tarzan. Just really kind of throwing Wei through a loop and kind of saying, look, there's nothing for you to take. There's nothing for you to do.
Yeah, like Tarzan's caps are always down. He's been like bathing it away. That just made it so easy. And I've also loved the vision game coming out from the side of LNG, right? The wards that they've been getting in enemy jungle or in river to spot out where they are. Gonna need to be a bit careful now, but maybe with the prio that Gala and Hung get from the fact that Lumao's left lane, it should mean that Gala and Hung can come reinforce Tarzan in river. Yep, there it is. The push gonna come out.
Pretty simple. Sorry, you caught me just as I was taking a sip of water.
You better. I was gonna say a sip of what? You did not.
Yeah. That's for me to know and you to never find out. But we will see the dragon being secured, you would imagine. 1,000 HP left on it. Wei put himself in a position to maybe contest. Ignited immediately just to kind of scare him. Scout gets himself over the trap so he can maybe look for something. Good charm, as you can see Lumao trying to flash away, but the resets are going to be coming in. And almost like clockwork, you can see straight away Scout looking for a little bit of a move. 3-man pop blossom off the Nico, but they can't finish off any of these kills. LP had to back away because Tarzan was coming in. And it was fantastic looking, but it means nothing. 3 for nothing and the dragon for LNG.
We've had so many of those already in the first week of like great Nico ultimates on the many targets, but sadly no one able to follow up. And it just, again, some plays look sexy, but they don't go anywhere. Great by LNG though, Scout especially. I'm sure we're gonna get a replay of the Spirit Rush over the Chompers to make sure he can get in there. And now LNG not only get first strike, they get all the kills. And Scout even needed back in time to make sure that he picks up pretty much all of his wave in mid.
Yeah, I mean, lost a minion. That's about it. Gonna be able to get up all this XP. Even if he doesn't secure every single minion, it's not a big deal because he gets the
missed
XP.
The caster. Oof.
Just one caster. It's a bit of fun, but let's have a look at the replay here because again, it looks like RNG, they really want to contest. Just a little bit too late to contest.
Yeah, I mean, just look at where Nico is on the mini-map, and Scout gets here first, already moving Spirit right over the traps, doesn't get locked down, and now you're stuck in a 2v4. LP can't just run in right past the Spirit rushing Ari, and again, Nico, Kangyuan not getting here in time. Might have a really flashy ultimate. Sadly, nothing is able to come from it.
Yeah, I mean, really nice knock up there from Hong as well to make sure that Scout wasn't getting auto-attacked down by the Nico, and the fact that Tarzan is in the Nautilus form after killing Lumao meant that LP recognized, well, if I walk forward, I'm just going to be CC'd until I die because he's got resets.
Now we look at a point with where items are, right? More, like, better components being completed for LNG with Lost Chapter in mid lane, Noon Quiver down in bot as Hung
I mean, they're looking for a lot more here. LP does get himself a blast cone after the cleanse. That was a little bit cheeky, but I mean, that's super deep into enemy territory, which means Gala's getting all of this free time, and Gala's already got a 20 CS lead alongside those kills and assists.
Gala came in as the favorite against his ex-teammates, but LNG so far just kind of having great showing. And ooh, Tangyun away. I don't think they're gonna fall for this. They know they're around this area, right? I mean, they were just in the faces of LP and Lumao, so I like it. Tangyun away, not gonna fall for it. No kill's gonna go over, but we were talking about Tarzan creating that lead just in terms of jungle earlier on. He's only going to further extend it by stealing away more camps, getting more deep vision down. So you're not only shutting out LP and Lumao, you're kind of shutting out Wei and just extending these nice leads on the side of LNG, where it might only be 3 kills a Sheen, but it's already above a 2K gold lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you brought up Tarzan kind of getting his own lead as well, because yes, it might not mean the biggest thing in the world for the moment, but it also, especially in the early game, I find with junglers is that if you're able to steal away camps, you get your smite upgraded so much faster, and it means that you're kind of sitting on 900 smite on the enemy jungler for way, way too long. That 300 damage can be so detrimental to your team. So really going to maybe see a little bit of a movement here. There's going to be LP getting hit up by the Gravitum, and they swap out the ultimate as well. They're maybe going to try and fully engage on top of this. There's going to be Han getting hit up. He has got the quickness, which means he's going to get the stun off, and immediately dodges out the Super Mega Death Rocket. And now Wei trying to see if he can get the Cyclone down onto Gala, who will just about fall down, but now the reset's coming in as Lumao just got himself a little bit too far away. Scout trying to see if he can make something work here onto LP, and he will with the charm as well onto Tangyun. And yes, they give over Gala, but they gain everything else. LNG are just smashing RNG in this bot lane.
This could have even been a bigger win. They're going to keep going for it. Tangyun, can he find one in return?
I mean, he's going to look for one more. He's going to get it. But is he going to be able to survive? That's the question. He will not. That's unfortunately his clone, and that means that we're going to trade another 1-for-1. All these minions going off to the wayside as well.
Honestly, LNG could have even won harder. I don't feel like Gala had to die there. Kind of being a little bit greedy, but still, huge win for LNG. Gold lead extends further. Wei looks like he wants to make a play with the Rift Herald in this mid lane right now. Remember strong.
I mean, he was running out of time.
Yeah, I was going to say, really had no other options, and not even really going to be able to follow it up.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now. Lumao getting TP'd upon. They're flashing in. They want to kill LP. Gala wants to make sure that he wins the breakup. He's saying, this is your new girlfriend? No, it is not better than me. It will get the Rift Herald to get off in that mid lane. But, I mean, RNG are just being pulled left, right, and center around the map. LNG are just winning on all fronts.
And look, now, I mean, Breathe has to go down towards the bot side. Zik is getting more up in top lane. They're just getting everything. And here we're going to see what went down. Wanting to go aggressive because they do have an item lead, are just winning out in this lane. Here, I thought Gala was definitely dead because Wei is Cyclone. Gala has no flash in this play. Tries to jump onto Hung first, which buys so much time, allows him to jump away to the Aphelios. And here, I think Gala could have walked back, like right at the start of that play, and probably escaped.
Just behind the minions, yeah.
Yeah, wanting to get more damage down, and it didn't matter because the cavalry was here. Again, they hit better components first. Scout even managed to got here in time, and once the resets come out, I mean, what do you do as RNG? You do nothing. You die, Machine. You get the gray screen.
Yeah. You do hit the gray screen, just a little bit harder than you expect to hit it, as we can see now. It's now a nearly 4,000 gold lead. 2 dragons, going to be a Hex Rift, so an incredibly powerful soul available here to either of these teams, but you would imagine that LNG are definitely at the forefront of getting that, and first items being completed as well. They've got themselves the Divine Sundra, the Everfrost. It's a 303 Scout, so this kind of utility build, even though it doesn't do a lot of damage, it does when it's accelerated. That's the thing, is that when you're able to get this CC down all the time, it just makes it so much harder for you to kind of deal with something like an Ahri, even if she's not doing, explosive amounts of damage into your face.
Yeah, it just makes it so hard. And I gotta say, this game kind of pissing me off. You know why? Because LNG, they're dumpstering RNG.
Because
and that
Zika
means
has a cull on Cassante?
No.
Is that
no.
why?
This means RA are even worse than what I thought.
Yeah.
If RNG were winning this, that would make RA's loss look a little bit better, you know? It'd be like, oh, RA mowing the boys,
if you
they're not
lose
that
to
bad.
the eventual winners, then you're better than everybody else, you know? It's
Exactly.
just how it works.
But that's not what's happening. So, you know what, RNG? Let's do a little bit better. This game, might be done and dusted. It's, you know, it's not the end of the world, especially when you have a Jinx, you have a giant front line. Like, if LNG mess up and RNG take one fight, they're back in it. But not looking too great so far.
I mean, they do have the Everfrost to try and slow this down. They may look for a little bit more, but without the charm, don't really have the kind of follow-up there from Scout, so just loses his ultimate. Not going to be too disheartened by that. Has got the Ghost in his hand with the Summoner Spellbook. And I mean, for RNG, it's you kind of need to get, you know, figure out how you're going to try and make these fights work for yourself. As we can see, Hung just kind of being a nuisance, putting himself into positions to put down Vision so that Gala can pick up even more gold.
And, you know, speaking of AD carries and items, LP going for first item Kraken Slayer. We've seen this a few times. I'm really not too big of a fan of it. Again, it just feels like Stormrazor just gives you so much more early game damage to contend with. They have fallen behind, so maybe thinking, hey, having some, like, ramping damage and hoping for that later on could do better, but I still feel like you're kind of just accepting that LNG are going to keep dominating you throughout this early game.
Looks like LNG want to continue that status. They lost the first Rift Herald. They don't want to lose the next one. As Wei and Lumao kind of put themselves in a position. And this is the thing now as well. Because you're so far behind, it means that you have got Zika kind of able to keep the Scion at bay. And in a 4v4, you just don't really have the kind of damage to make this one work. Unless you get all of your ultimates down kind of in a great big old wombo combo. So we'll see if they want to kind of go for it right now. Lumao off to the side. Tarzan, Gala, Scout, and Hung here. As they do have Zika roaming up. They do not know that the Nautilus is there. Now they do. The charm lands on the LP, the perfect target. They get they get the Rift Herald. They should be able to back themselves away, but they did. All it cost them was a cleanse.
That was a great charm coming out from Scout, but it might cost them more. Wraparound coming through.
Not quite. Should be fine. Should be able to defend this and get themselves away. And Breed didn't move up, so Breed gets free time on the spot side.
I'm surprised that LNG weren't way more willing to look for that fight, but I guess I get afraid of running into a Pot Blossom Cyclone like running into the open arms of that combo to come through, not having to set up first and trying to get Zika there in time. In the end, though, are just going to have to wait for the next dragon. It comes up in a minute 20, so they don't have to wait a hell of a long time. And that'll be soul point for LNG, so they'll be incredibly close to what could possibly be a game-deciding fight, because you know when it's Hex Tech Soul, that is a really strong soul to have under your belt.
Yeah, absolutely. It is just even the fact that like it gives you the extra little bit of damage and then the slow and it's just so many little things in it, and even just the stats from it as well are just insane. I will say in terms of single Drakes as well, Mountain's definitely not a bad one to have as you get later on into the game, as the Iceborne Gauntlet has been finished off. Scout should be able to finish off this turret as well. And that still means that LNG have got themselves pretty much the advantage across the map. 40 seconds till that soul point is up and available. They will have Scout reset because he's not got teleport for the moment. He's still got Ghost in that Summoner Spellbook, so he's still looking to be a little bit of a menace maneuvering around these team fights, having that extra movement speed.
Yeah, and you can see these teams approaching this different ways, right? RNG moving towards the mid first. They're going to be able to control this. Might even get this turret.
It's close, though, to kind of get it, and then Wei took a hell of a lot of punishment on the way out from it, so definitely gets it, but is worth it in the grand scheme of things, because now you have 10 seconds until this dragon spawns. Have to drop the Rift Herald here to try and gain some kind of control over this mid lane, because Wei is just not really in a healthy position to posture.
Yeah, but Zika getting so much time in that bot wave can push that one up and move over. Now they have complete control over River. Looks like they're going to wait for Gala.
Yeah, they are going to catch out Hong. Immediately goes into the quickness. They're going to see if they can burn out Lumao, who flashes away. The charm is good. Wei is dead. Pop Blossom is fantastic, but they have no way of following this one up. Now you can see Gala feeling so confident. He flashes over the wall, and it's just that easy, Lyric. It was a fight that RNG looked to have, but they just didn't know the power of this LNG roster, and they get punished for it. 5-0. Soul point. The game is LNG's to lose.
And it was crazy. Like, I thought Hung was 100% dead. Then everyone from LNG shows up, and this composition just everyone jumps on top of you. It would be like, okay, everyone jumps in, Vio gets to reset, bam, rinse and repeat. Soul point, another turret. This is, for a day that I was looking at as a possible 9-game day, we're having quite a few decisive stomps. We're going to see here, though, they get onto Hung. He gets so low, brought up by the Nautilus ulti, all the damage to follow through, but they just can't finish him off. First kill goes over once Gala comes down, and then it's right here. After the first reset from Viego's able to come through, the Cassante goes in with the all-out, and then it just becomes reset city. Gala even just free hitting, really under no threat at all.
I mean, I think LP only got like 5 auto attacks off in that entire thing. Wei's dead, and that's just something that's kind of happening right now. But, I mean, this is so crisp and clean from LNG. I think that this is something, again, look, we're very used to this in the regular split. LNG are pushing themselves to be a top 3 contender. They want to go to Worlds. They don't want to have to talk about it. And, you know, be you know, kind of thinking about how they failed at playoffs, because, again, they don't want to be in that situation where they could potentially lose. And, oh, my God, you looked for the fight. You wanted it. You were trying to find the flank, and they said, what are you doing? You're isolated. You're no longer here. We can kill you. And this is just LNG looking so damn good.
Scout especially is looking so confident, just going in and out of the fight, trying to find those picks. You know what, Ashin? I tweeted before, who would win, one RNG-sized Gala or 4 Gala-sized RNGs? I feel like we're getting our answer, at least in this game one. Also going to call out the whole world for not giving me more clout.
Yep, absolutely. Go to @JordanCorbyLol on Twitter right now and go like his tweet. How dare you? How dare you? The man never tweets, and he's making an effort. And you guys don't support that? I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
What's more important than, you know, what's more important than like a nutritious diet, money, happiness, friendship?
Love.
Is clout. No, not love, clout. And you know what?
No,
in the
I was
LPL,
adding it to the thing of it's more important than love.
Good, good. And you know, in the LPL, we're lacking a lot of clout right now, which we shouldn't be. You know, 2 teams just in the finals of MSI. They also deserve.
I mean, we
more
did win
clout,
7
so.
of the last 10 international tournaments as well. You know, that's a thing. You know, I'm not even counting MSC from that.
We don't take it that far. We don't. You know what? We don't care about the past, Ashin, because now we can live in the present. It's not the dark days anymore of Worlds.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. It is the dark days of, oh my God, RNG, because even with the cleanse, the charm lands. Will Scout. Scout does not care. The Cyclone will get a second rotation if they can get it. Here comes the Unstoppable Force, which means that Breed is now caught between a Rock and a Cassante. That's how bad it's going to be for him now. He flashes, but only to try and delay the inevitable. Lumao throws out an ultimate to try and stop this Gala push, but I mean, there's nothing you can really do. And at 21 minutes, they're not going to go for the end, but they're definitely going to go for the Baron.
Yeah, going to move back. And I got to say, Scout just face tanked Wei, just face tanked LP. Really did not care if they were putting damage onto him whatsoever. Still knew he could go in. And now, can RNG make it in time for us to get maybe a bit more spiciness in this 2 to 15 kill game? I hope so.
I don't think Tangyong has gone for any kind of Nico plays yet. As we go over the top, he will not get the smite just yet, but he does have a blast cone to get into it. But now they know that Wei's not with his team. Wei isn't here, so that means they have to just stop this. Wei's just waiting and realizing now, oh wait, hang on, I'm not actually with my team. This is a 5v3. They're all gonna die. The Cassante gets 2 kills, and like that was just really smart from LNG. Why flip the Baron when you can take a 5v4?
Oh, even just nice knockback from Zika. Might regret it, though. As, no, actually, never mind. You're facing a Scion and a Nautilus. Here I am. They ain't doing anything. Now, Wei's backed off, though. So this will just be Baron 2 LNG. And it looks like we're going to be in for a sub 30-minute game, which is quite nice when yesterday we had quite a few long games.
Yes, the yesterday was a bit of a bottom of the table bout, shall we say. This time, we're getting some clean League of Legends. Let's have a look at the replay here. And again, Wei's on the backside. They know this. They just go, cool, let's fight.
RNG are just like, what do we do now? We didn't expect him to be this good. We didn't expect him to actually turn off the Baron and just use the Baron to bait us like all teams should, but don't. As, yeah, then once Cassante gets in there, what can they do? Zika, he's just going to keep going. They know how much stronger than RNG they are right now.
I mean, yeah, 3v4. They're looking for it all. See if they can maybe make this one work. They're going to get on the Tangyong, who does have to go golden. They're going to try and get the knockback here at home. Gets knocked up. Gala picks up the first kill of this fight. They finally take down the Cassante. LP is on the backside, but he's taking so much damage. He has to try and position himself properly here. Scout goes golden to give themselves a little bit more time. Breed has no flash and nowhere to go. So he will be falling down very, very shortly. It ends up being a 3-for-2 play in favor of LNG. Definitely not the cleanest, but look, I don't think they care.
Yeah, like that was a fight where the damage dealers hadn't even arrived yet before Hung and Zika were trying to run RNG down. The second Ari, Viego, Afelio show up, we saw it really wasn't even close. And now they're going to be able to use their Baron buff, control that bot side. Tarzan going to be able to solo that dragon easily. And now from LNG, I want to see them start playing out, through two lanes. Use this Baron buff, send Zika to a side lane, other force somewhere else, have Tarzan do that back and forth, and really start to try and find an advantage. Looks like they want to get a reset first. I would assume Gala. I kind of expected him to finish an item off that back, but no.
No, not getting it just yet. 25 stacks though onto Scout's Medjai's Soul Stealer alongside that Zonya's. So this is the kind of damage build where you can build full utility and still burst out AD carries on the backside. So has yet to really build a full damage item, you would argue, outside of that Medjai's, and definitely getting efficiency out of it. But again, look at this. LNG go a little bit too far forward, but they know it doesn't even matter if they go 3 for 2 because they're looking for the soul anyway.
Yeah, and again, you see, like, it's kind of 2 members in, Scout, Force, backuppers, but get some nice damage onto LP, and with them so far forward, it actually allows LP to freely deal damage, which is what RNG need to be able to pick up a few kills. But once Gala gets involved, we see the Gale Force comes in, even flashes through to be able to follow up. That's when LNG are really able to get some of these returns.
It's just becoming harder and harder. Gala's kind of burning through the Sion quicker and quicker, it feels like. And now they can look to maybe end this game. Here we go. Way taken out by the Gale Force of Gala as he looks to try and take this first game against his previous team. He won an MSI with them, and now he's looking to win even more with LNG. He's looking to try and start a new chapter with his newest organization, and this is going to be a 5-for-0 double-double, Boil and Trouble. LNG just dominant from the word go.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, looked even better than in their first series, which sure, that was a tough opponent in TS. RNG should be a little bit further down the totem pole, but it looks like they took key learnings from the messiness of that first series and really applied them to this, because 4 kills to 25 is that's the kind of scoreline you'd expect to see between like a top 3 team and like a bottom 2 team.
Yeah, like
not a team
AL or something.
Yeah, not a team like RNG, who at least from that first series showed like, they should at least be contending somewhere in the middle of the pack. Might still be like the lower middle of the pack where you're like kind of fighting around
sure.
10th, 11th, 12th, but like they looked like a pretty solid team. And LNG saying, doesn't matter how solid you are, we are just better.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone's got a game plan until they get punched in the face, and that was kind of what happened with RNG. They came in with a very big kind of wombo combo, get the team fights off, and let LP kind of sit in the back line. They never got to that. Literally never got to it. They got to do it once, and they were so far behind, they only got 2 kills off of it. So it was just domination from LNG, and this is fantastic as an LPL fan to kind of watch, because we are coming into a kind of a situation now where the league as a whole, especially the top teams, like maybe we had 4 top teams. Now I'm kind of thinking we maybe have 5, 6 top teams. It's getting harder to decide who we actually want to try and send to Worlds. And LNG, they're right up there with the rest of them saying, look, we need to be here. We need to be counted because we are here to play.
I think LNG is a great representation of what happened at the start of the year and, right before spring, that it feels like a lot of the top talent is actually getting concentrated into, top teams. So it's not like, I'd say, you look at maybe some splits 2020 points to 2021 where it's like, hey, we have all these like bottom teams that have like a top star player. It's like, no, a lot of those players coming into this year got pulled up onto better teams, and we have a lot more, I think, like rosters like LNG, like WE, where you have like Hope, Iwandi, Shanks, like a lot of these good players coming together, and it definitely makes the league way more interesting, but it also means teams that don't have that same level of at least star power have to work a lot more on, again, like working as a team, getting their macro reads and meta reads down, teams like RNG to be able to find those wins and develop fully.
Absolutely. And I think that the really cool thing about this game, especially when kind of like looking at it from the side of LNG, is that just even macroly, like just how they played the map, the fact that Tarzan took such a unique jungle pathing, Raptors into blue, into Gromp, back into Wolves, then was able to kind of get the scuttle, put down a ward, come back, and he was always doing something. And this is something that we're noticing a lot with junglers coming into this particular split, is that the jungler that's more proactive, the jungler that's always has something to do, is the jungler that's having a bigger impact on this game.
Yeah, I mean, really, seriously, Tarzan, Felt so good in that first 15 minutes. Got himself ahead, denied the enemy, finding all the opportunities for the ganks. LNG as a whole, just the macro was on point. And this is looking like a scary team and looking like what it might be another fast series. I hope RNG are able to bounce back, but it just looked like in every area. I mean, as it should be, right? You look at LNG's roster, a lot of experienced and big accolade players. RNG honestly should be looked at as more of a project, right? Younger players like Tong Yuen and LP, even if Breathe, Wei, Luma have like seen some heights themselves, it's kind of a random kerfluffle of players coming together for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, look, as you said, it's a project for RNG. This is something that we're kind of looking at to see how they develop towards the season. But like we said earlier today, it's a bit of a sprint of a marathon. So you kind of need to figure out your bearings a little bit quicker than most. And I will say for RNG, definitely saw them do some great stuff against RA, so we can hopefully see them maybe kind of bring this one back. But I mean, it does feel like the gap between maybe our top 5, top 6 teams and the rest of the pack, you know, the next of the 11 teams, is just growing so much, because as you mentioned, these superstars that were on rosters kind of dotted around are now coming together to form pseudo super teams. I wouldn't particularly call this a super team from LNG, but I mean, looking at some of the names, like, this is a team that I would argue could be, you know, top 3, top 4 in their role in the LPL very debatably. Like, this is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination.
No, this is definitely like, again, it doesn't have the same star power in terms of all 5 roles, but you have mid-jungle AD having that, Hung, who's been, again, in an upper echelon support, and then a young prospect like Zika, who people have a lot of high hopes for in the future and has shown great performances. So it's definitely like right on the cusp, and it's definitely a team you look at and you're like, again, you kind of send these guys off to an international, who knows where they end up. I had a really cool UFC analogy to make, but I'll be honest, I forgot it. So I don't know why I'm telling you that, but I know. I know in a second issue.
I appreciate it that you had it.
I know we're going to be told to go to break, and there it was.
Yeah, well, we'll send it to a break, and we'll see you for picking bands of game number 2 very soon.
scars on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Ooh, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone new. Whoa, I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. So I'm not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. Not gonna lay down. I'm gonna run toward it. No time.
就来到一个新环境，就目前还是适应的不错，适应的挺快的吧。就大家都挺好的。下一场面对 RNG 的话，我觉得我们就做好自己的就好了，然后平时训练赛做的就是在比赛里就可以了。下一场对战 RNG 的话，就希望你们下届赛也大家一起取得好成绩吧。但是下一场就是先让我赢吧。
let me
You don't
win
get
this
to do
match
that.
first. I love that. I love that.
You
Just
can't
like,
want both?
I want to win everything, but just let me win this first. Just let me win this first. Magala definitely did come out of that first particular game in this best of 3 series with the W, and it was all off of the back of some exceptional mid play coming out from Scout, dodging in and out of all the different CCs that were thrown at him, and he is our MVP for game number 1. I mean, it could have gone to a plenty of people, maybe not Zika in the top side, unfortunately, but I mean, Scout just had so much emphasis and so much power being able to put pressure everyone on the backside.
I mean, the most telling point of this game was seriously in mid when he was like going past tier 2 turret, ignoring the Wukong, just trying to get right onto LP. Like, man shows no mercy to his former teammate, and was just so strong, so pivotal. The way he was moving, it just brings us back to spring, when really the way LNG functioned was so much off Scout, moving around the map, working in tandem with his teammates. Moves like this where he gets involved first, skirts past the CC, and even just the pressure he's putting up doesn't allow LP to walk in. So it's great to see. I hit on this the other day where Scout in previous splits, I feel like, did have slower moments. To where nowadays on LNG, it really feels like every game is just a game that Scout can and does take over.
Yeah, he really does. And again, there was a lot of question marks about, you know, not if, you know, it was if it was a downgrade, for sure, when he left EDG, but definitely kind of going, wow, you're moving Doomby out and Scout in. Scout's been exceptional. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Scout has been absolutely exceptional on this roster, and it does feel like he is still playing at some of the most, you know, kind of high level of form that we saw from him in 2021 when he won Worlds. So this is definitely a big kind of, you know, movement, I would say, definitely towards LNG's prospects, and saying like, look, this is a team that can compete. This is a team that can show up with the big boys. And look, we might be having this conversation around summer playoffs, whether JDG and LNG should be kind of, you know, going head to head or not.
Yeah. LNG making a strong argument now. Getting to see how they adapt going into game 2 when, right, they came out with a strong composition, but when you looked at what RNG had, we said it was kind of like the picture of meta, maybe barring support. I mean, Nautilus is still like top 3 in terms of like picked support champions in the LPL, but definitely Enchantress more coming to mind right now in terms of meta. But still, it didn't matter. As long as they had the Viego Ari, it seemed like that was enough for the side of LNG. And also them showing that the Aphelios can still work, right? Despite the fact that Jinx has been mostly getting the better of it, LNG just the better team. So now for RNG and how they pivot, it's kind of hard to say, because there really wasn't even like any area where it can be like, okay, in game 1 that worked. Like you all in on that. It's like, all right, can we get into a place where RNG can somehow have more winning lanes, which is hard to say because the enemy team also gets to draft. Like, they get to pick their champions. You're not just going to get 3 winning lanes, but you really need to find a way to shut Tarzan out. And without having lane priorities to play around, to then like be able to safely walk into enemy jungle, you know, shut him down, skirmish against them, it's going to be quite hard. So I'm definitely looking at those laning phases from RNG to kind of being the catalyst to shutting Tarzan down and stopping the LNG system.
That's the thing as well. It's that like the system is so well oiled, so unbelievably well maintained by Tarzan and his pathing, and the fact that everyone just understands their role in this team. It's a very big ask, you know, to shut down Tarzan. But it comes back to what we talked about in the first, you know, kind of few minutes of the last game. You have to throw a spanner in the works. You have to try something new. We saw from FBX yesterday, they went for like a lane swap, tried to get the Scion to take away the Raptors. A lot of different things to kind of, it didn't work, unfortunately. But I have a lot more time and respect for teams that do throw in a random thing like that. Yes, it may look int if it doesn't work out, but if it does work out, then all of a sudden it's one of the most innovative things in the world. Think about the Scion bot lane dive from MSI. Like, that was looking super int, and then it became the most standard red side Scion play in the entire game.
Yeah, even just in terms of picks and like what you're willing to bring out, right? We've had games like Care on the Kiana, we've had Tianjin on the Rengar. Like, some of these picks that have kind of come out of left field have really been picks that have found success so far, right? Coming in with like a nice game plan like that. So we'll see if RNG have anything that they're able to fall back on. I'll be honest, I don't really know how Bard is failing in terms of like the new meta and with the new items, but I would love to see Lumao bring out the Bard. That's still my fondest memory of 2020 summer.
Yeah, one of the best tempered fates I think we've ever seen ever, if I'm being totally honest. It was an exceptional ultimate. If you're not quite sure, just literally look up Lumao Bard Tempered Fate. You'll almost certainly find it. It was pretty incredible when he was able to pick up that particular one. But we'll wait and see how they want to kind of go for it. Looks like the Zeri, the Milio, and now the Nico are going to be bringing into the ban phases. But the Vi was left open. And you can see LNG straight away recognizing, hey, we can get a hell of a lot of priority here with Tarzan on this pick, so we're going to give it to him.
Yeah, Maokai, still another champion that's open that typically doesn't make it through the ban phase. And again, when you have something like Jace open, that always could be a route you go for. We saw that in our first series. It didn't pan out for the side of IG, but 2 very strong picks. Looks like RNG aren't going to end up falling for that one. Still going to, or maybe not. As picks and bans are just, they're back, Sheen.
Yes, they didn't have the names on the bottom. I realized that everything else was fine. It just didn't have the names of the players, so they wanted to give it out. But also noticing here, a little bit more zoomed in. Am I right? It looks bigger.
It does look a little bit different somehow. I'm not sure how, but I don't exactly like it. But instead, not going to go for a Maokai, not going to go for anything like that. Just going to go towards standard mid laners, and LNG very fast with responding with that Annie. So I feel like LNG, very standard first 3 picks so far. Do RNG just match with the Wukong right now? That would be the most telegraphed answer. And oh boy, it is 2023 summer, so of course you answer with the Wukong right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is just how the meta is right now. It could be a little bit unfortunate for sure, but it is how it is. And wait to see now where the teams kind of want to try and take these drafts. And I will say that we are seeing more unique bans, shall we say. The Nico, the Milio, of course, is genuinely a unique ban. And the Zeri, thankfully, being banned takes away the Yumi. No one's playing that without her, so I'm personally very happy about that particular setup. But it is a little stale because it does feel like it is just tank top, engage mid and jungle, and then scaling bot lane. That's kind of where we're at right now.
You know what? And this is where we just ignore what's gonna be picked, and we just ask for things. Hey LP, can you play oh wait, LP's already playing
Jhin.
Aphelios. You know what? Move the Aphelios to top or mid or jungle. I don't care where it goes. Send it somewhere else. Bring us the
LP
Draven.
Jhin. LP Jhin.
Mizella's been
Remember
begging for the Jhin. And
I mean, the Jhin has had a pretty high win rate of late, hasn't it? In solo queue at least, I believe. I don't know how that translates.
Neela's been one I wanted. It is like a
true.
53% win rate in solo queue, but Sheen, sadly, we have an Aphelios AD carry, and they're not going to flex it somewhere else because that would be utter garbage. So we do just get the Gragas coming out in the top side.
Could be a support.
I was going to say we hold out hope. We hold out hope for the flex pick. A lot of supports that would banned.
I wouldn't mind it being an Annie support and a Gragas bot lane support. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be an interesting way to bring in this game. But I don't think it will go that way because generally speaking, teams go for the highest percentage play. And that doesn't sound like the highest percentage play, but it looks like LNG happy to go with the Gnar to go into this Gragas and kind of say, look, we'll beat your sustain with our sustain. And that means the top lane becomes a wet noodle fight. We won't be looking top for a very, very long time. And now LNG, they've got plenty of things to kind of look into. I think the Braum is actually a fantastic pick if they really wanted to go for it because it does just kind of mitigate everything that you want to do here with the Ahri, the Gragas, and the Wukong.
Yeah, Moonlight, Vigil, Explosive Cask, everything just going to get blocked and eaten up by Hong on the Braum. Now, because I mean, you were kind of looking at picks that are still there, like Thresh if you want Lantern, but again, into Braum kind of annoying. You don't really have too much pick potential in that situation where you can just eat the hook with the stand behind me, but not really too many options left with the amount of support bans that have been through. We saw this flash earlier in the day. It has been quite a while since we've seen Yumi with Aphelios, but we're gonna get it. Lumao gonna bring out the Yumi.
I'm mad because I did just say the Zeri being banned takes away the Yumi, which made me happy, and now she's back into play, which is unfortunate. But it is going to be locked in there. And I mean, look, you already have so much engage. Having that Enchanter support definitely makes sense in a lot of senses, especially with the Lulu and the Milio band. But
and going against the Braum, you don't feel too much threat.
Yes. Exactly. But that means bot lane is just kind of a scaling matchup now. So I'm actually curious to see if Hong can move out of this lane. There's not going to be a huge amount of kill threat onto Gala. He'll have the range. He'll have, especially when he gets the hiding quiver first item. Or first half item, I should say. It's not really going to feel like he can do much. So I would love to see Braum, and specifically Hong on this Braum, moving around with Tarzan, trying to create something around the map, and maybe even go for some more objective fights.
And that's something I really want to keep my eye on, especially when you look at like around mid and around top, where I feel like you have some more options to potentially like take down the Gragas if Gnar's whittling him down with that range advantage. You already have the CC setup coming out through mid, because like you're saying, bot lane should just be a game of scaling, and we already know the longer a game goes, it feels like the side with Yumi should just win, because Yumi is an absolute abomination, but hopefully not, because LNG looked like absolute studs in game one. Better macro, their laning phases were immaculate, and Tarzan, again, just really did have such a great game. Maybe once again, he could just completely take way out of the game and utilize Scout's pressure, Scout moving around the map, and make it so that Yumi never becomes a factor.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely kind of, taking her out of the game would be definitely the biggest kind of concern here on the side of LNG. And for RNG, it's about surviving that bot side, making sure you can get to that late game and then letting the Aphelios do his Aphelios things. 200 years of game design coming out onto the Rift has definitely been one of the more solid bets within the League of Legends ecosystem for the longest time. I think you said this on cast yesterday. It does feel like ever since Aphelios was added to the game, he has been meta, regardless of who else has been around. So, I mean, he's a very solid carry.
And I remember we've had like different answers coming in and out, right? Like now we're at a point where it's like Jinx and like outranging him. I remember for a while people were trying to bring like mages and AP down there, has like very low MR. For a champion in League of Legends. And just, so many different ways to try, but he's outlasted all of it. which is kind of impressive. And I'll be honest, in isolation, I don't really mind Aphelios. It's fine to watch.
Aphelios makes
sick
for
plays.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think
he's a
like
I
back
think
in the
he-
day when like Moonlight Vigil would go across the screen. Remember that? That was
Yes.
insane.
I remember when Moonlight Vigil used to come out and like it would literally be one of those things where it would just like if it was Inferno Moonlight Vigil, you're done. That was like 2,000 damage easily onto every single person on the enemy team, and there was just nothing you can do. We have moved away from the Inferno being the big ultimate now. Most people kind of like go for, well, it's still a big ultimate, but it's not the be all and end all, shall we say. A lot of people like to have red and white or green and white before they go into any kind of big team fights. You know what? I think Aphelios is fine. I like at least they're trying with new things. You know, I always like innovation. I just don't like the same thing over and over. You gotta at least attempt a new thing every now and again. You know?
Yeah, and now, right? Again, we typically don't see Yuumi paired with the Aphelios anymore. So we're going to see how it does with Scout. Once again, starts off the game maintaining pressure, which just, again, unlocks so many options for Tarzan. For now, they're just going to pull clear towards that bottom side. Ward that Wei had on Raptors just timed out. So not going to spot him out in terms of what he's doing. You're just going to path safely down to where he is Prio once again for when that bottom side scuttle spawns.
Just makes sense. Just makes sense. And Tarzan with the Vi having a lot more point and click CC might be able to have a little bit more of an easier time to make things happen. Way back onto the Wukong, having a not so great game in game number 1, but we'll see if he's able to kind of have a bit more of a higher impact here in game number 2. As with the Ahri, should be able to have a much stronger 2v2 in that mid side. So hopefully we'll see him go a little bit more aggressive in this early game. Because again, like we saw in the first game, is that once he didn't have camps to go to for after the first rotation, he kind of got a bit lost within himself and you know, took time to reflect before he really went for something. And now might see him going in for Zika. And I like this play a lot. The Mininar is such a exposed character, and Zika now realizing he's in between a rock and a hard place, and he's just going to give up everything to die, not use his flash because he knows he messed up.
Trying to get the better end of those trades, but look, Tarzan gonna want to go and try and compete for this top side scuttle. Scout has pressure, but hasn't started leaning over just yet.
Looking for it now. Tarzan was able to get it. Wei's looking very low right now. This is actually a bit of a one. Flash in! Breed gets the belly bop down. The charm is great to stop this Scout from moving back in as well. Will they be able to kill off Wei? Yes, they will. Now means double buffs to flash forward. Can they get the stun off onto Scout? No, they can't. The transfer of the buffs is exceptional. Zika, why would you hit that blast cone? And it's 4 for 1. RNG having a much stronger start in this game 1.
I was going to say, from my point of view, it looked like he was the one that hit it. I assumed maybe I saw wrong, and it was Tang Yuan, because, yeah, now look at this. Out of nowhere, off of such an immaculate game 1, LNG 4 minutes in, already 1.4k gold down, off of a lot of greed over zealousness. Tarzan wanting to take that fight, reading the situation a little bit wrong in terms of how quickly Scout and Zika can get there.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan can't take this fight now. It's 2 long swords and a sheen for Wei, which is a sheen better than what Tarzan's got for himself. And Wei knows it, so Wei's just going to keep the pressure down, put down some wards, make sure he has the priority over this, because look at bot lane, look at mid lane. There's no one coming to help you here, Tarzan.
And, I mean, Wei, no matter how RNG look right now, or the results, Wei's still, right, such a phenomenal player. Showed that in the last split, even now, as Tarzan goes for this, but Tang Yuan's here.
I mean, you got the Brahms. This is definitely a scary position here. Tang Yuan gonna get caught up by the Winter's Bite, but getting a little bit over aggressive here. And LNG, they're feeling a bit floundering like right now. They don't really know where to go and what to do. They want to go for fights, but I feel like they're already too far behind as we finally get a replay from this topside fight.
Like, what happened from game 1 to game 2? Tarzan going for this, I understand. Like, you're up, you had Prio in mid, but Scout wraps all the way around, so he doesn't really get here that soon. Zika just coming off the TP again, not as early as it looks like Tarzan hoped. And then it's so easy for RNG to just all in and focus down Scout. Sure, he gets one, but with Tang Yuan still having flash, they followed up. And who hits this? It is Tang Yuan. Okay, I was going to say.
Okay, not as bad, not as bad.
Would not have made any sense at all had it been Zika. So, but still, what happened from game 1 to game 2? What kind of pep talk is Coach Poppy giving?
I mean, Whatever happened, it definitely gave RNG
Wait,
a little bit of a...
wait,
oh.
I figured it out. Poppy also used to be on RNG, right? Double agent? Double agent machine?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no other explanation. I have to go with this particular answer because there's nothing else to tell me otherwise. So the evidence says yes and no at the same time, so I'm going to go with yes.
Just facts.
That's a terrible way to deduct things. Do not go by that logic. That is a terrible logic to go with. But I mean, look, it's definitely not out and over with for the side of LNG. Much stronger start here for RNG, and I want to see them do stuff with this. You've now been able to kind of bring in the Merc Treads here for the Ari into that mid lane. Definitely becomes an awful lot harder for them to kind of burst her out in the interim, I should say. And as well as that, the Wukong's going to be far ahead. And if anything we saw from MSI and even the first few weeks of LPL or first few days of LPL, a fed Wukong is to be scared. It's no longer kind of like, oh, you wish those kills went on to someone else. No, a Wukong is terrifying when he gets the 2-3 items.
It's still one of those ones where, again, maybe I'm just putting too much stock in Yuumi, but the longer the game goes on, again, Yuumi just really does feel like such a difference maker. Even if LNG will outrange, even if LNG do have zone control coming out from things like the Braum and the Meganar as well. But who knows? I mean, LNG definitely won't be down and out. They're going to have a ton of CC. We just hit on the zone control and like peel they have coming out from Hung. But LP and Lumao definitely getting the laning phase they want. But I guess Scala and Hung want the same thing, right? They both opted into handshaking the spot lane 2v2.
Mm-hmm. He's definitely happy to kind of go for that one. Wei now making his presence known on this top side. Zika does not have flash, but he does have an ultimate should he be able to get up into Mega. And you can see Zika really desperately wants to try and get this wave reset, but he knows he's playing weak side. He knows his jungler is all the way bot lane, and he just can't really risk it for the moment.
And look at where Lumao is on the map. So RNG definitely setting up to take this Rift Herald. We'll see if Tarzan can set anything up in bot and find something on the opposite side of the map. Does have camps coming up on top side. Already has the Wolves there and Gromp soon, but you definitely would like to either like find your way into enemy jungle, get some vision down, and then theoretically dive LP, but that's not going to be the case. LP might actually just walk into Tarzan. I don't know. Oh, he does.
Yeah, I mean, he does. There is going to be a cleanse and a flash available to him. And I mean, honestly, a flash from Tarzan and a flash from LP, I mean, that's still worth it for LNG.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, worth for the side of LNG, but RNG still going to pick up Rift Herald. Your Felio, since he wasn't playing under tower, he dove. He had already pushed in the wave, which is why he was freely walking through his own jungle to spot out if Tarzan would be there. So in the end, Flash goes down for Flash, but you're also the team that picked up the Rift Herald and didn't really lose anything in terms of CS in bot lane.
Yeah, able to pick it up. I must say Gala picked up a plate as well, so that's kind of nice for him to have. Tangyun, gotta be careful. Yes, the Timbers is down, but his AoE will still hurt you, especially if you're taking a stun to the face just like that again. So definitely curious to see what we kind of go for here. See Gala using his ultimate to make sure that there's no freeze in this bot side. Tangyun does get away as quick as he possibly can, but now resets coming in from the LNG bot lane. Dragon went over to RNG alongside that Rift Herald, like you mentioned earlier. So it's still RNG favored for the moment. They've only got about 1,000 gold lead, so we'll see what they're able to kind of work with this. Again, it's not about the lead, it's about how you use it that's important.
I think especially looking at how RNG is going to create an opportunity to use this Rift Herald, right? Because a lot of the plays they found so far have been mishaps around the top side for LNG, but they haven't actually taken a plate anywhere. And usually, you know, you're going to kind of play around the lane that's already taken some plates, is winning a little bit, get that turret down earlier, funnel more gold onto your strongest member, and then break open the map that way. But without doing that, it's like, okay, do they go for what I'd say is the easiest option, which is, once again, just looking top, gank Gnar, and then dropping Herald there, but then you're putting gold onto your Gragas, which really doesn't mean all too much. Or do they actually actively set up an opportunity to gank bot? Because that's something we haven't really seen RNG try to do, which is like actively transfer pressure from lane to lane or jungle to lane, right? It's been, hey, Zika's overextended, let's gank top. Or LNG running into them in topside river, which, I don't know, do RNG have mind control powers? They might.
I mean, maybe. You know, it depends on who you ask, I suppose, but good sidestep of the charm there by Scout. Does mean that the spell book Ignite gets used here onto him as a little bit of a reprieve, shall we say. Bot lane pushed all the way in, as we do see Gala kind of finishing up his cull, getting himself a little bit more pressure now here as Zika. I have to be careful. Yeah, I was going to say, he'll take a hell of a lot of damage here. Half health from one combo from Breed is disgusting.
Yeah, that is huge. Oh, engage.
Here we go. They're going to go and try and just burn down LP. He does have the cleanse available, going to use it, but cannot get away. TP coming in. That's going to be the Gnar. Or no, never mind. It's going to be the Scout coming in. And now they're going to try and get him one more auto attack. Oh, they couldn't get the concussive blows down. But a great response here from LNG. They knew they had the advantage. They knew they had the ward coverage, and they get themselves 2 kills.
And LNG still being the first ones to make this play from like mid-jungle down to bot. It was RNG who were hoping to make that play. Look at Rift Herald. It's almost, I mean, it's 3/4 of the way timed out. And now LNG on top of this going to get to pick up a dragon.
I mean, yes, you are getting topside pressure. Breed will pick up a plate, but this is just a fantastic move here from the side of LNG. And again, they centered themselves. They brought themselves back into this. And this is why I was saying that Tarzan's flash in favor of Aphelios's is always going to be better for Tarzan.
Yeah, every single time. We're going to see here Tarzan just waiting in the wings. Walks a bit too far forward. And I mean, what can you do, right? Tarzan was there right into the chompers and then just funnel everything onto him. And with Scout's TP coming in, nothing Tangyun can do. I think it is best just to get the hell out of Dodge and lose as few friends as you can. But hey, at least Wei did find an opportunity to drop this Herald in bot lane.
To get the drop on the Herald, so picks himself a couple of 100 gold. Not too bad for him. As you see now moving forward again. This is a Gala with a Stormrazor, and again, this is the difference between the Jinx of LP in game number 1 and the Jinx of Gala in game number 2. Kraken Slayer for LP game 1, now the Stormrazor here for Jinx and Gala. It just feels like the Stormrazor is just such a powerful item that you just cannot let go in this early stages, especially with that extra movement speed. Even just to get you out, you're an immobile AD carry, you have to go for it, and yeah, Zika, good flash, because if you get hit by that, you probably die.
Like, this is absolutely insane what Breathe is doing in this 1v1, completely dominating this matchup the whole time. I guess he did get jungle help earlier on, which did kind of push it into his favor. But Breathe, the top laner, who's able to keep up and maintain, even still just putting the threat onto Zika. But look at the minimap. Scout and Tarzan are both trying to make their way over.
There are wards here, though, so they know that the Tarzan is there. We'll see Breathe panic and pop his Everfrost, but should be just fine. No real reason to use his flash to get out of that one there.
I was so confused. I'm like, 1, why does Zika have an Everfrost on Narn? 2, how is it shooting like 10 feet away from where he is?
Well, Gala going to use his cleanse and his chompers to make sure Wei can't get on top of him. Now Hong's kind of separated away from his team as they look to try and just kind of burn onto him. And yeah, I think
Pour
Hong
one
kind of
out for Hong in chat, people. Pour one out. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He's dead. Gotta get the Spirit Rush out of Tangyun, but not really much else he can gain from that because they knew that everyone rotated tops. They knew they'd go for it, but now looks like LNG want to try and get some revenge and kind of go for this topside gank again.
Okay, he has flash though, and he has explosive cast. They got to be careful. They might end up under his turret if they misplay this.
They might, but they're going to try and put themselves forward, and now can't really get a position to get out of this one here. You still have flash on Breed, but can he get out of it? That is the question. It's going to be the Mega Gnar hit, and a kill given over to Tarzan. So good response here from LNG to make sure that they are making cross-map play when their bot side gets caught out.
Kind of surprised that he didn't try to, like, wait for the CC to come through, flash E towards his turret, and see if he can knock someone in. But maybe it would be way too risky for a play that, like, 70% wouldn't work out. So holds onto the flash, has that for the next player, next fight, or, you know, a timing if he has to look for, like, a flash E, flash onto Gala. We might have a fight soon.
We might indeed. There's a charm, but it's an unbreakable, and it's a Braum, so now they can maybe go for another fight here. Look to try and maybe push this one a little bit more in favor of LNG. The TP coming in from Scout. They know where he is, so they know he's going to be on this backside. They know he's isolated, so that's why they're kind of corralling back in towards him.
Oh, no, they're going to get him.
Oh, no! They're going to be able to try and catch out Tangyun, but he flashes. Now LNG kind of backing themselves away, but LNG haven't really lost a lot from this. They've just kind of like dealt with the fight, and now Breed kind of goes in with the belly bop. Doesn't have much else to kind of offer, but a kill there onto the Vi. Means they should be able to pick up this Rift Herald as well. It's so scrappy right now, Lyric, as both teams vie for control.
And just, again, time and time again, small oversteps being the things that gets LNG punished and keeps building up small advantages. Luckily for LNG, again, they aren't falling too far behind in terms of gold, definitely still in striking distance. But now another Rift Herald to break open this map even more. Dragon gonna be up in a minute. Could also be a potential play to use this to enable you getting yourselves what would be second Dragon for yourself. So RNG right now definitely having all the options. Even getting bot wave pushed in. which should be nice. Now come back up on the map. Azari or Wukong pats down, you start getting some vision down in that bot side river.
Picking up as much gold on Tagala as they possibly can, as you said, because RNG do have push in kind of multiple lanes. 2,500 gold lead or somewhere around there, as they can now look to try and maybe make this play up top side. Breed recognizes this and says, yep, I'm going to back away. And Tarzan has not had as big of an impact as he had in game number 1, but definitely looking to try and be a little bit more kind of active. You can see he's itching to kind of go now. With that Black Cleaver finish, he knows he has a bit of a power to kind of work with here.
I feel like he's had a similar impact, just kind of sadly for RNG in this game with some of the fights he's tried to look for. But you know what? Tarzan's one of the GOATs, so he gets a pass. We were just talking about this last game,
It's
right?
fair.
Compressed schedule, more series, more opportunities for top teams to lose games that they shouldn't. As I was wondering if we get to see a potential dive, but with no wave and now no mega, I wonder if they even try to wait out for the next wave. Doesn't even look like it. And now Herald in mid, Dragon's still up. You have bots in control. RNG can take everything.
I mean, RNG will get the second push here. Don't know if they'll get the second tower, but definitely a lot of favorable trades going in favor of RNG. Definitely looking a lot stronger, a lot more cohesive in this game number 2 comparatively to game number 1. They're really trying to make this happen on top side. Hong and Tarzan have not left. They just cleared out the vision. They want to try kill off Breed, but Breed's got TP and he's fine.
Breathe escapes. You know what would be the best thing ever is if Hunk canceled his recall and they're like, okay, he's TPing in, bring everyone back up here. And they still went for it. I'm a little bit disappointed. You know what? They didn't have enough resolve. We're going to say that's the reason the play didn't work.
But Hung went through the whole resolve tree. What are you talking about? His entire main keystones are resolve tree. Come on,
That's
there.
true.
Stick with us. Stick with us.
It's still not enough. But now we focus on where RNG will look next, because as a team in the league, right, they're pretty much the one that holds all the cards right now. Breed's just going to keep maintaining pressure in sides, which is kind of crazy to think about for so long in this Gragas-Snar matchup. Zika now does have Triforce, so maybe that could be a difference maker.
Quite possibly. Dragon was taken, so I'm not quite sure what LNG are hoping to have RNG do around this river pit, but Breed now making his way down towards this mid lane, looking maybe for a flash belly bop. On Tagala would be perfect, but you gotta feel like for LNG, they know he's not top lane. You give this up. Yeah, smart play from them. They know that they don't really have the pressure, and now Scout might need to get himself an exit stage left pretty damn soon. He's tanking the turret. He should be able to pick it up and then get his recall off.
Yeah, RNG.
Go for a teleport.
Breathe.
I mean, Breathe is in a bit of trouble here. We are going to see Zika lose his mega and get ulted away. There's another rocket going flying by, and Breed kind of loses nothing. They gain a little bit of pressure on that top side, but that's about it. Now Tarzan looking for a flash in. They know he's squishy. He goes golden, but why? You just broke your stopwatch. Now you're going to die. Way now up on this top side, a little bit isolated. Going to use the Cyclone as they got the RETPing in. Scout trying to see if he can get away from this one here, but he's isolated and alone and a little bit afraid. They'll get the tower. They trade back 1-for-1, but LNG now have the pressure in mid. So maybe they're going to push for the turret, but with the Yuumi and the Aphelios rotating over, it's not going to lead out to anything else.
Siashin, that's why he uses stopwatch, because Zanya's now picked up, but Tang Yuan, he's going to die.
He hasn't got Spirit Rush. He does have Cleanse, and he does have Flash. There's one, there's the other, and he still goes down, loses both summoners, but really nicely done there by LNG. That's the kind of play they've been looking for, honestly, for the last, like, 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, they've needed anything. Kind of checking back in on gold. It's actually still amazing that LNG have kept so well in striking distance.
So
I mean,
close.
You know, they're only one turret behind, only one kill behind, so they actually aren't falling all that far behind. As we're going to see here how Breathe went down. They've committed so much time to taking down this fat drunk man. Buys time with the stopwatch, which does give enough time for a way to get in here. Scout to still be overexposed to allow the kill to come through once the Cyclone comes out. Because, yeah, the whole of RNG is trying to make their way over here, which is also what opened up for LNG to get that push in mid. So, you know, it was a bit of a trade-off, but as RNG, you'll take that trade-back kill anytime.
You already have the Rabadons finished up for Scout here. You can imagine he's not too far away from that particular completion. And like you said, the Zanya's finished up for Breed. That's why he was so liberal with his stopwatch to try and delay 4 times. So I take it back. I wasn't familiar with your game, Breathe, and you know I'm sorry for that. But
you better give him an apology.
But we come back into the game. It's fairly even. A couple of 100 gold in favor of RNG. 2 dragons to 1 in their favor. So no one's really going to be getting a soul anytime soon, really. 6.5 minutes at the best, or maybe even 7 minutes, really, by the time you actually take it. And Zika is going to start taking turrets very quickly with this Triforce build.
Already, you know, sitting on some posts as well.
I mean,
Tarzan!
They're going to jump straight in on top of LP, but they can't burn him down just yet. They will kill off Way. That's a TP coming in from Breed. They've killed off the Aphelios. They'll get the cat as well. Not quite getting it just yet, but one more. No! Not quite getting the auto, the smite, and now the auto will kill him off. Hong does get the CC down with the concussive blows. Even pops up the Everfrost, or excuse me, the Unbreakable to kill off, but a double kill coming straight in for the Ari means it's a bit of a drive-by. Gets 2 kills and gets the hell out, but it's still LNG favored 4 for 2.
I was so scared that exhaust would be the difference maker. That's why it took Gala so long to finish off LP. Exhausted for a majority of those first few autos coming out, but the rest of the cavalry comes through. And LNG now, it has been so dicey. We have been so confused at the flip between Game 1 and Game 2. But now LNG are here to play. They're online. Deathcap finished up for Scout. Hullbreaker finished up for Zika, who wants to be a big menace in the side lane. And now, again, really finding some power. We're going to see here Tarzan just feeling so comfortable pulling the trigger because they have 4 members strong. They see the Ari in top side, and they get the CC chain onto the Aphelios. Starts with Wei, who was also caught in the crossfire going down. And then look, exhaust on Gala, not able to get off as much damage as he would hope. And then that last rocket, just not enough in the end, so Tarzan has to commit himself. Gala gets low, but in the end, the Braum shield and some help make sure that they finish off more kills.
Going back into live though, Lyric. We can see now RNG trying to burn away this dragon to put themselves on the soul, but they can't do it! LNG get the rocket out and they get the steal. They get everything they want and a little bit more, but now LP getting jumped on straight away by Tarzan, who's going to skadoodle himself all the way out, you would imagine. But now Wade coming in on the backside. They've recognized that Tarzan is a little bit overextended. And LNG get the dragon. They only cost them 1. That's fine.
LNG going to be incredibly happy about this. Even get the faster pivot to mid to make sure they get control over this wave. We're going to see if RNG are going to be able to try to force or find anything here. No Cyclone means you don't have the same ease of a gauge.
Wade does get a little bit of a heal coming out there from Lumao, and a flash from Scout back over the wall as they know that Baron's a little bit of a problem here. 15 seconds till Tarzan comes back. These health bars are getting lower and lower. The poke is very much matters, and that's where the Yumi comes in and starts to really shine in these fights.
Okay, Sheen, I got this. And then they go RNG, hitting the Baron going down not as fast as we think. Okay, Gala, we see what you're doing, throwing out abilities. What's going on? Sheen take over, big Gnar!
Zika! Massive Gnar ultimate into the wall, and that's going to be 2 kills, 3, 4, probably even 5. Wei has nowhere to go but back to his own lane and to the safety of his gray screen teammates, because that was huge from Zika.
Where did they all go? Zika with the ult, but then the damage to follow up was massive coming out from LNG. Just, Barons once again getting the better as Tarzan gonna look for Wei.
I mean, they'll get him if they can keep pushing for this, but the ultimate comes out, almost takes him out. Maybe a little bit more damage there, but there's 2 turrets, 3 turrets. The gold is swung from dead even to probably about 7,000 once all these turrets are dead and gone. And this is the LNG from game number 1 coming back to life in game number 2.
That was huge, yeah. It's kind of showing 2 different skill sets, right? In game 1, we got to see their clean macro from ahead. This game, it's their team fighting from behind. Zika running forward. No one playing bodyguard, really. Huge. And just huge 4 members. We see the follow-up come through with Hung instantly jumping in and Gala. 1 kill resets come through and get excited. I know you don't have explosive cast. Oh, well, Zika's dead.
He is.
Huh.
That's fine.
I know in that moment, Breathe didn't have explosive cast, but I still think probably would have wanted to play a bit farther forward if you're going to look for that play on Baron.
I mean, yeah. It just feels like he had to be the guy to sacrifice himself into the Gnar. And once he sees the Gnar hop come in, he kind of has to go, well, I got a belly bop now and hope and pray I can survive.
Exactly. Yeah. Kind of hope for the best there. Maybe Everfrost can do a little bit more, but we're going to see here how he does go down. Just, I mean, committing multiple members. I actually got a good fair bit of damage.
Nearly killed Wei. Nearly killed Wei, so Definitely not as egregious. If we come back into live, 6,000 is the lead now in the gold. 2 dragons apiece. RNG, they had a lot of things going for them. And we talked about the scaling. They are very much at the scaling, but Gala on Jinx, Gala on anything when it comes to those clutch moments really is such a terrifying prospect. And again, this is something that we kind of talked about for Gala, having those clutch factors as an AD carry. But Zika with a fantastic ultimate to set that up. Scout having this Annie, Tarzan going in to just kind of catch out LP. Like, there are multiple players doing multiple kind of setups to make sure that they're in a position to enable him.
And now, I mean, 6K gold up. Scout going to maintain pressure in this top side, but RNG don't care. They're just going to look for the specifics behind. I don't think a flank from a mini-Gnar is all that threatening, but RNG still will show some respect.
They don't know exactly where the Annie is. I think that was their biggest problem. They were like, wait a minute, we don't know where this very, very scary little girl has gone, so we're going to back ourselves away, make sure that we're not feeling too comfortable with pushing in that way, because again, they're playing from behind. It's now a 3-item Jinx with Rapid Fire Cannon. You got a stopwatch available for the Vi and for the Jinx as well. Locket makes it so much harder to burn someone down, and Zika just finished off his Black Cleaver, so even someone like tankier than the rest of his team is going to be shredded so quickly with that armor shred coming in that stacks so quickly.
It's going to be doing a lot. Well, you remember Hullbreaker was another item that kind of got some changes coming into this patch as well. Price got increased, got a bit more damage, and it also got some bonus movement speed now, which I think is really nice for a split pushing item to be able to try and get the hell out of dodge if you stop seeing the enemy showing in lanes elsewhere. So he's just going to continue to be an annoyance. They've now gotten tons of vision control down towards that bot side to give him more freedom and also to set up for the dragon that's coming up in 15 seconds.
Going to be soul point for either of these sides. Again, no one really near the soul for at least another 5 minutes or 6 or so. Way kind of isolated here. They can just kind of fully commit to him if they know they can get in with the Annie. That's kind of what they're looking to try and do. They now know that the dummy is down, so they can go full commit onto this.
Now, though.
Scout is surrounding them. There's going to be a flash built into Way now. As we can see Scout coming in, and he finds himself a beautiful ultimate. The rocket will be hit in onto the decoy breed, trying to TP in to make sure he has a bit of movement to get into this, but there's a big shutdown. There's the Aphelios trying to make this one work. He didn't have the Jinx in position, and the Aphelios can start to do Aphelios things. This is huge. It's going to do, and coming down to these AD carries. Can this Aphelios do it? There's going to be a bit of CC. They don't get the Glacial Fissure. There's a triple kill coming in there for LP. Can he get a little bit more? He will be able to push his team even further. The exhaust crippling Gala, and now as he tries to just get one reset, that's all he needs, but he will not get it. I don't know if they can end, but they can certainly take a hell of a lot of the base.
I mean, huge fight coming out from RNG. Members of LNG kind of funneling one by one, but like you're saying, RNG now can really do some damage to the space.
15 seconds.
I don't think they should be able to end. I mean, you have Scout and Tarzan coming up. If they do, though,
they're going for it. They're going for it. 5 seconds till Scout's up and available. Nexus turret number 1 going to be going down. There's a good little barrel to stop the movement speed, but they're taking too much damage from these towers. They even TP'd the Ahri in, but it's just a little bit too far of a stretch. Now LNG will have a little bit more of a run of the map, and what could have been an exceptional play from RNG to get themselves back in the front of the tempo, they kind of fumbled the landing just a little bit, but still fantastic work from them.
Exactly, right? They still come out ahead. They got all the kills. It's great, but definitely going to be behind in terms of getting onto the map and getting that dragon. We see here wanting to catch out Way. They don't have the damage here with Scout being so far behind, even the Jinx. And I feel like that's the difference maker. Like, okay, he can't take down the Annie, but the Aphelios is already here, already able to dish out damage. Yuumi throwing out the ult so they can't run forward. And then big multi-man Moonlight Vigil followed up by the cast from Breathe. And again, Gala has finally just started autoing, Breathe immediately Zanya's, and it's like, okay, you weren't just kind of testing DPS versus DPS. It was LP able to free hit that whole time, and Gala just zoned away. So great job by, you know, the Aphelios, by the Gragas to make all of this work. And then Way with the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, like, having those extra bits of CC was absolutely massive. 5-for-1 trade at the end of it all, but we go straight back to live. Breathe is on a flank, doesn't have flash. A lot of summoners not available. Pretty much everything except for the Ahri having those extra summoner spellbooks available to them. But top lane's going to be pushing in favor now of RNG, and you can see double super minions stacked into that. Means that this Baron defense becomes a little bit harder, and they can shred this very quickly.
And now more items coming out too. Way a full item up over Tarzan, having that Guardian Angel online, so if he does look for an engage and go down, we'll get that second chance to keep the fight going. And you can tell right now, RNG feel comfortable, they feel confident, they're ready to scrap. Gonna focus on getting control over top side vision. They already have some nice wards, but LNG at least do have a defensive vision line, so no RNG haven't pushed too far forward, but here's the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go too early with the rockets, so they're not going to be able to get the steal from that. You can see the charm is good to try and distract them, and there is the secure. They flash in, they get Breed. There's 1-0 for the moment. You're in Minar form here for Zika as he tries to burn down some of Aphelios' health bar. They need to get the resets on the Jinx, and they do exactly that. The Aphelios is dead. The President has fallen, and now the Way shall go down as well. They do not have a teleport to go in for the end. Triple kill coming in from Scout. They are starting to lose this turret. They should be able to get the resets in time. They won't lose the game just yet.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one. RNG going to consistently have this pressure from the base being open. They're going to try and push through mid right now. Scout having Hong Yuan. I don't think they should be able to, right? We have less than 20 seconds on Breed LP.
I don't know, man. They're looking for something here because I know they sent Scout back because he has the TP. I'm getting a bit excited maybe because they don't know where the RE is. But yeah, don't know. This match is getting crazy.
I mean, this match has definitely been crazy. I mean, this match has been crazy since the beginning of this game, where again, the script just flipped so drastically. We're gonna see here, Scout gets a huge ultimate, right? Not only bursts out Breeze, but gets some good damage on LP. Sure, the healing comes through to be able to get him huge, but I love how Tarzan knows he has to full send it, and they have to burst out this Aphelios. Gala, using that Gale Force, gets a bit closer in range, able to get excited, and then just wait for Way to come back up from the GA and they finish it off. Honestly, maybe the amount of engaged in the Jinx will just outdo the Yuumi. If they can be that decisive, pull the trigger, it's like, what can LP do?
LP without the extra summoners is just so exposed. I mean, I was going to say Scout did so much, but also the big thing that we kind of passively didn't get to talk about is the fact that Scout getting those 3 kills brings him back up to 15 stacks. He was down onto 4, so like it's a huge swing of momentum back into that item, which means that he's on full build and can still get more AP. This is a big moment, and I'm just noticing now Gala has got a stopwatch. This next fight could be it.
Scout is just so far ahead of anyone else on the map, too, in terms of items. He is huge right now. I mean, we saw the damage numbers, right? Doing by far the most in that last fight. Looking towards Dragon. Ooh. All Summoner. I wonder if Scout's Flash will be up by then. Other than that, Summoner's up across the board if a fight did break out right now.
It's scary. It's a full AP Gragas who almost has a Banshees. Now, Banshees could be the difference. You saw how quickly he burns down once he gets caught by the Ani. He has basically zero magic resistance when it comes to the true damage that will be pulling out. They have Zika with a TP able to put in. They know that there's a ward just a little bit off to the side here. That could be key. You get that TP down. Breed hasn't gone towards it just yet. They're too worried about the rest of the map, and unfortunately, they do lose that ward by passive because the Braum had to drop down a little bit more around their own vision.
Speaking of the Braum, Hong having Anathemas in pocket, ready to go for someone like LP in a fight. Even you hit on the stopwatch coming out for Gala. I think Tarzan's been sitting on one for quite a while now, just holding on to it. So it feels like definitely going into the next fight, LNG have a lot of tools to work with. Aw.
He sold it and picked up a Last Whisper. Just as you said it, I just realized it. I was like, wait a minute. Where's it gone? He didn't use it yet. So, I mean, he's obviously confident in his cleanse and his flash to keep him alive.
I mean, he will have a Braum just sitting right in front of him the whole time.
Oh, here we go. Immediately, the Zhonya has to be used. Tarzan has to flash away because those are a hell of a lot of chakrams. I mean, Breed, I don't think wins against this 1v1 into Zika. Yeah, you can see him now kind of walking away from this. They've respawned the inhibitor.
Machine and Dragon's coming up. Now no Moonlight Vigil, no explosive cast. If LNG can get out of base with their health bars, they should feel much better about going into a 5v5.
I mean, Breed can't defend this. Breed needs help, but you can see it on the minimap. It's finally coming, but it might be too little too late. They've lost the inhibitor turret, and now Breed's in a little bit of a 2v1. Zika looking to try and do this out. He blodges absolutely everything, but he still goes down to the charm. And while that's all happening, we can go back towards the Jinx because she's now trying to get excited, and they've caught away the jungler. That could be huge. Tanguin is on the backside, though. He's looking for a flank. They're looking to try to jump onto LP. 2 auto attacks, and he's already losing a third of his HP. Charm comes out over the side. It's also very, very close, and this Yuumi can't heal up as much as you possibly want. They got Breed on the backside, though. He's completely sidestepped their vision.
Explosive cast looks like it's back and ready to go, too. They need to be careful. I mean, Breed could make the master play right here.
Good. They're going to try and put down more damage on the LP. Maybe commit onto him. One more zap would have been good, but he's got the honey fruit to keep him up and alive. Now Breed realizes that he's a little bit over the side. Gala gets away with a cleanse. LP gets jumped on by Scout, who goes golden straight away. Breed trying to stay alive as well. The Tibbers will go down, but Gala's the one to get excited. LP tries to come back for the hero play and immediately is punished. RNG, they had an opportunity, but now everyone will be going down. They cannot survive this onslaught, and LNG will look for the end.
Yeah, they're just going to look to push through. Way is up, but that shouldn't be enough. 40-second death timers. LNG can just barrel through the bases 5.
There's nothing you can do, Way, and you will be jumped on. You've got no decoy. You've got no way to go. You're going to go into a brief respite, Paul Kindred, as you get your last wishes out, because you are going to be going straight back to the gray screen. And that is LNG taking a 2-0 decisive game 1, but a hell of a game 2.
How did this happen? Scout with a huge game at the end of the day after LNG's early game. Again, just complete opposite of what we saw in the first game, which was honestly kind of like a League of Legends masterclass coming out from LNG. But this was also kind of a masterclass in like keeping your cool, keeping your mental good, and just like, you know, showing the mechanisms to come back. And I know games like this will always be judged harshly, as they should, right? It was a very messy game from LNG. But one thing I'll say, thinking back to my experience when I was on a team, right, is that I think it's a lot harder to like learn how to come back in a loss, just because usually in scrims it's not what you're focusing on, right? You're focusing on like, oh, what things went wrong and like how could we do them better. You don't necessarily think about like, okay, we are in a bad position and how do we come back from it. So I do always find the skill to come back quite impressive, even if it does depend on the enemy messing up quite a bit. So you know what, I'll still give my kudos to LNG.
Oh, absolutely. I think the thing is as well, especially with these kind of games, yes, it was scrappy, it was messy, it was kind of all over the place, but there was a time there where RNG were ahead and LNG just kind of made very smart decisions around the map to get themselves back in their favor, to get themselves a 6,000 gold lead. It then went horribly wrong, but those are the kind of mechanics you can never really practice. Those are the kind of situations you can't kind of, you know, bring into, you know, kind of consideration until they happen, until they actually kind of come up in front of you and you go, right, well, we were 6,000 gold ahead, we're now 2,000 gold back down, and this Aphelios is huge. What do we do? And the call was literally so simple. Zika, go top, because Breed can't deal with you.
Yeah, there was like two pivots, which is like, okay, Zika, go top. You are now like a side laning menace. You will not get gapped by the Scroggies anymore. And 2 is, in a fight, who cares? Like, everyone, just full send it onto the Aphelios. Full send it. We don't care what else is going on around us. You see Aphelios, you press the kill Aphelios button. So, the plan at the end of the day did work. Some questionable decisions from RNG. Even things like, I am kind of surprised that Breed didn't try to pull the trigger sooner. Like when he did have the wraparound and kind of opened up. I get you were still at a numbers disadvantage, so it looks a bit scary, but it's like, well, then what are you waiting for then? You're just having this extended standoff against the Jinx, who, as we saw, was outranging them and chunking down the Aphelios. So definitely just some minor things for RNG in that game too, even if there are quite a bit of them. But I'd say still a bit hopeful for RNG, despite them getting absolutely stomped in game 1, because this game too, after game 1, you would have never expected it from them. So
No, absolutely not. And again, like, you know, again, it's one of those things where we don't really know where to put RNG in terms of the rankings. I personally had them quite low. I think I had them like 15th or 14th or something like that. I really wasn't believing in this team, but seeing a lot of good teams from the first series. Even this particular game saw a lot of good from them. Just, again, look, I don't think there's any shame in having a close loss against a team like LNG when you look at the names on this roster. But, I mean, look, for LNG, great win. But they can't rest. They have not got time to think about this and go, woo, that was good. They play tomorrow against the MSI 2023 champions, Lyric. This was a warm-up to get them ready for the main dish.
Yeah, imagine playing 2 days back-to-back and having to go against JDG. Again, the LPL schedule is condensed to split, right? We're 7 weeks, but like, what a hand to be dealt. But if LNG come out as the victors in that series, that's just even better, even more telling. I will say, right, who knows how much in better form JDG will be by then, right? They're just coming off of MSI, so to kind of get them having a downswing in their first series. But still, point is, LNG do not have it easy, and they're still making the most out of their situation. Funnily enough, now sitting tied in first with Ultra Prime, which that sentence makes no sense to me, but we welcome our new overlords.
Absolutely. Ultra Prime all the way to the end is my motto now. But I mean, Look at that damage from Scout right now. Like literally more than triple the RE, and that was the difference in this one. It was Scout kind of coming in, finding that backline access. And sure, he may not have killed LP every single time, but I think the big difference, especially in that last fight, is that he got the Mikhails out. He got the cleanse, the flash, the Gale Force. He got rid of so many tools that by the time then the rest of LNG kind of rolled up, LP just had very few options left available to him. He didn't really have that kind of same safety as we've seen. And look, I'm not going to try and hate on Lumao. I think Lumao is a great player. You play the Yuumi, I want you to lose. That's just how it is. That's just how I feel, and that's just I am glad to see it lose. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, nothing against RNG, just
no.
You know, the champion just is what it is. But again, nice to see from LNG. They have to have fast turnaround. On the side of RNG, who do they look at the old schedule next? They have IG on the docket, which
and OMG.
I don't really know what to feel about. I don't know how to feel about IG yet either, considering they absolutely smashed LGD, but then just got destroyed by NIP. So we have a lot of these like teams that have slight roster changes that it still seems like even they don't really know how they fit in the league yet, right? It's still like the gelling period, getting used to your team, figuring out your system. And for now, based off of like individual talent, maybe they could beat some teams that they shouldn't. Maybe they'll lose to other teams that they shouldn't lose to. But yeah, it's still a very, we'll say it's like the formative years of the LPL roster's childhoods right now. That's what this is, week one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just week one. This is actually probably our least condensed week as we come into this particular schedule, because we had 4 days of best of twos and then 3 days of best of threes. But then from next week onwards, we have 5 days, Wednesday to Sunday, of best of three best of threes. And then Monday and Tuesday will just be the regular 2 best of threes. So we're going to be very busy. We're going to be very, very busy. Well, I'm going to be very busy. I know you have some scheduled PTO coming up very soon, so I'm going to be very busy. But it's going to be a fun season. And again, we talked about it right at the top of me coming into the show. It's that it's a marathon sprint. Yes, you have time, but at the same time, like at the end of this week, LNG will have played 3 of 16 games. That's kind of scary after week 1.
Yeah, and again, so many top of the table battles coming so early in the split, right? Even like TES versus EDG, obviously being the matchup that's going to come next. So people definitely don't want to leave now. As we just wait on our MVP. Sheen, we haven't done our MVP yet, right?
I don't believe
it hasn't even been that long of a day, and I'm already losing it a little bit.
Has it been? I don't believe we've been told our MVP yet, so I don't think we have it as of right now. But maybe we do. If we do, they can bring it up. If they don't, we'll just continue to talk about where the league is and kind of that kind of stuff like that.
I guess we know it's going to be Scout. Is there really?
I mean, it has to be. It has to be.
We already know it's going to be Scout. But I will say we'll give like kudos to Zik in the top side for especially that one Gnar ultimate, right? That Gnar ultimate was that was the sauce. That was exactly what you needed on whatever it is. Your burger, your pizza, your ice cream, your significant other. I don't know. It just goes on everything.
You know what? I'm not going to elaborate on that last one because it gets us into weird territory. But I do think it is definitely a good time to see, kind of. It's very good to see LNG kind of hitting the ground running. It does feel very weird when we come off of spring. Spring is a very strange kind of setup. I'm going to stop myself right there because we do have our MVP. It is Scout, who came off a fantastic Annie game. The engages, everything were just absolutely incredible for him to be able to try and make this one work. For LP, he just didn't give him any opportunities. It just very, very much felt like Scout just had him in the pocket at all times.
Yeah, it really did. Just, again, I don't know. Like, after the early setback, which is very much like it's missed timings from the LNG members, right? Like, I can understand people like Tarzan wanting to fight that first topside river fight, but like, when Zik and Scout are coming, it's a bit disorienting. And then once they waited it out a little bit, never fell too far behind in gold. It was moments like this, just like waiting for opportunities where you can find these picks. This is also, again, the big kudos play to Zika for starting it off, but then just being able to follow through with the burst damage. And I think it's gonna be the next one where he gets the great Annie ultimate onto who was like breathing LP. I mean, that's just great.
Just dies
instantly
so
burst
quick.
one out. Yeah, and then LP kind of put in this really awkward, bad situation, comes back in, and Scout's like, okay, my cooldowns are back up now. Bam. Instantly, LP is once again off the map. You would think he would have a bit more remorse and love for a former teammate, but maybe that's Scout's love language, is just deleting you off of the rift.
He's just saying, no, it is my victory, only that. But I mean, that last count hit as well from LP, very unfortunate. Did feel like maybe he thought that he didn't hit it or it wasn't there, or maybe he maybe could get a bit of damage down. There's a million different opportunities or different things that can run through your mind. But again, LNG, great start to the split. They are 2-0 off of this 2-0. And for RNG, we're still unsure where they're going to end up leading themselves throughout the rest of the split. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to have our third and final series of the day.
来了，哦，行，别有压力，兄弟。有你
东北，我这位置还可以。
好的。是。他们 AD
我头泰坦大呗。
AD 往东吧，AD 往东吧。
大树大呗。
先退走。OK 了，先退。
我绕过来。看一下，贝哥。我看没到，绕了，慢点，拉开。哎，这把可以打。开地。挖塔掉脚。
AD。赢了！慢点！看格文，保一下，没够，泰坦没够，看格文，泰坦没伤害的。
啊，把 AD。
哎呦，举杯！
哦，
是。
几杯？
推上冒出了。
哦，来一次。
怎么这么难打呀？兄弟，这格文这个。
啊，这打团你们别太冲，别给格文刷伤害。
是的。
让 AD 输出就行了，我们限制他们后排输出。
是的。
OK。小龙怎么说？好打呗。
好打，一定要打，会绕后6-9。
来干打架。
好了。
慢点。
别秒。慢点。看这，拉。慢点。
我没打。
位置很差，还行，慢一点。没错。哎，慢点就。出来。我过去了。走。还行。啊，这慢点。啊，走吧。
大树可以。大树上不去啊。
他上不去的，他没闪好像。
还行，不亏的，还行的。我装备真的很好。
OK，装备很好，这不。
打团注意格温 LE。
是的。这么赢了，真的慢慢打。
对，慢打。
别急，别乱冲。
他们打不了。无尽啊，这么可以打架的。
可以打架。
别换。
我没事。
玩 AD。没关系。
玩 AD。
我看了。
对不起。看 AD。没闪。AD。
啊不。
走。慢。
走，别背一波。好。被开了。
没事。没关系。接招。这一波短的是。
啊。
往前走了。我
一个人打架。
啊，走。
大树。慢点。我杀了。
慢点。出来，小心走。
走吧。
闭了大龙怎么样？看大龙。
让他们去。
如果他们去，
他们没打野的，他们会拼。
可以抢吗？
技能抢一下。
哎，没打了。
啊，我们直接乱吗？
可以。
我们来。
泰坦会好吗？慢慢走。泰坦会不会好？
会好。
再蹲人。慢点。我顶。
准备顶。
直接乱吗？可以乱。哎，
慢点。慢点。
AD 没闪。
go。
AD 没闪。慢点。行。还没。哎，好了，走，拉出来。
没关系。可以的。打探。
我格文。看格文。一对。一秒。
可以打。
拉住。
一波。我还憋了9。
没事。慢点。集中。AD 没闪的。
好 ，AD 没闪，可以一波。我右边表。OK。AD 没打。好，就是自己小心，你自己小心。我们可以赢。
快一波。
自己小心。
下走。慢点。
退场。
慢点。
先打。
nice，兄弟！替我赢。来。
The week is done.
land. Be all I could or would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you.
我觉得滔博下路的强度已经是 LPL 顶端的战力了吧。我觉得跟他们打起来的话，我们下路应该会血拼的比较激烈一点。上个赛季我兑现把比你爆，但这一次我应该可以拿回我属于我的东西。我希望这个赛季我可以比上个赛季更加成熟一点吧。
我这一次对战 Fofo， 我认为 Fofo 这名选手是特别稳定，然后又很有作用的选手，所以我就是准备跟他对阵的时候就想好自己能做什么，自己该做什么。每次打 Fofo 的时候就感觉很轻松。希望我们这次好好打一下。
I love that. I love seeing the respect and the kudos being given by both of the players to each of the teams. I love that Lee was like, "You overwhelmed me. I'm gonna get my revenge." Welcome back, one and all, of course, to the LPL. We're coming into our third series of the day. It is another top of the table clash between EDG and Top Esports. Both teams looking to try and improve off of what, in their own heads, definitely more disappointing for Top than for EDG, but definitely a bit of a disappointing spring split for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, right, both of them would have loved to beat at MSI. Both of them have rosters at the caliber to have attended, but falling short pretty much right close near the finish line. And two, not dressed, but different starts, right? EDG coming in, and they styled on NIP in their first series. Fofo especially had two phenomenal games back to back. And then you look at Top Esports, they're playing against LNG, who, like we saw from game one against RNG, like, can be scary, can have that killer instinct.
Pretty good.
Top Esports pushed them to 3 games. It was like a close back and forth fun series, but sadly fell short in the end. So I do have some optimism from that series because things looked pretty solid, not as, I think, dire as TS looked towards the end of spring split. But it's going to be another tough matchup that, again, EDG, we're firing at all cylinders in that first series.
Yeah. I mean, looking back towards spring season, this was an incredibly close affair between the two. I believe they met in week 5. It went to 2-1 in favor of Top Esports. Now EDG, as we saw from Leave, looking for a little bit of revenge on that. And I think the thing is for Leave, specifically on this EDG roster, is that he is an incredibly young player. His rookie split was in spring, and he was showing such incredible mechanical talent. I really hope that he can continue with that. This could be on our hands. Again, name a better, more iconic duo, LPL and incredible ADCs. Another incredible ADC within the league to kind of just add to the accolades that we already have.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice, too, because I feel like we had like a little bit where the whole LPL ADC thing wasn't exactly what it used to be, right? Like, you think back to 2020 when, like, Jackie Love contending for titles, but then it's like, okay, we have people like Loken who are more of kind of like a supportive player in his own right. And now coming in, having more stars, especially after, having people like Viper be over here for a little bit, Ruler now here to leave, making his name, and I love it. Getting the stats of him going up against Jackie Love. He said the bot lane will probably be aggressive. We know Jackie Love and Mark still love looking for those aggressive trades in that 2v2. And in a meta that's all about bot lane, I hope we get some back and forth. I hope we get some action and get to see someone come out ahead.
I mean, this is obviously only off of one series that we've seen so far. It can be multiple games, but I mean, the two stats that I'm looking at right now are the damage per minute and the damage percentage. Jackie Love was doing insane work even in the losses against LNG. So really, really excited to kind of see him at the forefront. And this is the thing, a lot of people like to clown on Jackie Love and a lot of kind of say, oh, look at him, on the Zeri, you always remember from 2022 summer in the regional in the finals and stuff like that. But these are the things that I feel like Jackie Love has to do. We've kind of seen it multiple times. If it's just a good mechanical player, but you play safe, you don't get those clutch plays, you're never going to be able to kind of reach for the stars. So I really do like the fact that Jackie Love has never been afraid to kind of go, you know what? I will go for this play. It's a 100%. If I do not 100% make this play, we lose. But if I make it, then that's the difference maker. So I want to make sure that he continues to do that going forward in his career.
I also feel like even when you just isolate that first series, he's one of the better performers on TS. I feel like Rookie, who usually has been pretty solid, again, towards the tail end of spring, I feel like struggled a little bit. Rookie was another person who, in that first series against LNG, felt a little bit invisible. TN came out with one really bad game that didn't look too good. Wayward, sadly, once again, not really having the best time. really, when you hone in on that series, it was Jackie and Mark who kind of had the best time. So it'll be nice if they can keep that up and be the strong piece for TES. And when you think about Rookie, like, you know, it's like, hey, Rookie's going to bounce back at some point, and usually Rookie's lows aren't that low. It usually falls to like, okay, Rookie was invisible this game. It's not like he was a huge detriment. So hopefully this time around, Rookie comes in against Fofa, who, like I said, in their first series, he really was the big carry. It's why we saw Leave's damage percent and those things be so low, because Fofa was the one carrying a lot of the weight, 33.5% damage in his first series. So yeah, definitely not going to be an easy task for Rookie, even if he said in that pregame interview that he always feels calm when he faces Fofo.
Yes, that's it. That's it, though. I mean, you know,
that's calm right there.
Yeah, that's pretty calm. You know, sometimes you need to have a little bit of a nap before it. Make sure you have all the energy in you to align correctly. But I like that you brought up the Rookie kind of conversation, because again, this is a player that the expectations on are so damn high. Like, the thing is that we've only seen Rookie at internationals or even win the LPL. I could count them all literally every single time on one hand. That's how little we've really seen from this guy in terms of the highest level. But we still have this expectation, because year after year, split after split, game after game, we see him perform at such an incredibly high level. And every single time we go to internationals, everyone just wants to see Rookie versus Faker, because they've just been around for so damn long. But we just haven't seen it so much.
I also don't know. Like, is there a player, this is for everyone out there, here's a thinking experiment. Is there any player who's been, like, teammate held as hard as Rookie, like, throughout the years, right?
No.
Regardless of, like, how he's performing right now. Yeah, you know, like, man, there were so many times over the years where it's like, God, Rookie's, like, the best player in LPL right now. But, oh well, his team isn't exactly there, because, yeah, he might be the most elo-held player in history with some of the splits he's put up.
I love that you bring that up as well, because straight up, even his World Championship winning roster shouldn't have gotten it. Like, it was just like, you look at that roster of Ning and Baolan, and like anyone who watched LPL in 2018 would have gone, no way does that win.
Well, to be fair though, Ning's performance at that Worlds was crazy.
Well, that's my point. That's my point, though, is that he stepped up. There wasn't a lot of people were coming into that with lower expectations because of his regular season performance. But look, for Rookie, he's obviously left IG, went to V5 for a little bit.
Real quick, Asheen, Ning right now is sitting at the top of the LPL, 2-0. Have some respect.
He is. You know what? You know what? That's right. I should have a bit more respect for Ning as he dominates the LPL. Dominates a 2-0 over AL, or 2-1 over AL and 2 over FBX. Can't be putting respect in the name. But we can come back into this one here, because EDG, despite being obviously the much more recent world champion coming in of this particular matchup, they are definitely in a bit of a strange kind of place. They were in a rebuild, but the rebuild's kind of stuck, so it doesn't feel like it's a project like RNG. It feels like they've lost Scout, brought in Fofo, they kept Mako, lost obviously Viper, brought in Leave, and then just kind of went, okay, we'll bring in Ala, we'll get rid of Flandre. They've changed so much from last year, even 2022, but it just seems to have worked. And JJ is someone that we haven't really talked about at all, but JJ had an exceptional performance at Worlds, and even last year, or even last split, I should say. I want to see him continue. JJ feels like he's kind of becoming the big linchpin of this play. I won't call him the catalyst, but he's definitely a huge part of how this team kind of is successful going into these games.
I agree. JJ, and then going back to last series of Way, I feel like have been two of the stars of up-and-coming junglers over the past years, which is why they both have achieved international accolades. Also cool to notice that in this matchup, we have world champions from all three LPL world champion rosters, right? TN on TES with Rookie Jackie Love, and then JJ and Mako here. All LPL world championship rosters represented.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a few. When you start to win 7 out of 10 international titles in a
You're
space
just not
of
gonna let
5,
this go,
6 years,
are you?
never.
You're just gonna keep going.
Never. I tweeted out, and it was lucky for Twitter. I tweeted out during the BLG T1 series that if T1 lost 3-0, which they didn't, they lost 3-1, but if they lost 3-0, I said I was going to become insufferable. And now we didn't get that level of Usheen, but it's just like, man, I just enjoy it because of this. Sometimes, look, I take it as banter. I take it all as within my stride. You want to throw some back at me? I throw some back at you. That's fine. But the amount that people get really mad about it just makes me it's just so funny.
I hate,
so
funny. I hate you and the other guys for it because people are like, oh, the LPL casters always talk about this. It's like, no, it's not the LPL casters. Single them out, fans. Single them out for what they do. It's not me.
Yeah.
As you know
It's
what?
me. It's me.
You know who would never do something like that? Mark. Mark has a lot of swagger. I don't know if you saw his new picture the other
What a
day.
segue.
Really funny. And you know what? I'm going to put my faith in Mark right now. I'm going to put my faith in Mark and Jackie Love to give us something interesting because I'm going to keep saying this. I want to see, what the new meta read is on Draven. I know a lot of people have been building Ghostblade on him in solo queue. Jackie Love hovered him the other day in their last series. And when we want some new flavor, new spices in the meta, even though it's only week 1, that sounds like a safe way to go.
I mean, for sure. I definitely feels like, if you want to try and see something slightly different, slightly off kilter, definitely someone to kind of keep your eyes on coming into this particular draft. And I think that's the way I kind of look at it. I have no idea what that says, but maybe, I don't know. I'm not even going to attempt. 1532. That's all they need to know. 23. Or maybe, it was the 23rd of... I saw the 23rd of something, 2019, so maybe it's 1,532 days since they were last at an EDG top esports match. I'm taking contextual clues here. That's what I'm taking from this.
You do a pretty solid job. Also noticing we're finally in Shanghai. We were in Shenzhen for game 1, Suzhou last game, and now we are back in the arena, which means at the end of the day, we will have a winner's interview, and we love that.
Yes, I believe we'll have Christina, because I believe we saw... Wendy on stage doing the intro for Suzhou. So be very surprised if she made it back within 2 hours, given the time and everything like that to the stage. But you know what? Wendy's incredible, so she might be able to just do it. But of course, we always love having Christina as well. And we're going to jump into picks and bans. Finally, the game has begun. We don't need to stall any longer. We have two titans of the Rift jumping in to try and make things work.
The Draven that I wanted, the Draven that Jackie Love highlighted the other day, we're not going to get that, sadly. A lot of respect put into the bot lane by EDG, which again, when Leaf said Jackie Love put so much pressure, it does make sense. Zeri now taken off the table, so we still have a lot of strong picks potentially left open. The Lucian, something that doesn't get through all too often. The Cassante, the Nico, Vi and Wukong both still there. So there's going to be trading of a lot of power picks already in this first game.
Yeah, we can already see everything kind of coming out here to say, look, the Milio, the Zeri, they're big things. It's actually interesting to see Top Esports ban the Zeri themselves on that blue side as a way to kind of go for something there. And EDG kind of respecting the fact that, as you mentioned, the Draven and the Milio can just be kind of something very, very different. I'm not going to talk about this because it is only a hover, and that's why. The Vi gets locked in. It's super, super safe. And that is just, again, point and click CC. That's what you want.
Yeah, and it seems like teams have finally fallen out of like the Lucian fervor that there was in the first few days of bans, where Lucian was just banned like every game. Maybe neither team will go for it here. Has looked like a little bit of a bait pick. Sante, another pick we highlighted, still open. Think it would make a lot of sense for Ala to go to now. And then you either could, I guess you don't need to follow up with Wukong now. You could get like your choice of AD carry if you so choose. Annie, another thing that's open, and like Ari's banned, which raises the prio on that a little bit, but we'll just go with the Ophelio. So still stock and standard. Do we get Jinx plus Annie, or do you counter pick for Wayward here, Tez?
I'm loving how we're getting to a point now where you can just say things. They could go for Scion if they really wanted to, but then that would mean that Jinx would get banned. So Annie Jinx gets picked up here. And I would think you would want to go for maybe the Lulu. Maybe go for the Wukong. Lulu, Wukong are my two bets here. I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards the Wukong. As you want to try and maybe because you want to keep Mako on something that he can get hard engage on. I always like seeing our supports on hard engage supports. Never mind. You could Lulu. It's gonna be.
I was gonna say there's also the WE read of the meta where it's like, hey, let's just throw a bunch of tanks everywhere around your AD carry. You know, they brought out the jungle Nautilus the other day. Also, then put Cassante in mid, and we're doing things like that, but. Doesn't seem like that'll be the play just yet. I guess when Fofo was a standout in your first series, getting him onto something that has some damage potential feels quite good. For the side of Tez, you maybe can already start assuming some of those like more meta mid lane bans are going to come through along the lines of, again, the Lissandras, the Syndras, the things that we've been seeing consistently every game, to where EDG going to want to take away some of that hard engage in the bot lane and allow Leave and Mako to try and get some free scaling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you mentioned that Fofo had an exceptional game in his first series, but I'm waiting to see what he wants to kind of go for. I do like having Rookie onto the Annie. It does feel like, especially when we saw how Scout was able to work it, having that kind of, you know, flash engage to set up the team, get yourself right on top of this Aphelios can be the key to winning these games out. And now we're starting to see the pretty standard setup right now. You're going to ban supports here on the side of EDG, and you're going to ban junglers on the side of TES. That's just how these things go.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I overlooked it with the fact that typically these get picked up in first rotation, but Wukong going to be off the table. You know, you'd assume, maybe wonder, hey, is something like a Viego going to go out next? Because then that really moves you into the next tier of junglers where we've seen a little bit of everything, right? We've had like a game of Lee Sin, a game of Rengar, a game of Trundle. Once you get
Kha'Zix, Graves.
Once you get past Vi, Wukong, Maokai, and Viego, you really are going to player comfort and then what fits in with the composition against what the enemy has brought out.
We'll see what they want to try to go for. Like the Blitzcrank ban coming in here. Could still have a Rakan coming out here for Mark, something he has shown in the past. But no, going for the Jack. So they believe that this is going to be a Cassante into that mid lane here for Fofo.
Would mean they need to be able to bring out a lot of damage from that top side. I mean, we do still have a lot of like AP or damage heavy top laners still up. And we know it's Ala, who, you know, even though has picked up being able to play tanks and bruisers over the years, definitely did start out more with those carries. And it looks like they're going to bring out the Sejuani. We've already seen one game of it so far in the LPL, and it did work out quite well the other day. And they're going to save the potential counter pick mid / like flex of Cassante for that last pick.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Lilia to come back into the meta. Seeing her a lot, kind of, you can build her tanky now, you build demonic and kind of get yourself an abyssal, maybe even a Jack show if you really wanted to, but it's not to be. I will continue having my dreams as we wait to see where these last few picks are going to be. And look, Top Esports going to be very happy to go front to back with this. They're going to be very happy with the engage they've built up for themselves, the Annie, the Vi, even the Scion there to kind of be a bit of a meat shield. I will say though, we've seen it a couple of times now over the last few series of this week that the Scion not as unstoppable and as unkillable as it used to be. Definitely feeling like those 80 carry buffs coming out here, especially with something like a Lulu, which will be building the Ardent Sensor, can be a very, very kind of easy target for you to burn down as the Rakan just get locked in for Mark, so they have that extra little bit of guaranteed engage.
And then going with the Gwen, you are spot on with the Cassante being flexed to Midashine. Now we're going to have the two melee pairings for the Sejuani passive, trying to set up for those easier ganks. And ultimately, at the end of the day, they did take the page out of the WE book. You get a bunch of tanks and bruisers, and you throw them right in front of your 80 carry, and then it's like, what do? Do you have enough damage? Jackie Love definitely going to be relying on things like that LDR coming out early to make sure that Top Esports can get through the EDG frontline. So for EDG, you have some solid options early in terms of ganking for your soul laners because they set up so well for the Sejuani. And then, of course, even if the game goes a bit slower, you have great scaling because you have a bunch of meat shields and then a hyper carry with an enchanter.
I mean, you've got the makings of a pretty standard comp here from the side of EDG. Top Esports going for a little bit more of that kind of hard engage style to make sure they can get on top of this 80 carry. But again, you have to get on top of them. A lot of point and click CC available to them to try and burn down this Aphelios, but can you do it? That is always the big question when we come into these team fights with the Lulu on the side of the Aphelios. So it's going to come down to execution. It's going to come down to how both these teams want to try and fight it. And I hope to God we do not see 10-15 minutes of farming before anything happens, because that is a boring early game that I am just not here for. Show me some action, but you know what, Lyric, I don't think we're going to get it.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect all too much, but the person I really want to see step up onto the Rift is going to be Rookie. You highlighted it. The name of the game for Top Esports is get on to Leave and take him down. Vi will always have a route there, but Rookie's going to need to find those angles, find those flanks, find interesting ways to flash in, and make sure you get that Tibbers down, just like Scout did in our last series.
Let's see now where both these teams end up finding their advantages, if any at all. But we are going to jump straight onto the Rift. It's our third series on our Super Saturday. It's game number 1 in the crowd of Shanghai. They've been great in every single arena we've been in here today, but it always feels like we're coming home when we come to Shanghai.
Let's say You know, I don't think this will turn into anything, but I've been wrong before. Let's say you like code a program to get two sides of a League of Legends team to surrender at the same time. What would happen? It's like right at the same, right at the same second.
Yeah, like
same
literally
millisecond.
a million. Also, congratulations to Allah.
Who wins?
300 games in LPL. Congratulations to you, sir.
I'm surprised it's so little for these
Yeah,
players
I mean,
who
it
have
feels
been,
like he's
around for years.
He was back when he was on natural on DMO.
On DMO, yeah, like
Yeah,
coming in and replacing. Oh, I can't remember the guy's name. He played Scion all the time.
I can't even remember. Was it? No, Badiman was on LGD. Was it Badiman?
No.
No, I don't think it was Badiman. This is deep LPL lore, though. This is like players who are not relevant anymore, and I'll be totally honest, weren't relevant at the time either.
Yeah, you know what? It'll just go down in the history books. That Sino Dragon DMO squad, though, Gala, Mark, Ala.
Yeah.
Look at all the studs that came out. And then now there's Twyla, who had a 6 zillion in Cassiopeia. Sadly,
And
not
Aurelian
graced with
Sol.
it anymore.
He was the Aurelian Sol player, wasn't he? Or
Yeah.
no, Teacher
Oh,
Ma
it's
was the
Xiao
Aurelian
Peng.
Sol. Xiaopeng, yes, of course. Oh my God, we are going well into the.
Which,
into
let's
the-
remember,
the history
we can
books.
tie this into the matchup because Xiaopeng did spend 2022 on TES.
Yes, he did.
You know, actually, that doesn't
Yeah.
really do much to tie us into the matchup.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
it
it's obviously
kinda brings it back. Was the style player Chang Hong? Was that it?
There we go. That
Chang
was his
Hong.
name.
Yes, I was thinking about it. It was like Xiaopeng, and I was like, I remember I used to always mix up their names together. They were very similar. Wow, we have been watching LPL for a long time. I'm actually coming up to my my 4th year anniversary of being on LPL.
Congratulations.
July 22nd.
And you might be blessed by, you know what, you might not have gotten the amount of action in the first 3 minutes you'd hope for, because I know you, Sheen. You'd love if both teams have aced
I
each
would.
other already. But we have both junglers on the bottom half of the map. Maybe they're going to meet up at some point. Right now, it is Top Esports who have pressure, so you would think Tien should be the one feeling more safely to walk down towards that bot side river. But when JJ has Fofo and Cassante close by, I think he's also going to be ready to scrap.
I mean, he's definitely going to be very, very ready, you would imagine, considering he has got the Tejuani to kind of back him up. So having that Cassante kind of make himself back in towards that mid lane. We do generally see it more top side, but of course, definitely seeing a lot more teams kind of be creative with their draft. And it does mean you can be a bit more lucrative with how you pick your solo laners in that first half of the pick and ban phase. So both junglers happy to just keep on farming. We do see a little bit of a hold here from Mark as best he can. And he's happy to trade his health bar to just make sure that Lee doesn't get as advantageous of a back as Jackie Love just did.
Yeah, not going to let it come through. But I want to go back to your saying about the Cassante, right? Because one thing about Cassante is you really just have an easy time kind of laning into most mid lane and mage champions. The lane being very short is also quite nice. You're super mobile, so you really never feel like you're under any threat. You'll always be able to get away. And with the fact that you can just keep spamming those Qs, very easy to get a prio to enable your jungle to look for plays like that. But JJ looking for deep vision is, oh, Mark? Oh,
Yeah.
that was dicey.
Little dicey. Still had his flash available should he needed it. Rookie now getting knocked back, bumped up by the Giant Poro. Nice little W, though, to make sure that he gets a double CC down and keeps himself safe, but does lose a summoner.
And look at Rookie's point of view. He thought he was safe. He has wards on both sides of River and both brushes, so not expecting JJ to be able to come for a gank, but JJ having the prio to invade the enemy jungle comes from that path that Rookie doesn't expect. A nice play to be able to get that summoner spell.
Damage there onto Fofo from Rookie on this Annie, and with the first strike getting a little bit of gold as well, so we'd love to see it. Mako now making his way up, and I will say, Mako hasn't been able to reset just yet, so definitely feeling the pressure of having to kind of go a little bit further away from the lane, considering that he kept getting his recall stopped every single time, as we get the call being stacked up here by Leave, or stacked down, and he picks himself some Berserker Greaves. Again, that's why we went into a little bit of story time right at the start of the game, because for 5 minutes, not really a lot else happening, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, there's definitely been bloodier days in the LPL, but you know what? We still have great team fights to expect, and who doesn't love seeing people like Jackie Love and Leave duke it out on these big carries? Again, EDG have to show something different from their first series, where, like I said, Fofo was sitting at like a 50% damage share. Now going to be on a facilitator. Now going to put everything into the leave basket. It's going to make them have to show new dimensions.
I like that you kind of bring that up as well. We kind of talk about this as it's an interesting thing to bring up every now and again. Oh, I'll stop myself now as we can see Leave in a little bit of trouble. He flashes. Immediate. That was an immediate cleanse. He got hit by that, I believe. Immediate cleanse, frame perfect into a flash to get him away. Really well done there by Leave to make sure he doesn't go down. But someone was burning the bot side. Now Fofo goes all out into the mid lane. Rookie should be fine just to walk out of this as he rushed the Ionian boots.
Still, this is going to mean Fofo keeps up pressure so he can start to make his way down. And this might be a fight that EDG want to take. Tibbers still there for Rookie.
Still, health bar not great on Rookie for the moment. And while that's all happening, Leave just having a free time on bot side. So gets a free plate for himself and walks away pretty much scot-free. There is not a flash on TM, but if he can get a little bit of CC and no, hits the minion, not able to quite land it onto Mako. And the EDG bot lane will get out with their prize.
Leave has nerves of steel, thinking he can walk up, hit that turret, and get away scot-free without having either flash or cleanse up. I guess, like you say, he knows Tien doesn't either, but now Tien with ultimate.
They do have ultimate and Leave getting that whimsy to back himself away. They are still trading back a plate, but it will be shared between 3 rather than between the 1. And Leave hasn't had to leave just yet either. He has to kind of...
Look at the mini-map. Jeje heading over, and actually, it was more exciting. Fofo was heading over as well, but we just don't get that level of excitement today. At least not yet.
Not until... both of these AD carries are on 50 or 60 more 1,000 gold, I guess. I don't know where I was going. I was going to say more items, and then I looked at their... I looked at their CS and completely screwed myself.
You know what I just realized? You know what your privileged babies were being? Oh, LPL doesn't have action for the first 10 minutes. Then everyone who watches all the other regions out there are like, hey, what? Oh?
This is standard League of Legends. What's your problem? Like, I mean, it's a real... oh, JJ. Trying to steal away some camps here as they're going to have a smite fight. Will win that smite fight at the end of it all. They do have the Moonlight Vigil should they want it. Drop down the traps, but not going to be armed in time. Mark will flash away, but still will go down. That is the combination of the green and white, and that is why you do not want to fight if you're top esports. So nice little kill there, and JJ coming down means that Jackie Love has to back away. He can't soak up this wave.
And sadly, top esports are the ones trying to be the aggressors, right? So close to those traps being able to connect, and maybe Jackie Love can layer more damage and you can try and find something yourself. But Leave with the huge burst, like you're saying, green, white, you not only have the damage to be there to follow up from the chakrams, but also having the range to play with. Tien has ulti, but I wonder if they're actually going to try and chase this one down.
It would be difficult. No one really following up to help him. Just kind of maybe getting a bit of pressure onto the Sejuani so that he can perhaps go for a movement onto the dragon. But no one really making moves towards either objective for the moment. I think everyone's quite happy just to kind of farm it up for at least the time being, while Leave continues to kind of poke up this this Cull. And yeah, this just straight up Mark not respecting the damage.
Yeah, comes out. Again, Trap's not able to connect. Nice damage from Mako to start things off, too. And then, that must have been, like, right on the edge of the range for that to be able to connect. Also gives the shot over for the Calibrum to be able to follow through. And Leave doing a nice job to make that one possible. As now we come out, Tien starting up this Herald. Sejuani's on the opposite side of the map, so it looks like EDG might just end up trading in the end. So I'll, kind of faking some pressure, but not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, just saying, look, you can't get this for free. You are going to have to commit resources to make sure you get it. But this is just leaving, you know, the EDG AD carry all on his lonesome on this bot side to get more farm. He's now 20 CS up and over 1,000 gold up.
Yeah, 1K gold up. Huge. When we talked about it, right? This meta of AD carry is all about how your AD carry does. EDG's comp is built on AD carry. And now not only having the items, but going to have some of these like scaling mechanisms to fall back on if EDG can start turning this first Drake into more. The question's going to be with top esports and Tien, where they end up dropping the Herald. Usually when you do trade up towards top side for Herald, you're going to let your bot laner push out a wave. They then reset and move back down to bot. Looks like that's what they're going to do. So I wouldn't be surprised if they still just end up trying to give it over to Jinx, especially with the fact that that bot lane turret, 2 plates are already down on it.
Yeah, I mean, Just makes sense, especially considering that Leave is going to have another injection of about 350 gold ahead of Jackie Love, so he's going to be about 1,500 when all said and done. You can see that they're already thinking along the same lines as yourself there now, Lyric. They're moving back Jackie Love and Mark towards that bot side to make sure they can get this one going for themselves. TP here from Wayward has got the new Unleashed TP that comes available at 10 minutes, so definitely making the most out of that. Unfortunately, Decimating Smash will not hit onto that lone minion, and we'll see now what Ala should be able to just skip and snip his way out of this one here. But do they want to try and go for a full fight? Really early needlework there from Ala. Doesn't really lead to anything.
Yeah, kind of scared. Mark as well throwing out the Q. If they wanted to go for the pick, I'm surprised they didn't just commit the full-on like knock up into the Tibbers. I guess assuming that there'd be more people coming behind him, as Mark might be caught out now.
Yeah, you can see Mark wanted to realize he couldn't really go for a long rotation out of this. Jackie Love will get 2 plates from this, not the third one, despite the Herald getting this tower so low. Or maybe he will anyway, because they haven't actually dealt with the minions just yet. They still haven't, so that tower's gonna fall. I don't know if they get the local gold. I don't know if there was enough time had passed, but we'll see if they want to go for something here. This could be a full 3v3 on bot side.
Yeah, we see who's going to end up running into who first. Engage.
Here they go. They're going to try and make it work. They're going to try and jump onto Leave, but he gets the wild growth, but goes aggressive because he's got green and white. Wants the fight. The AD carries are now dead, but TN is caught between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place will be leading to his death ever so shortly. Double kill to JJ. And unfortunately there for the side of Top Esports, they come out the worst of the trade again.
Leave just having absolutely no fear going in to get that first kill. Sure goes down the end, but like you're saying, EDG coming out the better. They even have a bit of a wave to play with to try to pressure this tower a little bit more. Shouldn't be able to get too much with the fact that Rookie's here, but great stuff overall. You can already see Stormrazor coming out for both AD carries, junglers as well, finishing up those first items. So teams very much on par in terms of who's picking up gold and getting items right now. We'll see the replay. It's Top Esports ones who end up pulling the trigger first with how out of it Leave looks. And even when they see them, they're like, hey, we can all collapse before they can really react. But again, looks like Hunt initially comes through, but another CC stops him. But then going in with the chocolates, trying to get more out, get more damage done. And then the wild growth from Mako being huge. Tien sadly then left in no man's land. And just nothing else able to follow up, right? Rookie on the Annie, very cooldown reliant, so you wouldn't be able to contribute that much more, even though I'm sure maybe you would have got another like Q and W thrown into the fold. Wouldn't have been enough to follow up on a kill.
This is EDG just having a much better time of it, really. They're really calling out Top Esports and how Top Esports have been trying to play the map. They've been ready for them in bot side. They've been ready for them to kind of go for that cross map. They've been ready at all stages of the game so far. I know we're only 14 minutes in, but definitely feels like a significant time here for the side of EDG to just kind of show that they're here to really keep this, you know, kind of streak going. We talked about how dominant their first series was, and they want to keep that momentum.
Yeah, wanting to keep it going. I will say for the side of TES, just like their first series, not falling too far behind. It is still very back and forth, and now trying to get control over the spot side river for the fact that Dragon coming up in a minute's time. Also, interestingly, Rookie going towards that Leandries, I think reading that, hey, so many frontliners on the enemy team trying to get some of that max HP burn coming in is what they're going to need. Usually it is like Rocket Belt or Ludens coming on through for the end.
Yeah, I usually want that burst, but recognizing, as you mentioned, the very beefy boys ahead of them, that definitely going to be very difficult to burn through. Haven't really looked at the top laners at all, unless they've been interacting with the bot laners, as they've just been farming. Sion's never going to kill the Gwen. Gwen's never going to kill the Sion. That's just how it is. And we're now coming up to 30 seconds, or a little bit less than that, before this dragon spawns. You got the Black Cleaver finished up as well for Tien. He looks to try and maybe be a bit more aggressive, and you can see how much resources the Top Esports are throwing into this dragon side river. They really, really, really want to make sure that they do not lose this dragon at all.
Also gives them a lot of avenues to play with. VDG did try to walk in, and we talked about they need different areas to bring Rookie off onto to just get that Tibbers and stun onto Leave to take him down. They're just going to start it up outright, and EDG not even going to contest. Just going to be content clearing out these waves and having Ala continue to pressure topside.
And Ala was proxy farming right now, so a full wave will be going to the wave side unless Wayward can say anything else about it, but it's going to take the tower anyway, so you use use your ultimate to get onto the wave, but that's already a Riftmaker for Allah, so he's pretty big already. He's gonna just melt things if you leave him alone on a turret for too long.
And I know we like sold this as like leave and a bunch of meat shields, but we always need to remember that Gwen does absolute insane amounts of damage, which is nice, which is fun to see in these team fights, but it means top Easter's gonna have multiple kind of big burly threats with a lot of consistent damage to worry about.
Oh, Mako gets the blue. Nice there for the Lulu. Going to be using everything off cooldown, you'd imagine. And maybe they want to go for a bit of a fight. This is a super late teleport. And it's not going to lead to anything. Rookie looking for something that wasn't there. Unless Tien wants to go for something now. They're going to use the ultimate to try and get on top of Leave. And they're going to try and make the teleport work. Leave will have Wild Growth Cleanse, but does not have Flash and will go down. Now the Jinx is excited, but can Top Esports get out with their lives? That is the question. Is here comes the Gwen. 1 kill. Mako going to be given over to Annie as Rookie picks up 2. So it's 2 for 1 now in favor of Top Esports as they look for a little bit more. Why are you there, Jackie Love? You didn't have full vision. You didn't know where anyone was. Had to flash over the wall, but we followed immediately by Allah, who is shredding through this team fight. Now the Cassandre can go all out. Mark's going to get hit by a turret. That's a double kill. That's a triple kill. And EDG just finding everyone. Finally, we can see the Sejuani going down, but the Scion's way too far away from this fight.
That was even without the AD carry that they've been trying to get all the resources into. But like you said, we'll see it in the replay. Top Esports kind of ending up in the middle of a minefield, nowhere to turn. And now EDG going to keep pressuring the map. Leave even going to get back down towards his bot lane, potentially take this turret.
He got Tien coming in now. We'll have his ultimate very, very soon. Gets caught out there. Leave had a feeling. Hang on now. There's no Tien on the map just yet. Will back himself away. We'll see in the replay here. Because again, like you said, they threw everything onto Leave, and they still come out the worst of where.
And I love it. I love that they're so decisive with pulling the trigger here. Leave is deleted. But then it's like the awkward position they ended up in with so many members being out, right? Like Rookie and Wayward going up towards top side to take down Mako, to where you have Ola being this huge menace, him throwing down the shroud so Jackie can't auto attack, and JJ with the big brain of waiting in the brush. They don't expect it. And now look, you're surrounded on all sides. Rookie was kind of removed from the fight because of the shenaniganry, and it just leads to this Gwen being huge and taking over. Jackie never really got a chance to auto attack because of him throwing out that shroud in the first phase of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the get excited, the first one he got from getting the kill onto Leave with the Super Mega Det Rocket kind of got him into position, but by the time he got there, the extra movement speed, the extra attack speed just kind of went away because he had already used all the cooldown off it. So very unfortunate there for Jackie Love as he looked to try and really have an impact on this. And now we're at a 3,000 gold lead. One dragon apiece. Second dragon going to be spawning in a minute 45 seconds, but that is a 4-0 Allah. He went from 0-0-0 to now having a Gnasher's Tooth alongside that Riftmaker. Jackie Love doesn't really have the greatest amount of heal. If he gets caught, he's dead.
And you have so many things to worry about, right? It's like, okay, breaking down the frontline tanks that you're going to have to deal with. You can already see the last whisper coming out for Jackie Love. Leave just potentially out-damage dealing you from the fact that he has been, you know, getting a ton of gold in this bottom side from these plates by himself. A Gwen who's going to be in your face on your backline. You really have no one who can get up and try and brawl with him. Once he throws down the hollowed mist, it's like, Rookie, is Rookie going to walk in and throw out all his damage? No. No one else can do it. Jackie Love's not going to walk in there, so... Yeah, just like Top Esports have so many things they need to worry about, which is why they're looking for these picks.
See if they can catch someone on a bit of a lazy rotation or not, but nice ward there from Allah does make sure that he is safe and sound. Now, minute till the next dragon, we're going to have another 5v5 fight, but key things to know. You will have Flash on Leave. You will have Cleanse on Leave. You will not be so lucky for Jackie Love. He gets half of those, but he will not have the Flash you would imagine in a minute's time. If they can delay it a little bit more, they could get that summoner back, but it's a hell of an ask to go for Top Esports if they want to try and contest this dragon.
Now they're going to drop the Rift Herald to just keep maintaining pressure. They might even just be able to take this with the fact that they have Ala here standing in front. You really don't want to look to contend with this. Hell, look, even bringing Cassandre over. So think of another objective in the mid lane, now pivot down towards River. I think it'd be nice if they can get a few more wards down a little bit deeper into the enemy jungle. So it looks like Mako is going to be able to do that now. And we can see Top Esports, no, you really can't contest. Just lean up towards this top side, get some aggressive vision down of your own, maybe steal away Raptors, and have someone pressuring that top side turret.
Yeah, take the trade, go for the turret yourself. They should be able to take it themselves, I imagine. with the amount of people who went down towards that bot side. Of course, the EDG top laner also had to try and take away this wave himself. I will say, there definitely was a little bit of a movement there from EDG. They maybe thought that there was a chance that Baron could be going down. We've seen it a couple of times now off spawn. Baron gets taken very, very quickly, especially with 2 items on your AD carry with the Storm Razor and the Lord Dominic's Regards. So not out of the realm of possibility, and they were very aware of that, which is good to see from EDG. They weren't willing to just kind of go into the regular motions. They were checking everything, dotting their I's and crossing their T's, if you will.
Yeah, wanting to be safe, not wanting to potentially throw this game. Also weird to see a game where 2 items in and still no Mythic coming out from Jacula. And again, I understand the logic, right? Going towards that LDR when EDG have drafted the composition that they've done. And kind of relegating himself, knowing his role so far. Kind of looking across the board, finally some key items coming out for more top esports members. Rookie just getting that Zhonya's. He's going to be able to survive, get another rotation of spells in after he has potentially started off a fight and gotten on top of lead.
Radiant Virtue finished up for both junglers now. Jeja and Tien going to be a little bit more tanky as they go to take these fights with their ultimates, but see if they can lock out. Zhonya's finished up as well for a Rookie. Very important to recognize that. It means he can be a bit more aggressive, and all summoners will be available. Everyone's got a full palette to work off of. You see Mark trying to be aggressive here. Has got the Shurelya's Revelry. Maybe get a bit more aggressive, and all of a sudden, we've gone from everyone being very happy in their side lanes to a very clear, definitive line of Annie gets to do her thing, Gwen gets to do hers, and both are going to be looking for a flank on these 4v4s.
I do feel like Ala having more pressure down on that side of the map, which makes sense on top of him being a Gwen, you know, the big 4-0 scoreline, but really not going to be able to answer him. And I wonder if EDG now are just going to play the waiting game. 4 next Drakes. EDG have never really been one of our team to, let's say, more aggressively push into the enemy jungle, try and get deep revision, like, you know, find the picks or aggressively start a Baron and try to pull them out. I've always been a little bit more willing to play for, like, the more assured victories. There we go. Yeah. They're doing exactly what I just said they don't do. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, you have a 2.5 item Aphelios. This is why you got to be careful of this. The TP is going to be brought out from the Scion, half HP onto the Baron. Top Esports not willing to let this one go without a fight, but it shall go. Now the fight can really happen. The all-out comes in on top of Arc. That's a great Glacial Prison to stop Wayward from really having an opportunity to go into this, but Jackie Love now gets down onto Fofo. That's 1-0 in favor of Top Esports. Can they get anything more? The Moonlight Vigil is doing a hell of a lot, and Mark goes down. It's a 1-for-1, and now Top Esports, they find themselves on the wrong side of this map without health bars. Wayward needs to be the meat wall, but I talked about it earlier. This side doesn't have a couple up, but they flash in. Rookie finds Mako. They need to get this Jinx excited. Look how low these health bars are. Ala wants more, but he hasn't got the ghost, so he cannot chase. It's a 2-for-2, but EDG get themselves the Baron.
EDG coming out strong, realizing they can keep taking this fight after members go down. A bit ambitious by Rookie to go for Mako, but at least find another one at the end of the day. And now, such a great position for EDG, can start using these baroned up minions to play out their 2 lanes, right? The fact that Ala stays alive and he has one of them, he's going to be such a nuisance in the side lanes. Caster cursing us into a fight is the best thing I've done over the night. As for Top Esports, makes sense. You have to try and go for this. They get the immediate burst out of Fofo. But then you see Leave dealing so much damage. Once again, green and white, the range he has to play with. Moonlight Vigil just gets in range and able to follow up with the damage onto Mark. And then sadly for Top Esports, you're in the enemy jungle. You're completely surrounded. JJ coming from one side, Ala coming from the other. They're just easily able to run down the targets. And it seems like Rookie, knowing they're in a desperate situation, all right, flash over, get some damage onto Mako, at least get one, and buy time and space for the other members of TES to get out of there.
I mean, yeah, like I actually really like his target selection in that last one. A lot of people will be kind of saying, why didn't he flash and ult the Aphelios? Why didn't he go? Like, you saw it immediately. Leave Gale Force, or cleanse Gale Force, even though there was no CC on him. So there was no real way you're going to be able to burst him out before he was able to get away from that CC chain. So really like the target selection there to try and take out Mako before anything else can really happen. But now we come right back into it. We now have a Ardent Sensor alongside the Shurelya's Revelry here for Mako. And without a flash, ooh, Wayward, very nicely done there. I was going to say, if without a flash, he was going to be getting caught out, but walks himself away. And they still have Baron buff, so 45 seconds. It's going to be an easy turret to take. And Top Esports, they're running out of options right now. 5,000 gold down, could be more.
Yeah, and they're just going to be able to keep barreling through with how many items Ala now being at 3. Leave, even having a stopwatch in inventory now, on top of almost being done with his own Lord Dominic's regard. Just, yeah, so much damage to be playing with. Fofo having his gargoyles as well, so he's going to buy a lot of time. For Top Esports, I mean, right, you're kind of hoping for an enemy misstep, but at the same time, all you can really do is try and find some kind of flank, get a vision line down, and I think look to fight at a later day when, you know, your Jinx has more items, when you potentially, they're starting a Baron that you don't want to lose. But it's Top Esports, Sheen. Looks like they want to fight right now.
Yeah, well, this is the sole point now for EDG. One dragon away from getting that soul. Rookie is on the flank of Ages. There's no ward on him. They did not see him, but do EDG want to go for the fight themselves? Defending that mid lane turret very adamantly, and it's red and white, and we all know how that goes. And the minus turns straight into green, so still
I love how
very
Lead
scary.
is like, he's like permanently had these 2 guns up. Every time we turn back to him, he has them locked and loaded, getting off that long-range DPS. And sadly, for Top Esports, never mind. They apparently still have a flank in mind.
Mark! Looking for it. They have spotted him out now. Here we go. The quickness used. They're going to flash away. Try going in with Wayward as well. The Scion trying to be a front line, but they immediately get this cleanse out of Jackie with a great glacial prison. It's a bit of a mess, but now the needlework can do work. Wayward taking so much of this health right back on top of them. Now everyone backs away. How Leave survives, I will never know. Even has a bit of honey fruit there to get himself nice up and healthy. But it's Top Esports who use everything. They still get themselves the advantage. Should be able to get this turret.
Yeah, so close to taking down Leave there with the quickness into the Flame Chompers, so really having nothing he's able to do. Top Esports going to take a turret off this, so at least they don't really stem the bleeding, but it's like they found a piece of a bandage and covered like one little speck, but I don't know if that's the healthiest thing to do or like cleanest, so you probably shouldn't do that if you're listening. But that's what Top Esports just did. And look, Jackie Love gets a Gale Force out of it. We take those.
Yeah, guess the Gale Force to get the stopwatch out of Leave. So small little moments there that kind of lead to bigger and better things throughout this game. And Top Esports not done with this game just yet. They are still 6,000 gold down, but that is a level 17 Gwen. They are 2 levels ahead of anybody else in the game. That will be so terrifying to go into a side lane with. You can see Rookie kind of walk forward and then went, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to wait until you push this wave.
There's actually no one killing the Gwen on TES if fights go normally and, you know, like everyone is around. If like, sure, if he jumps in by himself and no one's there, he's going to go down. But like, you'd have to put, you would be dumping so much into killing Ala and then your whole team around you would just end up dying. At least 3 items on both AD carries now, so I feel like you're at a pretty solid point where Jackie Love is dishing out some good damage. Problem is, again, there's just so many meat shields on the side of EDG that you have to cut through.
Nala's very happy to go down here. He's got no one who can test him. He has the teleporter ready, so if they need him in 20 seconds time when this Baron spawns, they can get him. And there's not really a lot of good vision here for the side of Top Esports. They're actually going to try and fully commit onto this back side. See if they can maybe catch out Ala on a bit of a bad rotation, but he's very wise to it. Immediately rolls up to the jungle, says, look, I see them all here. I know where they are, and that means EDG feel comfortable to push in that wave a bit more aggressively, and now they have vision control.
And now we get to see EDG do the thing that EDG normally didn't do before, which we love that they... I reverse cursed it. Back off.
You cursed it, man. Come on. Can't be doing that. But look, this is a great ward from Top Esports. You can see at the top left of your screen. They know this isn't being done right now, so they don't have to walk into it. And that's Gwen TPs.
Very nice vision, but now you know they're going to start it. TP now coming out from Wayward.
Oh, TP coming in from Wayward. He's level 16. Going to immediately get jumped on, but Leave isn't really here. EDG now trading TP for TP. It's very tense all of a sudden. It's a 6,000 or 5,000 gold lead for EDG, but it doesn't feel like it.
No, but EDG still feel fine and tempered because in 1 minute and 20 seconds, that will be their potential soul online. So we know within the next, minute and a half, we are going to get a fight. So I think now the goal should be finishing off as many items as you can, as it looks like Leave going to be coming out of base. Does finish up the Guardian Angel, so a bit more safety there. Knows if any engage comes out like the last one, still will have the tools to survive, especially when he's, both summoners up. But look across the board, right? Flashes pretty much there for everyone. Mako and Mark, not exactly yet, but soon.
They're going to try and burst out Ala here, who has to flash away. And that's the power of this Annie. You still have a hell of a lot of burst, so it doesn't matter how far ahead you are, you have to respect it. Does mean, though, that the Tibbers and the cease and desist are down now for Top Esports for at least a minute.
I mean, that's the one thing we said can't happen for Alla, right? If he kind of gets caught out on his lonesome by multiple members of TES, he can go down. At least will come back to base, be full HP. It looks like now EDG want to use the opportunity of assuming resets. No. They doubt themselves in the end. They back off. They're like, hey, I guess just checking to see if they were doing it, but gonna move down towards Dragon.
Seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bigger picture here. Even if they give up the Baron for the side of to the side of Top Esports, you'd imagine EDG are getting a permanent buff. Are going to be far happier with that trade. Now the Dragon or Baron being started because Top Esports recognize the Gwen is already on this particular objective. They need to try and make sure they get the trade in. Jeje is here. They're going to have Alla moving forward to try and just kind of brick wall the EDG team from moving forward onto this. This is so risky now from Top Esports. They're half between a fight and half between finishing off the Baron. They don't want Rookie or Jackie Love to get caught out. They're going to throw everything at Jackie Love. Takes about a third of his HP, never mind about half his HP, and they secure the Dragon Soul. Rookie on the backside has flash. Can he be able to get away? No, Jackie Love's the one who gets caught. Now the Baron's inskirt by the side of EDG. Top Esports, it's all gone wrong, and Rookie,
They get
one of the
everything.
most decisive people in the entire game, did nothing because he never found an opportunity.
That was one of the most indecisive moments I have seen from any team. Fofo gonna keep going.
I mean, they
Can they
can
find
kill
Rookie?
Rookie here, no problem. Mako and Fofo should be able to take him out. He will have a decent amount of damage, but it's just not going to be enough. Mako even flashes away to make sure he doesn't die. Mark next on the chopping block, but why are we looking at this? The game is ending. Thank you, observers. That's it. Game over. Done. 1-0 EDG.
What just happened? What just happened? How do we get a screen? Like, how does Fofo solely run up to Jackie Love and just run him down? And all the other members of your team keep doing Baron. It was just so... Again, it was just the epitome of indecision, indecisiveness.
Yeah.
Being shown. Some members kind of committing to Baron, some starting to back off, none opting into a fight. I don't know. You would assume they have to know. They have to know that Gwen is doing the Drake. They're like, okay, Gwen's not around. Gwen hasn't reared her head yet. Like, what's going on? I guess maybe they think she's coming around on some kind of maybe wraparound from the opposite side of the pit. But even then, I still feel like the play would be turning to fight and not just doing it whatever they did. What did they do?
It's looking a lot like spring for Top Esports, and I don't like saying that because there's so much talent on this roster. There's so
It's
many
one
names.
game. We don't use the spring word.
But it's second series, and we might be looking at a 0-2. And even right down to that end, I was just so in shock. I was keeping my eyes on Rookie. He was on an amazing flank around the back of the Baron pit, and then he just doesn't join the fight. He's nowhere to be found. EDG recognized the 4v4, and they're still kind of like going for the fight. They're going for Baron. It's all these different up and down. No one really knows what's going on. Jackie Love gets caught out by half his HP, and then they just go, cool. EDG say thank you. Your Jinx is completely isolated because Mark was with Rookie. So I don't know. It felt like EDG were just gifted it.
Yeah, no, 100%. It felt like they were gifted. I mean, they did find the lead, but yeah, the way they lost was very, very uninspiring. I gotta say, that kind of disappoints me, because I feel like TS have done a lot to, like, stabilize, like, a majority of their game. Like, it's not like before where it was either, like, win hard or die hard, right? It's like, hey, our early game's now pretty stable. Like, even against top teams, they're keeping up. But it is these moments, these, like, weird decisions that are callbacks to what Top Esports have kind of always been. Just kind of weird decision-making like this, which, again, I guess that's the most disappointing thing. After, I'd say, more consistent showings in terms of, again, not just win hard or die hard, it has been fine, but I don't know. That was something. Great game from Alla, though. That was good.
Amazing game. Yes, absolutely. I think Alla was definitely one of those question marks that a couple of people had for him. Obviously, was on LNG. Wouldn't put him in the, I would say, the top echelons of top laners, especially like the likes of Bin and 369. But definitely having a much more sound, cohesive game. And when he needed to be the carry, he was. He put just so much pressure on it. And again, just being smart about how he's playing, just knowing that he was so strong on that side lane, constantly creating pressure, which meant that Top Esports could never really just kind of like, set up on an objective. And when they did, unfortunately, they lost the Dragon Soul and then they lost the game.
Yeah, it's just so weird to think about that last sequence. They lose everything. They lose Dragon to a Gwen. They lose the fight. They lose their base. Like, everything just going down the drain. And I feel like Rookie had a bit of a better game this time around than in his first series. Like you said, even like those final moments. Definitely not what you what you need to see in a Rookie.
13% of his team, just like 38% of his team's damage. He tried, like he definitely tried, but it just doesn't matter. And again, very uncharacteristic of him to kind of not be that key clutch factor right at the end. It's what we always look towards him in so many games gone. You know, the Oriana balls, the Annie Tibbers, so many things like that can go right for him. It just wasn't it. But look, I don't want to take away from EDG because EDG found their lead. EDG pushed top esports right the way back, and EDG now go into our break with a 1-0 lead, and we'll see if they can clean this up as a 2-0. We'll see you soon.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supreme and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero and I'm in my life. resting in the rubble.
面对滔博的话，因为我们春季赛输给了他们，然后对方也是一支比较强的队伍，然后我觉得，就是我们准备好自己的东西，就是正常的去打，还是有机会赢。就希望这个赛季能打得很好吧，就是争取一下一阵上的。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We've just come off of a very strange end of a game, but EDG are still all 1-0 up nonetheless. And it was off of a very, very convincing top lane carry from Ala, who is just looking fantastic on the Gwen, and is, of course, the MVP for game number 1. I mean, just having that presence at all times just made it so difficult for anyone to really kind of deal with him. And you can see it there. Yes, he didn't have a lot of kills, but the damage tells everything.
Yeah, had a good laning matchup, was able to take advantage in that laning phase, and then just became such a menace when he got involved in the first fights. I believe he picked up like 2 kills relatively, I guess early on for how slow games are going these days, and then really did just take over. Nice to see when we just saw EDG saying they wanted revenge. They lost in Spring Split, wanted to come back, have a statement game because they do have respect on TES. No matter how the game ended, right? TES were at least putting up a fight early on, as we can see here. Gold relatively close, kills back and forth. But it was really this fight where, again, top esports, they pigeonholed so much on killing Leave, were really decisive with the engage, but then they got like pinched on 2 different sides. Yeah. JJ with a nice like sneaky maneuver waiting in that brush, and then Fofo and Ala getting in the middle to just be able to finish off the rest of these kills. And this is exactly what you want to be seeing from Edward Gaming.
Absolutely, and I love as well, you can see it on this on the kind of the side there, that Fofo could have flashed over to try and find Jackie Love as well, but he didn't. What he did was he says, oh cool, I believe that Ala's got this, I believe there's going to be no problem with that whatsoever, I'm going to back away and it will be totally fine. So really good kind of decision making and just target selection coming out here from Edward Gaming. And again, just feels like this team is going from strength to strength. They've learned from their mistakes, I suppose, from the side of Spring Split, where they weren't able to make it to MSI, and they are trying to go for a bit higher than a top 3 finish. They want to try to be contesting for a championship, as this org always has.
I also feel like just even going all the way back to Spring and talking about them putting together this roster, on paper it makes sense in my mind. Like Leave, I guess, being the uncertainty at that point in time, since he was still just a rookie and a fresh face coming in. But hindsight, he's panned out really well to be like a big carry you can put resources into. But more specifically, Fofo. Because when you think about how EDG have always played, again, it's always been one of the more like stable, more consistent teams here in the LPL, who it's not about a ton of like chaos and just leaving it up to the odds of like, 50-50 fights. And when you think back to like Fofo's career in LPL, and especially when RA played heavily around him, it was the same thing. It was more about team fights, a slow burn, not too many risks, and just having a consistent carry in the mid lane to do damage. So I feel like that match has really worked out incredibly well. And then, just winning the Leave gamble of him being able to translate his LDL and scrim success to LPL. So I'm glad that EDG put this roster together. It made sense. Kudos to the coaching staff. And now, who knows, another team that, as we said, with the concentration of talent towards the top, who knows who ends up, on top come the end of the season.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Again, kind of every time we see teams coming into the LPL, it does feel like we have about 4, 5, 6 teams on their day can beat anybody else. We saw Weibo beat JDG. We're now seeing, you know, EDG kind of smashing down on top esports. There's a couple of different things there. We'll have to wait to see now how LNG versus JDG goes tomorrow. But definitely very, very excited to see how both these teams, or about all these teams, kind of finish themselves out. For top esports, we have a lot of questions. We got a lot of questions there. We're very, very concerned about the kind of well-being of this team because, look, it's obviously only week 1. There's plenty of time left to go. But as we said right at the start when I came into this cast, it's a sprint marathon. You have time, but not as much time as you think you do. You need to start figuring out what's going on. And it does feel like, yes, we have seen improvements from Spring, but not enough for, again, the level of talent that this roster has.
Yeah, and especially when you think about, like, you know, we were saying you play pretty much, you average like, you know, play game, 2 days off, play game. Some teams, not even true, like with LNG play today and LNG play tomorrow. Like, you got to think about fitting in time to scrim, traveling, because we have different arenas in LPL. Like, I think it's really hard, like, theoretically, to improve as consistently as if you were just playing, like, every weekend, and then you have all the scrim time, and you're not traveling to different areas of China. So, definitely gonna have a hard task. And me and you were talking off break, like, a big thing for me is the comms must be so weird for TES. Like, when you just isolate that last player on Baron, where it's like 2 members are committed onto the Baron, 2 members back off. Jackie Love's having to run for his life. And hopefully that gets ironed out in this game, as I once again will be depressed that I do not get Jackie Love's Draven.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. And now Allah's not going to get his Gwen either. They're actually banning that away by themselves, saying, look, we're happy to take it, not so happy to give it away, because we know how powerful it can be in the right hands. And this is EDG having a much better time of figuring out where they want to try and take this draft. You can see Top Esports taking such a long time with these bans, kind of adds to what you were talking about, the fact that, yes, the Top Esports are a fantastic team, but there's so much that needs to come into consideration when you're coming into what could potentially be their final game of the day, and losing 2-0 against EDG. Again, not the worst teams to be losing 2-0 to, but definitely not a good feeling.
No, not at all. And now you're looking, since they've changed the blue side, not feeling like it's to ban out that Melio. Now I wonder things, again, like the Cassante, which went through in game 1, how things like the Nico will play into this if TS opt into banning that one right now. Maokai, another champion who didn't make it through in game 1 and it consistently gets banned out. We're just put into these situations so often now where you are having to make deliberate trades off of power picks.
Does feel that way. It does feel like you have to kind of almost leave up the power picks to then let yourself get some other ones available to yourself. It's a weird set of circumstances we find ourselves now in the meta. It does mean that definitely a lot of people having a lot more fun with their champions, and then definitely showing their what's it called, the playing fantasy or something like that. I can't remember exactly the way it's called, but either way, we'll see what EDG want to try and first pick in here. And again, with the Ari band and the Nico left open, I feel like this is just a very standard pick here. They're very happy, obviously, to try and let open either the Aphelios or the Jinx and say, look, we'll take whichever one you guys don't want.
Yeah, Fofo already having a game on this 11 KD8 was a win in their series against NIP. Maokai, something we've highlighted that is open if they wanted to go for like Maokai Jace. If you think back to spring, Jace was one of Rookie's best champions when he was performing earlier in the split. Vi, Wukong, like, really it's just the flavor they want to opt into. Cassante can also be something that you look to take away. I guess it would be Ala piloting that one almost for sure if they did leave it over to EDG, unless we finally did get the Nico jungle. But I've kind of given up on that at this point. It just doesn't seem like it's going to make its way into a match.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. It's a bit sad, really, to kind of, unfortunately, not get that for ourselves. But it is what it is. We kind of move forward with the Nico mid lane kind of happening. That could be a Cassante mid, but I imagine it will be going into Wayward's hands. So Cassante I wouldn't imagine does exceptionally well into the Nico. Just the way we can kind of just keep throwing out different abilities and all in whenever you need to all in on him, especially with his all out kind of bringing him right on top of you. So the Aphelios now going to be picked up as Top Esports are going to be left open with either a support or an AD carry pick on the last one. You'd imagine it has to be the AD carry with the Jinx being left open. And the Aphelios back for leave. Again, very, very comfortable on this pick in game number 1. Very happy to take it in game number 2.
Yeah, and you know the Wukong going to be the thing that comes out now. And now when you look over to TS, you know, probably just going to be picking the Jinx. We go into the second rotations. The bans come through. Maybe ban out some top lane champions. against all of that you don't want to deal with, right? Some things like the Jax that could potentially go into that top lane. But who knows? Because also a plethora of generic tanks, and all has shown that in spring, he really became comfortable just being put on tank duty and then allowing your bot lane to carry. It's kind of one of the nice things about the EDG rosters. You really do have 3 lanes that can take over. And ooh, I love this. Screw the Jinx. Let's not go there. Let's get something more interesting in the bot lane and getting Rookie on a strong laning champion. Hopefully, this can like propel Rookie into having that carry performance, right? If he can dominate that 1v1 in the laning phase and try to transfer this lead around the map.
Absolutely, and I think that's the big thing there is getting Rookie onto something he's comfortable on. It's something that we've seen him many, many times in many, many years play this champion and have such great success with it. This is going to be enough. A lot of all in, a lot of ways of kind of bursting someone down with ultimates here on the side of top esports. EDG definitely not too far away from that as well. And I love this as well from EDG. They're kind of saying, you know what? If you don't value the Jinx, maybe we don't value the Jinx. We're going to find a way the virus and make sure that you have to play this matchup. And we want you to play the Jinx, even though everyone else thinks is, you know, the obvious ban would be the actual champion Jinx itself.
Yeah, because you really wonder where they fall to if that one then isn't left open. Again, I'll highlight this again to where in other roles we've had 10, like 10 plus champions played. In AD carry, we've still only had 6. Only 6 different AD carries have been picked so far in the LPL. Once you get past Aphelios, Shig, Zeri, it's Lucian, Xayah, and Kog'Maw. I think like forcing Kog'Maw without the melee alongside it can be quite hard. I guess Xayah theoretically still there. And we're going to see now, do they just opt into banning that one out? I still think it's what would make the most sense to make sure Jackie Love doesn't get his hands on something powerful.
We'll see. As you ask, you shall receive. And that means the Xayah Rakan could probably come out here now. So something we have actually kind of forgotten about a little bit, but still very, very powerful in its own right. And will give them a nice little bit of engage. So, okay, top esports, they've got themselves opportunities now to make moves that will work out for their team fights. And it looks like Mako going to be going back to something he is very well known for, is going to be that Nautilus. No, don't do it. Don't. No, Mako, come on, buddy. No, I don't want you to be that guy. I like you, Mako, and you don't need to be that guy. Jordan, is he that guy?
We really don't need that guy in the LPL. Oh, Mako!
Good man, he's not that guy.
What? No, you're right. He's not that guy. Mako's that guy. You know,
yeah,
and everyone
he's
needs to be that guy. Yeah, and now's where Ala goes. Again, I feel like Ala of the past would have always opted into something like a Jax here. Okay, well, never mind. Even Ala of the present probably opt into Jax here. I was wondering if they'd want more frontline, but they really don't need more frontline if they did want to opt into, a Gragas or like whatever else you just wanted to throw to be a generic placeholder. But we'll get this. Does have a favorable matchup into the Cassante. You have more than enough damage, and they should be able to find that side pressure once again as the expected Xayah comes through. So top esports have put more onus onto like Rookie and Wayward having good performances, right? They've first rotation the Cassante this time around, not wanting to give that one over. They got Rookie on something strong and allowed the Jinx to be banned out. So I feel like we're really gonna have to see Wayward and Rookie be the ones to step up to where EDG have gotten something that is, incredibly meta, but also comfort with things like the Jax being able to come through, and Fofo, like I said, having a great performance on that Nico, and Mako being that guy. No Yumi's here.
That guy. Absolutely love to see it. EDG got themselves a pretty... I will say that the Xayah Rakan, obviously, is strong in its own right and everything like that, but what EDG have built into it, Jackie Love's going to have to be very, very clear and crisp with his positioning, because it feels like you've got a Nico, you have a Jax, you have a Nautilus, and Wukong, so many things that if you walk too far close, the single target, and even AoE CC that can be thrown onto you, I mean, yes, you do have your ultimate to let the feathers fly, but it doesn't really cover you for every single eventuality. So I'm curious to see now how both these teams will kind of execute on their compositions. And top esports, again, you're on the back foot. You need to come out on top with this, and it's going to come off of the back, as you mentioned, of stronger solo lane performances.
And you're looking at Rookie, you're thinking back to the performance that Knight put up in the MSI finals with the Syndra. And I mean, just numerous times, right? Knight Scout of the Weeks have been so monumental. Can Rookie do the same thing? Because that's even more appeal for your AD carry than if you're just hitting every Scout of the Week a fight. Just turns into picks. Rookie stepping up against Fofo. Top esports being able to bring us to 3 games and give us more hope against EDG. It's early in the split, so, mistakes and losses happen, but you really want to see more out of players the caliber on top esports.
WE.
Oh, it didn't
Heard that
go
right?
fishing.
No, that one didn't quite get enough onto it, as we see Mako using his Spider-Man skills to kind of go at it. I do actually have a slight update on something that we discussed earlier. Do you remember the fan sign, the 1,532?
Yeah.
So, LPL fan club at LPL fan club on Twitter have translated it for us. It's I guess you were looking for 1,532 days. Last time when EDG beat Top Esports in the regular split was March 23rd, 2019. It has been more than 4 years since EDG was able to beat Top Esports in the regular split.
Yeah, you know what? You know, Rasheen, I'm very thankful that our stats team gave that to us as a. Oh wait.
Absolutely. Hey man, I was LEC stats before I was LPL caster. You know.
Hey,
sometimes you gotta go for it.
You were my stats team at one point last split. That was your stats team the other day. You know.
I was. We like to send each other little tidbits of information, as we can now see JJ with that level 2, kind of just running around. And back around we go. Top Esports TN literally just went on a nice little move, and he's going to get himself the red buff anyway, so it'll be not really that big of a difference.
Yeah, does it lose out in terms of a bit of time? Is Leaves Flash already burnt?
I mean, you had to burn it there. Leave just a little bit too far forward, and Mark gets a perfect setup. You pop down the Ignite, you get in with the Feathers going down as well, with Jackie Love hitting level 2. That would have been a kill.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not questioning the flash itself, but just huge from Mark and Jackie Love to get that. Must have been pissed from what happened in game 1. Not going to allow Leave to get anywhere near as big, and even if TN may be a little bit behind in terms of, like, clearing his own jungle, at least now we'll have some relief, knowing he has some pressure and prio down in that bot side.
Absolutely, and now see what they can kind of make work with this one here. And it does feel like Top Esports have kind of built a little bit better laning phase, get some advantages out of the early game that they maybe didn't have in the game number 1, and try and just work to get this bot lane going for themselves. The Xayah Rakan can get ahead, if they can really put pressure down onto this Aphelios, it will become so much harder for EDG to take those fights. Again, it's an AD carry-centric meta, and the Xayah is so fantastic at burning through, you know, relatively squishy champions. When she, even with just a Gale Force or even a Storm Razor, she should be able to just kind of melt down people like Fofo and JJ.
Yeah, and I mean, again, going to be able to dodge out on people like Nico, like the Wukong, and I like to hit on the lanes. Because having, you know, these stronger lane champions in bot this time around with the Rakan, as well as Syndra, who should be able to contest for Pry on mid. Rookie was controlling the lane earlier on, but this time around, Fofo getting the pushback. Still won't affect TN being able to pick up that bot side scuttle. It looks like on the minimap, jungles are about to meet.
It's a meet, but dropping down a ward, and that's about it. Again, good to see TN kind of recognizing where his power lies right now. You've got about 3.5 minutes, I would say, maybe a little bit more before that flash comes back up on Leave. So I want to try and put down as much pressure as I can. But this, the problem is that with the changes to the way, you know, everything works and the power spikes that everyone kind of goes for, it just doesn't really work out in your favor to go for a full dive bot side unless you can get either Wayward or Rookie to really contribute and get a 4v2.
Yeah, especially in that instance. Oh, you're right. Allah has to get the hell out of dodge. Even there, JJ was level 4 compared to TN being level 3. TN going to try to go for the Scuttle Crab now. Is he going to run into him?
He's going to see him, but it's going to be a smite fight. 1 out by JJ, so no level 4 for you, TN. And then just a little bit of you know, kind of love pats on the way out just to say, hey, I'm the Wukong. You don't win this early matchup, and we're seeing a lot of health bars and mana bars being traded out in terms of the aggression between these two, and JJ wants to be aggressive. He wants to jump onto TN and make him pay for what he's been able to kind of go for right now. Interesting enough, the dummy actually goes straight over to the side of the Raptors and starts that one off! Oh, I'm going to need to see that one in slow motion replay because that was close.
Oh, Mark's going to go for an engage now.
Flash for flash. Feathers go down. Can they get a kill back? That's the question. Mark picks that one up with the Ignite. Now Jackie Love, nowhere to be seen. A TV coming in. That's going to be Rookie from base. They know if they can just keep them slowed down, they can go for a good flash from Mako. The man, he is that guy. He is the Nautilus you want to be seeing in your games. And Mark shall be going down as well. EDG still coming out 3 for 1.
That's so surprising. After it looked like maybe TS could do something in this 2v2 matchup. We're going to go back towards this top side. You know, goes in with the E to start off, Q to follow up. I am so surprised by this damage, but looks like the Q animation goes through and gets the damage down. Flash coming off afterwards. As here, I mean, right, top esports already have the summoner spell advantage coming on through, so Mark gets chunked low, but then flashing forward to follow up with the damage, Ignite goes out. And it's so easy to get that first kill to start things off, but then there he is, Sheen. That's your guy. Ah, they didn't show it.
He is him. He is him. They were afraid there was going to be a bit of a fight up on this top side. We see now maybe the all-out coming in. I don't know if Ala survives this. Yeah, he doesn't. And that was just a really unfortunate time to try and take a 1v1, Ala.
Good by Wayward, though, because Wayward's someone who, right, when he first came in, had a lot of fanfare, had a lot of moments solo killing people. Never still really, like, insane in terms of, like, gapping people in terms of CS and laning in that regard, but had a lot of solo kills. And then it's kind of, like, fallen off after the fanfare of his first split. Hasn't been able to find the same level of performances, which is why we have seen, like, top esports go between him and Xingtian. But coming out ahead this time around, already even some nice trades with this Q, as it looks like, and then still not committing with any engage just yet, waiting for things like the Counter-Strike to come out before he goes in with the W, holding on to the R, and then manages to get it with one final Q.
Yeah, I just think Ala expected a little bit more autos to come in there to hit the Counter-Strike and then maybe flash away, but was not to be. We come back into live 3-2 on the scoreboard. It is literally that single kill of goal that is in the favor of EDG. They are going to try and start off this first dragon. A lot of chakrams. And you do not have any summoners now between JackeyLove and Mark. This is the big thing. They hard committed into leave, 100% got their kill, no problem with that whatsoever. But you committed so much to get it, 4 summoners, and it was just at the end of it, leave full, you know, kind of a full plate to work off of. So now you got to be playing a little bit more respectfully than you were a couple of minutes ago.
Now going to come out on top with the Dragon. TS, again, still doing a solid job in terms of laning. We already saw what Wayward did. Rookie having a little bit of a CS lead. JackeyLove and Mark, in terms of the two have been winning out. But EDG bringing it together as a team better. They're going to try to set up for this dive. Tien's nowhere close, and you don't have TP on your solo laners.
Yeah, no TP, no... Oh, Ultimate just got in there for JackeyLove, but is he going to die anyway? Yes, he will. The Moonlight Vigil does enough. Leave tanking up quite a bit, but just enough. And that's going to be 2 swift kills there for EDG, and they're saying, hey, you want to bully our bot lane? We're going to bully yours.
And it's going to be huge, right? Sure, top esports are going to get Rift Herald, but you not only are going to get plates down on your bot laners, but getting those kills, denying gold and experience onto JackeyLove and Mark, more than a worthwhile trade for EDG. And we said we had to keep an eye on people like Rookie and Wayward, how they're doing. Wayward delivering so far the solo kill, Rookie delivering in terms of winning CS. We're going to have to start seeing this translated into like tangible objectives. They did do it in terms of getting this Rift Herald, might get a blue, but they're going to need to get something bigger or EDG are just going to become monsters.
Don't think he can take this one here. Jeje there with a Sheen means that he should be well
Rookie's
able
close
to kill
by. Fofo's not
They're gonna
here.
go for a smite, and the smite fight goes to Tien.
Yeah, so Fofo had to go for a reset off of the trades that Rookie was able to find in the mid lane. So Fofo had to recall, didn't have TP to get back to mid faster, try to join up in that fight. So luckily, Tien does get out with a little bit more than maybe he should have.
Just a little bit more. Nothing to be crazy riding home about, but we will not have an ult now on JackeyLove. This is the big thing. Mako's ult will be up just a little bit before it. We'll see if they want to try and go for something beforehand.
Just real quick, you said nothing to go, crazy over. There's a lot of junglers in solo queue who would go crazy over their blue buff being stolen a lot. Honestly, maybe we can say this game. You go on, Asheen.
I was just gonna say it's crazy. Then is it crazy good or crazy bad? Like they steal the blue buff or they get their blue buff stolen? Is it both?
Oh no, they don't care if they steal a blue buff. They just care if their blue buff's stolen. But in lieu of that spirit, I think we could just call top esports the winners right now. And overreact massively to that blue buff being stolen.
Stop the count. It's fine. It's done. Leave it on.
Exactly. Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's all about the little wins in these games. But I like the recall coming out here from JackeyLove to kind of solidify his Storm Razors. We are going to see almost identical one from Leave in the next few seconds, you would imagine. 2 minutes till the next Dragon spawns, 4 minutes till Rift Herald as well. So we're back into a little bit of a lull state. 5-2 in kills in favor of EDG. They have themselves a Dragon, but there is a Rift Herald there sitting in Tien's inventory. It is timing out fairly quickly, and he hasn't picked the lane just yet. Might be looking to try and make this work on bot lane, but it will be difficult. Says Mark, just trying to be aggressive. And that Gravitum needs to be respected.
Yeah, you can see him kind of hovering down now as Mark.
OTP.
Oh, Fofo's TPing in.
They're looking for Mark, try and make sure he can kill him off. Jackie Love will have his ultimate just about off the last second. They're going to try and pop Blossom him in, and they will be able to get him. They'll try and jump straight back onto Rookie. Where did he even come from? I don't even know where he was. Leave will go down, so the AD carries are dead. Now Nico taken out as well. Wayward so massive on this. There's a flash in to get the counter-strike down. Jackie Love will survive, though, and Top Esports find themselves on the backside of a huge win for them in this team fight.
Honestly, that was just pure chaos. So much going on. I believe the difference maker was Wayward just getting there so early. And now TES, I mean, gonna be able to start pushing this down. Thank God. I was scared that the Rift Herald was about to time out. It's gonna be some much needed gold onto Jackie Love. And we're saying, hey, it's gonna be about the landing phase. It's gonna be about the early skirmishes and early gold for TES. And now they can start finally stacking it up.
Huge swing back in their favor, and again, it's just the fact that they have summoners. They try to overforce this on the Jackie Love because they think they found him and Mark, but then the Cyclone doesn't really hit anybody.
No, it doesn't connect to anyone. Rookie with a bit of an unfortunate TP does end up being the one to get punished, cleansed from Jackie Love to escape. But look how early this Cassante is TPing into this fight. So Jackie Love's already unloading. You have nowhere to go. His leave is now taken out, and with Tien coming from the other angle, it's like, what do? Ala just now gets here, so goodbye TS, because typically it is the team that is like initiating the play that should be like first on TPs and first moving, but a great reaction time coming out of the members from Top Esports.
Yeah, and great to see Wayward kind of making that TP play, making that call. You said you wanted to see him and obviously Rookie as well. The solo laners really step up here for the side of Top Esports. Brings them to equal parity. So it's not the game just yet. Still plenty of fights to come coming out of this one here. And honestly, I think that EDG very happy to let this dragon go if it leads to that, because they're just trying to get back to some kind of control. They need to have themselves back in the front foot of this fight, because right now Wayward is a scary boy and Ala can't really deal with him.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see the like gold and who has what advantages where. Is Wayward just gonna run Ala down? On top of having the kills, having a 20 CS lead, we can see already having his mythic done. Thought a fight was going to break out of Sheen.
Yeah,
I was sure of it. I was hopeful.
I was waiting for you to pick it back up, but it's okay. You know, we all make mistakes.
It's not okay, and it's not a mistake by me. It's a mistake by these players for not being more bloodthirsty. There it is.
There it is. They're going to try and jump on top of this one here. There's the ultimate from the Nautilus, the Moonlight Vigil, straight down onto Tien, who's getting hit by the Chakrams, and that's just way, way, way too aggressive. Ala going to get solo boloed for one more time. Wayward using this Cassante to absolutely beautiful effect, but in a 1-for-1, it's still EDG who are going to be able to take away this dragon.
Wayward reminding everyone again why his debut was so spectacular and why so many people were excited for this guy. Still, though, Tien kind of giving up the advantage on the opposite side is a little bit tragic. Could have been a win on top side as well as a dragon coming on through. I guess now I understand why the teams weren't as bloodthirsty when I asked for it about a minute ago, because, yeah, that was not it. We're actually going to get a replay of Wayward and what he does up in top side. Great use of the Q for the knockback, and then the all-out over the wall to make sure the damage goes down. Blast Plant nowhere to escape. All tragedy for Ala, and a lot of it coming down to the heavy trading that led into that replay.
From MVP to who is he? Definitely not a good looking game number 2. Feel bad, but you know, sometimes you got to roll with it. And again, you know, EDG still, I would argue, still coming out on top in terms of the grand scheme of the trade. They're now on 2 dragons, it's another Hex Rift, so they can decide whether or not they want to go for the next dragon or 2 or 3, to be perfectly honest, before they really want to try and make this one go. And little small things that will be the difference makers in this series. I feel like Top Esports Wayward needs to get on to leave. If he can find the Aphelios and get him, you know, either out of the fight or straight up kill him, both very viable. Definitely something he'll be able to do. Ala, you are way too far pushed forward. You cannot be that far up, and Top Esports will just turn and burn back for the Rift Herald.
I can't believe they didn't commit to keep going. They have a ward behind him, so they know he didn't keep walking. I guess they could be afraid that there's like other people in the jungle itself making their way up. So that would be my thought process as to why Top Esports didn't keep trying to chase him down. Yeah. But even then, you'd probably want to be sure.
I mean, that's how I feel. But Sadly, it's not how Top Esports feels. So they get themselves the Rift Heralds. It's going to be 2 Rift Heralds to 2 Dragons. 1,500 gold lead for Top Esports at the moment. But those 2 Dragons will start to scale. And you can see that the first item's being completed. Second one's not too far away. Actually, Wayward should have his full Thornmail very, very soon. And this is, again, a very, very scary prospect because Fofo's not really going to have the damage for a very long time to try and, you know, burst him out in any way, shape, or form.
No. Like, my God, who's going to be able to take this man down at all? Oh, it's going to be rough. Kind of looking at where we should keep our eyes next, right? It's going to be on TN, considering he does have that Herald. I mean, there's really only one place to use it, which is going to be trying to overload that mid lane. Looks like Top Esports already going to try to set up for a bit of a pick and hope that Leave walks up to catch this wave, but EDG doing their due diligence.
Doing their due diligence, dropping down Shirley into this mid lane and making sure they can get as much off of this push as they possibly can. We'll say there's a deep TP coming in here, and that's going to be Fofo right on the backside of this one, maybe pretending to be JJ. They do see him, though. Everybody backs away. I like the idea from EDG, but still decent coverage here from the side of Top Esports to make sure they're not getting caught out by such a primitive TP play.
I do like that EDG like just tried to create a window though, because there's really no neutral objectives up, right? They're just trying to hold off for the push. They thought an opening was there. It's not. It's like, okay, not the end of the world for Fofo to not have that TP. Does mean you have to be more conscious of like the side pressure that Top Esports put up. But Rookie's on Syndra, not a champion that really wants to commit more than just like catching waves that are close by his own turret.
Yeah, Ala wanted to move up onto that, but you can see playing respect, like you said, he is 0-3, so not having the same confidence as he did in game number 1. And we go back to just kind of ping-ponging waves, getting ourselves some vision control around the map, figuring out where the next opportunity will be. In minute 20, I imagine, is when the next real fight will spark up. But again, like I said, if you're EDG, you don't have to go for this.
No, I kind of want to go back to you pointing out Ala playing safe and respectfully, because I'm always going to find it funny now of what Doinby said on stream last split, of him being like, man, Mako's a genius. Mako got Ala under control. Here I was telling Ala, don't int, and you know, that didn't do anything. And Mako's telling him, don't kill. It's so much smarter, like positive, you know, the positive spin on it. You're not putting him down, which is therefore then going to make him want to int more.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, you know. I'm always down for positive reinforcement over negative reinforcement.
Exactly.
You don't want to be turning around and saying like, "Oh, you suck, don't in on me." Rather, it's like, you know what? I don't think you should go for this kill. You'll get it, but I don't think you should go for it. And
Yeah,
that's a lot better.
Ala, you don't need those. Actually, this game he does need those kills. 0-3.
He needs someone to tell him maybe not to int a little bit. He will be able to leap strike his way back.
You need to get Doinby on the phone.
Yeah, Doinby, where are you at? I'm pretty sure he's co-streaming as of right now. We will see EDG and Top Esports find themselves back towards this Dragon Pit. This would be a sole point for EDG. Top Esports, though, bringing Wayward down. You can see the Nico bottom and the Jax top. Highly doubtful that EDG are going to try and go for this fight. They're just going to probably give up this objective, no problem, no questions.
Yeah, you cannot do any. It's such a like tough problem for EDG to not solve, because anytime Wayward's there, it's like, what are you going to do? How do you get past this? Especially not until you have the Lord Doms on leave for sure. But even post that, Ala's still going to be behind. And you're going to rely on like flanks coming out from Ala, coming out from Fofo to be able to even have Nico and Jax have a meaningful impact in the type of fights that EDG want.
Yeah, JJ looking to get on top of Jackie Love. Will get a fair bit of damage and the ultimate. They didn't know exactly where JJ went, so getting an ult out of the Xayah, definitely good, but that was your flash, and there wasn't really any kind of follow-up there. That was a strange sequence of plays there.
Yeah, and also just kudos to Rookie with the Scout of the Week. I don't know, even if he didn't connect it, if there was really much more that EDG could have done to follow it up. But, I mean, that connecting even just, you know, sealed the deal, that there was really nothing JJ himself could do more. But, yeah, it seemed like a very ambitious engage on mid lane. But, hey, again, maybe hoping the Top Esports will kind of give in and you can then follow up on the play. And still no objective up for quite a while, unless either team was willing to risk a bit of a crazy Baron.
That's a bit of a crazy Baron.
I mean, to be fair, we did see game one. We did see a crazy Baron, so.
It's true. It's true. I was just more giving you stink for your inclination. But we will see Mark getting a good engage off there on top of Fofo and taking him out. And now Top Esports might feel like they can go for a Baron. I will say, though, it's only 30 seconds and a flash TP and ult still available on the Nico. This is risky.
And look at where the members of TS have gone. It's like Tien starts pathing down towards spot with Wayward, ends up coming back up. Might be able to catch out Mako, but looks like he's not going to overcommit into this side of River. EDG just wanting to keep tabs on what the situation with Baron is, but Top Esports didn't start it up. I wonder if they'll try to force out a TP, but that'd be so risky.
It would be. Mako now the target. They're going to just try and use it as a pike. Oh, Mako. Feel like you should have just accepted your death there, and that means that you're now without a support for any kind of vision control, and they can go straight onto this Baron. They're not even going to give up this mid lane turret because there's no wave. Leave can't burn it down as quickly. Now they realize it's going down. They have to try and go for some kind of fight, or maybe just give up the objective. Yeah, they're just giving it up.
I mean, there's nothing they can do, right? This looks like it should be going the distance. It should be going to 3 games. I won't count it out just yet again after how crazy game 1 ended in terms of TS, but Mark here waiting in the wings, having the flank available. They chain the Vi ulti in. They just pretty much throw everything at Fofo to make sure he goes down. And then sadly, Mako was doing a nice job of like respecting but still staying in range in case the Baron started, but eventually did get engaged on, which led to that play to be able to come through from TES.
This is it. This is kind of where the game is going to stick at for the next while now. You've got 2 minutes to the next Dragon. Top Esports have got themselves a 4,000 gold lead and looking much more cohesive and coordinated comparatively to game number 1. So have to finish off this victory, though. That's the big thing. Ala, oh, he is not having fun, and that is the power of a Syndra and Vi. You combo the ultimates together, and there's just nothing you can really do.
No, and now going to be able to use the Baron buff they have in the mid lane. They have Rookie controlling bot side because he doesn't teleport. You bring your jungle back over, and there really isn't much EDG can do answering out through these 2 lanes.
He's trying to be sneaky. Count your minions. Don't let it get too far ahead. I think they know what's going to be going on. Yeah, they don't really get fall out for that. But Mark going way too far forward. Jackie Love will be knocked up so he can't avenge his support. Rookie will have that top or bottom tier 2, like you mentioned, but definitely didn't need to give up that kill. There's still plenty of firepower left in the CDG roster.
Oh, and it might not be done yet. Tien.
TP on the backside. They're trying to take this a 5v4. They're trying to make it a 4v3. Jackie Love's so low. He flashes. He gets the feathers, but the bomb on the head. You go to jail. Now Ala kind of distracting the rest of the team as Wayward is the one who gets bursted out. Now he can turn back and turn back right on top of Tien. If he kills off the jungler, they can get themselves into soul point. What's happening?
Yeah, somehow, though, Tien does survive because Rookie landing that critical scout of the week. EDG still coming out ahead. They're going to push down this mid lane turret. And
still
looks like they're going to keep going.
It's still 5v3. Mark does sidestep right at the right moment there. Does not get hit by the hook, but they're losing 2 turrets off of this. And that's going to be Tien not going down. I thought when they landed the CC, they might have gone in on top of him, but that is 3 kills and 1 random-ass push coming in here as EDG just recognized, look, we're just stronger.
And this is like Top Esports somewhat being the aggressors as well, right? Jackie Love separated from the other members. Shuri is ult, but goes down. Rookie was still pushing in bot lane. We obviously saw Mark just killed himself, moments before. It's just perfectly for EDG to come out ahead. They might have been able to get more right there, but again, Rookie landed a really nice scatter of the week to make sure that Tien was able to get away safely.
Yeah,
still going to be their dragon.
Yeah, they'll give it up, but I think they're very happy the way that kind of fight went. In fairness, it does bring Aphelios now up to 3 items. It's still ahead of Jackie Love in that regard. I was going to say, EDG could have maybe gone for a fight around that Dragon Pit because there was no ult or flash on Jackie Love, but thought better of it. Didn't want to fully commit until they have all their things themselves. And now this game gets a little bit closer, a little bit harder to predict. It looked like Top Esports were in control, and similar to game number 1, feels like EDG just had that little bit of cutting edge, I don't know what you want to call it, clutch factor, I suppose, that's just bringing them back into these games.
Knowing that they have a lot to work with as the game goes on, right? Like Jax eventually will become relevant. The problem isn't that, it's like where he is in relation to Wayward, but has mostly been able to catch up in CS because, of course, being on the Cassante, Wayward is grouping up a lot more than he's playing out through the side lanes. And now with LDR done on leave, you're going to be able to start influencing that front line. On the opposite side, TES also have some nice damage, but also way more indexed into burst, right? You have the Syndra, you have the Vi, also like Navori Quick Blades on Xayah.
Oh, Fofo just trying to run away from this one here. Will go golden, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive. JackeyLove going to pop his feathers down. Fofo just unfortunately did not have the vision, did not have the control, and gets caught out very, very quickly. I think he might still get a tower, though, for his effort. And look, minute and a half till Baron. It's just a pick.
Is a bit of gold, but you're right. Again, not all picks are created equally. Had a dragon, had a Baron been up, or something more tangible they could take, would have been disastrous. But Fofo seems like just wanted to try and guarantee he gets that wave and gets that pushed out. Still goes over, and Top Esports still going to be happy that they get a free pick and get some more gold into their own pockets. I'm interested to see when Rookie will have a bit more gold himself and can start making his way to that next item.
Banshee's is a good call, I think. You know, gets you not caught out by a lot of the single target CC. The hook, of course, the CC coming out from the Nico can be very, very deadly. So we do see Ala finally getting a push down in this bot side. Should be able to crash that wave. So nicely done by him. And we're just kind of back in a lull state. We're going to wait to see where these AD carries kind of bring the rest of their build. I love the rapid fire cannon coming out from JackeyLove because he recognizes, much like that last fight, if JJ gets on top of him, doesn't matter how fed he is, he's going to be able to kill you.
Yeah, playing a range game, right? Using the rapid fire cannon, using the Navori, which makes it more also about using things like your Q and your E, and getting your damage off that way, and maintaining that distance, being able to kite and peel out. So that's a good read of what he needs to do to be able to survive in these fights, and now fishing for picks, right? We've seen it many times. Syndra, Vi, single target CC, Rakan very easily able to follow up. It's about pushing a little bit deeper, trying to get that vision line like an inch further, and then catching out people when they're in transit.
It's red and blue for the moment. You can see Leave going towards those Raptors, trying to get rid of these blue guns as quick as he possibly can. So he can
It's
swap
going to be a turret
over,
for the
you
side
imagine.
of TES, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Right, words using that mitigation
Look at
very, very nicely. Yeah, Rookie getting himself a good sideway push, but I mean, look at the way this map is kind of split. Its top half belongs to Top Esports, and the bottom half at the moment belongs to EDG. So it's kind of just a standoff to see who's going to crack first.
And it looks like Top Esports are ready to commit because Rookie is still pushing that turret, and no one from the side of EDG is going back just yet.
He's going to be fine. He does back himself away very nicely. It will just be a trade of a turret for a turret. You imagine Ala picks this one up, no problem, no question.
But look
Go
at that.
back again. Yeah,
That's now
a
in
lot more
striking
damage.
distance.
That could still go down. Straight up, that could go down to minions.
And now EDG, what do? Aren't going to just pull the trigger on a Baron. Going to keep trying to control vision for now. Once they have an inkling that recalls have come out, there it is. Turn instantly.
Yeah, there we go. Mark went back, and then they've got the Hex Gates to try and bring them back into relevance. But this is a 6,000 HP, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, and it's gone. 100 HP. Tien wasn't able to get in. Now the double TP going to be coming on top of this one here. Rookie looking for the flank. Will be able to get it, but Leave immediately flashes away. The Pop Blossom is huge. Now JackeyLove's in so much trouble. Both 80 carries have been killed, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Top Esports. Now it's all on to Mako to get himself out of this fight. Ala did do the right job. He got himself back on top of this. The all-out right over the wall. Baron goes to EDG, but Top Esports get the fight.
You have a giant Cassante TPing in behind you. There is really no means of escape for most members of EDG there. I think they should count themselves lucky that two members managed to escape with the Baron to try to generate themselves some pressure. But hell, this should end up being another dragon on Top Esports side, as we're going to see here. Again, having both your solo laners TP in, I feel like the more fearsome one definitely being wayward with how big he is, but look at the damage from Rookie to start things off. It makes it so Rakan can come from behind and just kill the Aphelios himself. That's one marksman down.
gosh.
Sadly, though, you do have Ala, who does manage to get on top of the Xayah and be able to follow through there. And then, I mean, at this point, right, once both 80 carries go down, Top Esports just have the bigger members in the other roles with how much people like Ala were set behind. And there it is, 3 Hextech Drakes. You're on Soul Point, and Top Esports are they're pretty close to terrifying. As Rookie
they really are. And I mean, look, Rookie did his job. Rookie put his ult and everything, all his damage onto Leave. Doesn't matter after that. That's all he needs to do. So Leave, unfortunately for him, gets kind of caught up with that. Rookie thinking about maybe someone might be here, and he's exactly right. There's a good scout of the week. There's a good quickness to try and make sure that Rookie can't get jumped upon, but it does mean that that turret in top lane will finally go down.
Yeah, and it looks like Wayward in mid lane still hoping that someone shows on mid and they can turn that into a pick. Where, I mean, it's weird, right? Because gold has never really ballooned too far out of control in either way.
Less and less relevant.
Yeah, we just got a Bloodthirster picked up by Leave, as well as the stopwatch, which could be massive in the next fight, but is Allah. Oh, I thought Allah was going to get punished again. And you know what? I mean, at first you're kind of like happy for Wayward, but now you just feel bad for Allah every time it happens.
Yeah, it just kind of gets to a point where you're just like, I feel like this is going so badly for you, and it's just not really working out. Mark, trying to get some aggressive vision now. They should know that there's going to be plenty of wards around this Dragon Pit, which will be spawning in 3 minutes 45. Baron's going to waste out with only a couple of hundred, maybe even in the favor of EDG. And that's 2 Barons now we've seen in a row where the Baron power play hasn't actually equaled to much of anything.
Yeah, hasn't done much at all. I also want to point out Allah picking up the Zanyas and the Jax. You know, something we've seen before. 369 actually did it in his last showing on Jax. And Zanya's just one of those items you kind of see pop up. Yeah, pop up in different metas on pretty much anyone just because it does allow you to survive a bit longer. You get another rotation of cooldowns down. It was, big damage from Rookie. Oh, JJ's, my God.
Yeah, JJ needs to leave. The Shurelya's Revelry gets used here. They're looking to try and maybe use this a little bit of a health trade in their favor. No objective to take, but that was scary for a moment there for JJ. Look at all the vision control here available for the side of Top Esports. That's why they're so confident moving forward. They know that Wayward, right up until that last ward was put down, he was unseen. And he's now sitting in a brush that would have been unseen had it not been for that Scryers.
But EDG are committing to the side lane game. Look at Allah. It looks like he's thinking about backing off now, does finally do it, but really committing to that deep push. Trying to buy as much time as they can to get the gold they need to feel like they can fight on even footing. I mean, we know, right? They're not going to give over Hextech Soul for free, so we're definitely going to get to a point in the next 2.5 minutes where we probably get the game-defining fight.
I mean, it's 2.5 minutes for the Soul, but it's 2 minutes for the Baron. We might see only about 15 or so seconds between the two of those objectives spawning. So now JJ looking to try and maybe get up. I think he really wants to get his Merc Treads. You can see just the extra little bit of tenacity would go such a long way to trying to stop getting burst out from this Syndra. So imagine he'll be going back to finish up that particular item now to make sure he's in tip-top shape for what could potentially be the game-ending fight. There they are.
I just really wonder who is going to take down Wayward now that he also has his Randuins finished up. Just having so much armor, like Leave's going to hurt him, right? Leave's pretty close to a full build AD carry, but I feel like Wayward could just tank so much as compared to anyone on the side of EDG. Sure, you have some Zanyas coming out. You have a GA on your jungler. But in terms of just raw stats right now, that's where Top Esports are winning out. They have more damage on their side coming out from the Syndra and the Xayah, and then just more frontline with the fact that Wayward's only one item away from being full build himself.
Yeah. Only a little bit away from finishing off his entire build. And I will say, though, it's kind of gets to an item parity where it's like these items, you know, these gold leads and such just don't really mean that much later on in the game. I will say, though, Rookie, they don't, but they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a strange one.
It's like one of those ones where, like, I feel like damage especially, right? It's like any squishy champion at this point is going to, like, potentially one-shot another as Engage. Comes out.
Going to put down some decent damage. This is what I'm talking about. There's not really a lot of magic resistance here onto Wayward. If they look to try and take out JJ, who goes a little bit too far forward, but it's the clone. There's the GA going, the Pop Blossom to stop everybody from jumping in. They use the Gargoyle Stone Plate, but they're all dying. And once again, an anticlimactic flight means that we're going to see EDG possibly taking out Top Esports right at the depth.
How does it happen again? Is Allah now just going to chase Tien down? That's another kill done and dusted. And now, Rookie. Okay.
No, it's not even Rookie. Allah's just kind of saying, I'm out. No worries about it. There's a Hex Flash over the wall. Mako saying, where are you going to go, buddy? But he might have gone a little bit too far forward. Never mind. Mako is him. And he's going to force everything out of Top Esports just to survive. Syndra will go down. Jackie Love looking to try and be the last man standing. But Lyric, this could be the game.
Yeah, I mean, we have Mark coming up now, but long death timers with everyone else. How do EDG win this?
I don't know. I don't know how, but they've got themselves a couple of seconds before they've got Wayward back. They're going to look to try and end it. You still have Leave. So healthy. No summoners. It's Jackulo versus Leave. Nexus turret number 1 has already fallen. There's another one going down. The Nexus is exposed. They get the grabbing him down. Another Pop Blossom. We started with it, but it's not done just yet. Leave now getting jumped up by Wayward. Can they finish off the Nexus? I don't believe they can, and we shall continue.
Jackie Love and Mark buy enough time for Raid Boss Wayward to come online, and they hold it together. And now, this is going to be sold to their side for free, but EDG, my God, they were so close.
Wow. What a game right now. They'll get the Hex Soul right off the back of it, unless Mako has something to do about it. Unless you got a smite in somewhere in there, buddy.
Hey, remember, Mako is him machine. Mako
is him, but even he has his limits. They're going to get both the Baron and the Hex Soul. And let's have a look at this replay. It's going to be a long one for you, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, Engage comes out right, getting some of the damage down still takes a while, but other members aren't here. But then it's just the separation able to come through. Jedges, like, blocking them off at first with the Cyclone, and then the Pop Blossom not allowing anyone else to come forward. Just great, like, so much huge AoE zones for them to circumvent. And then I love Ala with the killer instinct to recognize this is our time. We need to start chasing them down. Had he finished off Jackie Love here, I mean, this would have been game. It would have been game. It's so unfortunate. Like, one auto difference and being able to win versus now. Right, Top Esports should win this. They have Baron, they have Soul, but we have now said Top Esports should win this a few times, and they haven't won this yet. So I'm, who knows? Who knows? Everything out the window.
The thing is right now, though, is that your Nexus is exposed. You can't leave your base. You don't gain anything from this Baron apart from just wave clear. So the next 2 minutes are just going to be you sitting in, waiting to see if someone overextends on EDG. So EDG get all the time in the world to get the next item onto the Nico, who has fallen a little bit behind. Like, it's just hard.
Look at the Top Esports vision, though. They have vision in all the avenues you can, like, try to backdoor from. So at least they're very conscious of, hey, we can't let this go on. We're not going to lose to a backdoor or a base race today.
Yeah, well, we certainly hope they won't. This has been a fantastic game. You know what, they will.
I feel that they will. I feel that EDG are going to win. That's just so Top Esports. It's so Top Esports to lose this game like this.
It would be if they do lose it. But for the moment, we are getting into critical mask. Everyone's starting to hit it's critical mass even, not mask. Jin's not in this game, but we are starting to see full items on AD carries. They're picking up elixirs. Rookie is almost finished up with his items as well. They're waiting for Wayward to pick up that Sunfire, which is normally a first item on the Cassante. Now going to be a very late item for him, just to try and get him some kind of extra tankiness and damage. But like I said, it matters and it doesn't matter. There's like 0 magic resistance on Wayward, and Nico is hurting him so much.
You know, I love this point in the game because we're now like hands off the keyboard. Analysis doesn't matter. Narrative out the window. It's
the
all
first
about
38 minutes of this game is irrelevant.
Exactly. Now it's just, okay, let's watch these 10 beautiful LPL players try to out-hand stiff each other in the next fight. You know, maybe there's going to be some setups there so you can control some side waves, give different like ways to enter. Will there be any flanks? Sure. All that stuff is cool, but it's just going to be all about the beauty of the team fight.
Not sure why Leave taking that from his jungler there. You're full build and have an elixir, but nevertheless, we'll see what they're going to go for. Resets coming in. There's going to be that Baron coming off now in the next couple of seconds. A Shadow Flame finished off for Rookie. He is full build. He's much further ahead of Fofo at this stage of the game, but I feel like if Fofo gets that Rabadon's death cap, the Pop Blossom ends the game. Like, I don't even care about anything else. Yes, Rookie can, throw his ultimate on top of Leave. That's fine, but Leave's got a GA. I feel like the Pop Blossom is going to be the big thing that's going to change this game. And he's very close, so I think he has it off this.
I also think, right, seeing and having key learnings from that last fight is like where they fight. In big open spaces, that could benefit Top Esports. And like they have ways to maneuver on the Cyclone and the Pop Blossom and some of these different abilities. But if we end up fighting like closed jungle corridors again, there's just really no way to avoid them other than not walking in. But then some of your members are getting isolated. Like last fight, you're getting run down. So where the fight takes place really can be the difference maker in an EDG win versus a Top Esports win. Oh, wait, but JJ, is he still just looking for the back door?
I mean, if he gets a summoner off, if he gets an ultimate away, if he forces someone back, it's a win.
I mean, now with the inhib respawning, not really going to be much in terms of cheeky plays you could do. We'll at least clear out some of this vision. Oh, actually not going to really clear any of this vision.
Got a ward.
Yeah.
And a little bit of extra gold as he has got a Hex Drinker now, so can survive a little bit more with his GA. It's just so difficult right now. They are going to start moving forward. Fofo needs to leave. Fofo needs to leave. Fofo, he's dead. There's nothing he can do. He's 100% dead here, and that's going to be a huge pick-off now in favor of Top Esports. There's just not a lot he can really do. He can delay, and they can get the waves in order. It's just a pick. As that Pop Blossom comes in, does a lot of damage. That's what I'm talking about, but that was Fofo. Honestly, Fofo, that's on you, buddy. You should not be there. You didn't need to be there.
That is, you're in a very like awkward point in the game now where it's like, what do you do, right? You're either ping-ponging waves from like neutral or safe positions in sides, which is I guess what they should have been doing, or you're just over-grouping and waiting for the next objective to spawn. It looks like for EDG, they're still hoping that they can just find an avenue to like backdoor through the base, but TS being vigilant, keeping Wayward and Rookie, you know, near base, not going to give the opportunity to EDG over to look for that play, and Dragon now coming up in 1 minute.
Dragon in a minute. Baron in 45. That's only 6 seconds between the two objectives. You can't really trade the L Baron. I gotta feel like you gotta choose to fight at either one. We'll wait to see if Fofo responds with his death cap or not. They will not take away the pink ward. Finally, I saw a lot of pings going on it. They will spot it out. I feel like in those situations, you need to make sure you're not kind of getting those things. And now we come back into this game. Full build. Actually, no boots for Leave. Gone away is the boots. Now has himself Runan's Hurricane. You still don't have the Rabadon's death cap for the Nico. Fofo still waiting for that. That's going to be potentially game-changing as we hit level 18 for everyone who isn't a jungler or support.
Yeah, we're at a huge point right now. We're also looking at summoner spells, right? Flashes up across the board because we haven't had action in a while, so a lot to be able to play with. We already know for
Chakrams
EDG.
are here. They could shred this. It's only HP, green and white. They want to fight. No TP being called out from Wayward or from Ala just yet. They're going to use the
back door still.
They're going to look for the back door, but Cassante is there to meet him. You're not going to get anything here, buddy. As they look to try and go over, they're going to flip it. They're going to go for it. The Elder
Rookie
secured.
gets it.
And that's Rookie getting the full secure on the Elder. Leave can do nothing. They're going to try and make this fight afterwards, but the Elder is just too damn strong. Leave does his best, gets marked, but gets nothing else, and we're going to game 3.
And now, I mean, Rookie just dealing too much damage. The clutch factor being there is he's going to go down. Fofo's going to go down, and maybe they don't end this game right at this second machine, but now, Hextech Soul, they've been picking up, you know, the past few Barons. They have Elder. It feels like this has to be it.
Yeah, there's the TP
Oh,
coming
actually,
in.
maybe
They're
they
going to
do
try
it for
and
the
end
end.
it. They're going to try and end it right here. It took a while. It was 43 minutes, but this series will go all the way. Much like in spring, it will go down to a 2-1 scoreline, and Top Esports keep themselves alive.
Yeah, Top Esports, bring it out. Sadly, it didn't end in the very Top Esports way, which is them getting backdoored, but good for Top Esports, and I'm glad that they maintain it, right? Still keeping the fight close, showing that even if they do go down to teams like LNG or EDG in Game 1, that they can still bring it back, even if it's messy, it's, you know, it's a little bit different, it's a little bit abstract. That's just the Top Esports way.
You gotta squint a little bit and see the beauty in what they bring. But what an incredible game number 2 to bring us to equal standings, 1-1. This is the thing, though. It's like, yes, great, awesome, Top Esports won, but they have to work so hard. They have to do so much digging to get themselves out of that hole. And eventually, right at the end, they might not have even got it. If Jackie Love dies way before any of these Souls or Elder, that's game. EDG could have had a 2-0. We could have had a very different conversation. But thankfully for Top Esports and their fans across the world, they are still in this, and they are still looking to make sure they do not go 0-2 at the start of the split.
And I'm happy, you know. I came into the day expecting I was in for a 9-game day of casting. We didn't get that, but I'm happy at least this, you know, this top-tier matchup on paper ends up going the distance. And I'm glad, you know, we highlighted in draft. We need to see a better performance out of Rookie. We need to see a better performance out of Wayward. They have kind of highlighted these guys in draft by taking these champions early on. And yeah, we got it. Like you just said, we got the performances that we needed.
Yeah, I mean, it was the big thing. Look, Jackie Love as well, I think, stepped up as well, but it was obviously, you know, from even the first series against LNG, Jackie Love was playing well. Didn't have a great time in game 1, but definitely looked a lot more comfortable in game number 2. The fact that, you know, Rookie did steal the Elder Drake away just because he's so huge on this Syndra. That's the thing. Smites are great and all, but smites are only really relevant for the first, like, 30 minutes of the game. After that, the amount of sheer damage that is coming out from everybody means that smites are a nice thing, but they're not a guarantee.
No, I mean not even. I mean, think about it. You have a smite, or you have a full build Syndra with like an elixir. It's I
Yeah.
feel like one's going to do significantly more
I'd
damage
love to know how much
than the
damage
other.
he did to secure it. I really would. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, look, for top esports, they keep themselves alive. We can be happy about that. And we saw what we wanted to see. Wayward and Rookie kind of stepping up. For EDG, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It was good at points, and it looked like they definitely had a thing, but like Ala looked way off on this Jax in the early game. Fofo was just randomly getting caught on side lanes for no other reason than I just want to try and get this. I understand it, maybe the one at top side where it's like, yeah, he wanted his Rabadon's death cap, but then you give the gold over, you give the reset over, you can't pressure. There's so many small little things that work against you when you give over that kind of a pick.
Yeah, and again, the problem is like some of the later ones, like you're talking about, they were more excusable, but a lot of those early ones, they put TES in the position where they were really able to run over the game, and then having times where like you're losing out everywhere. It's like you're getting caught out bot side while Ala's getting solo killed, and you're also like losing the neutral objective. There's so many points where they're giving over way too much. Again, kudos to EDG for being able to make top esports have to work for this.
Yeah.
But yeah, sadly, in the end, it just wasn't enough. And now you're definitely going to go into the next game keeping your eye on things like the Cassante. Because let's remember, Cassante was a champion that really wasn't getting through draft some of the first few matches we had. And then it's been getting through more and more. And I wonder if teams are going to go back to be like, okay, maybe this is a higher priority to ban. And more specifically towards Rookie next game, being like, hey, maybe we'll let him get on something that can be strong in lane. But hell, what are you going to do, right? You're actually going to ban Syndra the first phase of bans?
Who do you not ban?
Probably not. Too many things to ban right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. It's a good and a bad thing, but like, I mean, look, my MVP, regardless of who ends up getting it, is going to be Wayward. 10, 2, and 4. Carried the early game on his back, kept Ala in a hole, because the thing is that Ala, looked exceptional in game number 1 on the Gwen, tried to do something similar here in game number 2, but because Wayward kept him down, kept him so far behind, it meant that Jackie Love was able to get the GA, was able to get himself away from a oncoming Jax. Even right at the end, right between that Elder Drake fight, Ala was looking for the end. It wasn't actually, the call from EDG was to actually go and end the game with Ala. If all 5 members were at the Dragon Pit, he called it, they made the decision, and they backed them up. It's just smart play coming out here from Wade. We hope he does get the MVP. If he doesn't, he's our MVP.
Yeah, I agree. Great showing from him. And again, I even understand the game plan from EDG. You know you probably can't win the team fight at that point in time. They have big front line. You do not have big front line. Go for the back door. But yeah, Wayward and top esports overall were just very conscious. Wards everywhere, and then making sure they're marking the back door.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going the full distance. And when we return, we will have our actual game of the day, as this one goes the full 3, and we'll see you soon.
Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Once you see my bad side, no, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad?
对阵 EDG 的话，我们就保持我们的风格，然后我们尽量优化一下我们中期的一些团战上的决策吧。我的打法应该会根据队伍要求需求来做一些调整吧。我觉得能赢比赛才是最重要的。
It's the most important thing, being able to adapt, being able to bring new play styles to the forefront. Welcome back, one and all, to our final game of this Super Saturday. It is 1-1 between Top Esports and EDG. Top Esports, it got close. They almost didn't win it, but off the back of Wayward, who was just absolutely insane on this Cassante, who is their MVP, they were bringing it back and potentially stop the 0-2 start.
I gotta say, you might criticize Top Esports, but Top Esports has to be one of your favorite teams to watch. They have to be. You never know what's going to happen in the Top Esports game, how they're going to win or lose or potentially win. But yeah, this man was huge, and he put Allah in his pocket this game and just carried him around the rift, right? Anywhere Allah was, he's like, no, you're mine. Get back in there. And he was unkillable. Because that's where I like the point you're making about as game goes on, like items mean less, because you get to a point where pretty much everyone is able to one combo any squishy in the game. The real difference maker being Wayward just getting so much further ahead than Allah, that really being the difference maker, because even with all the damage that was in the game, they're not going to kill Wayward faster than Top Esports are going to kill anyone on the side of EDG, and that's why they had to go for a desperate play and try to look for that backdoor.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel like they had to go for something a little bit more creative, as you say, and unfortunately for them, they were kind of called out on every single moment of the play to say, look, you can't do this. Even right here, Wayward just kind of pushing forward, everyone kind of having to respect him as so much. And I even got to give a little shout out to Mark. The fact that he goes in straight away, drops the Ignite, knows he'll kill the Aphelios, because when the Aphelios survives there, that's a very different fight.
Yeah, definitely. Again, just some nice like key plays out of the members from Top Esports that you wanted to see step up with the way that they came into draft, right? And the people they put priority on. So now we're gonna see they did what TN said. They played their style, which is scrappier, brawlier, you know, a little bit more back and forth. And now we'll see if that can translate into a series win. Because in spring, Top Esports, out of their first 8 series in spring, they won 7 of them. They were 7-1 at the halfway point. So I think they'd love to be able to start this split with a bit of momentum again. Me and you were talking during the first break. Might be better for Top Esports to have to take some losses first, do some soul searching, and improve from there, right? So game 1 loss led to this game 2 win. Maybe some series losses ends in like a playoffs, you know, Top Esports championship. Who knows?
The more they lose, the more they win.
Maybe,
kind of
you know, it's possible.
logic. I mean, who knows? You know, you never know with some of these teams. But I absolutely agree, and I think that, you know, we can be positive about Top Esports and how they've been coming into these series. Again, they're starting off with a much harder schedule than they probably anticipated happening right at the start of the season. And you're going to have to try and front up for this. EDG now find themselves as well, where they're, you know, equal footing. It's a best of 1. You got to come out with your best foot forward in this next game. Otherwise, it's just really, like, you know, not really optimal for you kind of moving forward. Yes, you did beat NIP, but now up against your first real test, it's a bit of a 1-1. So, and you know, next after this particular game, they got BLG, then JDG, 2 massive teams to kind of bring up against. So they're looking for the momentum as well.
That's the crazy thing is, like, our schedule, just like spring, the same thing happened in spring. It's very front-loaded in terms of, like, top teams playing against each other. Even looking at it right now, has already played TES. OMG have already played BLG. Weibo's already played JDG. TES EDG now.
LNG play JDG tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like, it's so front-loaded, which is kind of cool because it means you get to, like, you get punched in the face with action in games right off the bat. But it does kind of mean the split does kind of taper out. But hey, it just means these games even more important than, you know, maybe otherwise in past splits the opening week of games will be. So yeah, TS definitely going to be feeling it with some of the heavy hitters that they have in the schedule. And now I believe, if I remember correctly, it is it TS back on blue? Yeah, I think TS should be the ones moving back over. So we'll kind of see how draft shakes up because, like we're seeing again, there's just so many strong picks in this meta. It really comes down to like what you're willing to trade, but then also like combos of things, right? Because this was a game where Maokai went to the draft. It's like, okay, Maokai's a strong pick, but do we have a draft that can like combo with an AP slash like tank jungler and like make this work? No, okay, we're not going to pick up the Jace. We're not going to pick up the Maokai. So I think there's a lot of thought that has to go into the first few phases of picks right now, unless you do just default to the, we're going to pick Aphelios and we're going to pick Wukong or Vi, and then we're going to round it out with, you know, whatever option 3 is.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they're going to go for. And I go back to the stat the fan brought up on the sign, which was EDG have not beaten Top Esports in the regular split since 2019. It has been over 4 years since EDG have been able to take down this side. It's kind of becoming a little bit of a bogey side, you know, for the side of EDG. That they do so well. Even in the year they won the World Championship, they weren't able to beat Top Esports in the regular season. So it just can sometimes get into your head a little bit as we do jump into picks and bans. And that Maokai you talked about not getting through the picks this particular time around. And again, we'll see what EDG want to do. They're kind of pigeonholed, you would imagine, into getting the Draven, the Milio, and the Nico. We'll see if the Draven sticks up because, like, you know, Leave did mention it in his interview that, you know, the last time they played, Jackie Love just kind of overwhelmed him, and that is a champion that can overwhelm you.
I wonder if this is the game that you gamble it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's always a game where you do throw out, like, you kind of throw up the gauntlet and see what happens. Not like Top Esports picked it in their last series when it was available either. I like the Top Esports adaptation from Game 1. Game 1, they didn't ban out the Cassante pick. They did ban out the Ahri, so I'm not going to give this one over for free because they know, you know, there's things in their mind that are more worthwhile to first pick than this champion, which maybe they should reconsider after how well Wayward piloted it last game. We're going to see now. Yep, Draven is left open. Vi is taken away, so I think Wukong would be something that kind of comes to mind here as something that can be picked up first now that both Maokai and Vi are off the table.
I mean, Wukong feels like it's the natural kind of order to things, but we'll see if they end up kind of working towards that. I mean, look, it would be really weird to not take it, especially with the jungle pool being as pinched as it is. The Cassante being banned by Top Esports shows you just how much respect they want to put onto it. They don't feel like they can first pick it or even early pick it, so they have to let that one go into the bans, unfortunately for them. Now we get to see where EDG want to go, and if they want to try and lock in their bot lane, or even just go towards the mid lane. You know, get the Annie, get the Viego, look for a big strong duo.
Yeah, I think the Annie's definitely a good shout. Going to pick up AD carry here as well, as it seems like they're very content and happy to just keep throwing leave onto a Felios Sudi. And now I feel like it's when we're going to find out if they just want to default back to something like a Jinx or maybe a Xayah, or who knows, maybe because you have so many options open and like Jinx, Xayah, if they were willing to bring out like a Draven, you could even leave AD carry to second rotation because you're not as scared of the pool getting pinched. It would mean you'd probably go for top lane here if that was the case. You'd probably opt into a Sion, or if you're like afraid of the Gwen coming back out from the side of EDG, even if there are answers and maybe not the most blind pickable champion, you know, making sure that Wayward doesn't falter the same way he did in game 1. No, Gragas.
Wow, Gragas top. So thinking something that can mitigate maybe a little bit of that top lane pressure. But I mean, I feel like you could just go Lulu here for Mako and leave that extra little bit of security coming into this game. And, you know, again, there's just so many things to ban in that top side that either tank or carry, that there's just not really a lot else to kind of go for. Well, no, want to go with the Gnar. Feeling like Ala might have a bit of a stronger kind of setup there. We did see with Zika earlier today on LNG, much happier kind of, you know, getting in those big team fights, and the big Gnar ultimates can be huge.
Yeah, and Top Esports seems like we're confident in terms of the AD carry pool in the bot lane being wide enough so they're not afraid of it getting pinched too far. When it comes to EDG for junglers, you've already highlighted the big one that comes to mind, which is the Viego. You would expect that to be taken away by TES, and then you're really wondering where Jedge is going to go. Game 1, we had the Sejuani, but not having the same, like, pairings that you typically do, so you think, okay, that one probably not going to come through. And then it leads to, again, what kind of flavor Jedge is willing to show, because we've had some junglers willing to go towards lethality champions, like the Kazakhs that we had a lot of at MSI. We've seen some, like, Nocturne gameplay, but with Top Esports not even showing in a mobile AD carry yet, like, that's probably not something you're really thinking of for EDG. So, yeah, I feel like a bit of an interesting situation for EDG to save jungle for the second rotation.
Interesting, but might work out in the end. We'll see what they kind of want to bring the last few bans. Actually going to go with the Lucian. So the Draven makes it all the way down, as does the Jinx. Right now, Top Esports not wanting to show their cards in terms of where their bot lane is going to be.
And now that you banned Lulu, I really think giving one ban towards jungle, there it is. You ban the Viego, makes sense, because again, it really is the last just obvious pick left open. Now for EDG, I feel like this is probably where you show, and you could even leave. You could either like pick something like a Rakan here and then deny it. The Xayah Rakan combo is a possibility, or you take jungle and you look to counter pick support and try to give Leave and Mako an even stronger laning phase.
Well, it looks like they're going to go with option 1 over your 2. Get Mako onto this Rakan. Good hard engage. Good stop the Xayah Rakan combination, like you mentioned. Breaks up that Lovers duo. And we'll see. Lots to kind of just still come out of this one here. Yeah, I mean, they're still waiting to see. Make him pick Draven.
Yeah, make him do it. Come on, you use your Irishness.
I mean, you can go Draven Blitzcrank here. That wouldn't be too bad, to be honest with you, to be able to kind of build out the Aphelios. I might be god tier caster right
Actually,
now.
Did you do it? Did you do it, Asheen? You did it, Asheen.
I did do it. I am
everyone thank Asheen right now. Oh,
I'm gonna be doubly right. Please make me. No, go back to the Blitzcrank. I want to be doubly right. No, I want to be doubly right.
You know what?
This is the correct play, but I want it to be doubly right.
You've already done enough for the people. But are you going to do a little bit more? Oh, that's
I'll take
even
a pike. I'll take a pike. Pike's even better. Pike's even better. That's an improvement on what I anticipated.
Yeah, there we go. We already highlighted some of the potential jungle options for JJ, Kazakhs being one of the ones we mentioned. That would give them, we already know who his prime target is going to be on the opposite side. And there it is. Kazakhs brought out for JJ, Jackie Love and Mark on the Draven and Pike. We know this game is all about bot lane, even more so than our usual games. I still remember back to 2020 Worlds. I sadly can't remember who the opponent was in their group, but I just remember them picking the Draven and just constantly going back to that bot lane, diving over and over again and having like a 10K. Hell, Jackie Love's done that so many times throughout his career, right? Pick Draven, dive bot over and over again, have like a 10K gold lead at like 10 minutes. It is just great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, definitely feels like something that he's been able to do. It's almost like a tale as old as time, Jackie Love and Draven. But we'll see now where these two teams go. This is going to be the final game of the day, final game of this series. A final game to maybe see if EDG can beat. Because think about it, this is the thing. This is the funny thing. If EDG, if EDG lose this game, we go another year potentially without them beating top esports in the regular split. That's kind of the crazy thing about this. So can they break the curse? Can they break the streak? Will EDG be able to kind of quell their demons? On the other side of this, top esports, they need to start building momentum. They need to start finding out what makes this team so scary. You look at the names, but names are not enough. Words are not enough. Actions are needed. As we're going to jump onto the rift for the third and final time of this series, and for the final time today between these two titans of the LPL.
And I'm really curious to see where Jackie Love goes with the build. You know, typically you do still start off with that Essence Reaver, but then you would either go to Ghost Blade, give you more like early burst, that movement speed coming out so you can chase people down, or you can go like standard crit, go towards an Infinity Edge. Not a lot of tanks on the opposite side, so something like a Ghost Blade could be cool, seeing that come out. But hey, Jackie Love's the Draven Master. We're just going to be here to watch and learn.
Waiting for the Master to tell us everything. Curious to see if the Kazakhs will have as much of an impact as we have maybe seen there. I actually like this little small adaptation we're seeing from TN. He's actually going for the Blue Smite to get a little bit of extra movement speed coming in and out of brushes and stuff like that to try and catch out maybe the Aphelios. It's actually something that I've seen quite a few times when they're going up against AD or heavy AD carry junglers, that it's kind of like gives you an extra little bit of movement speed to kind of stay in tow with something like a Kha'Zix, so you don't just run away from you or anything like that. It's nice to see those little adaptations coming out even this far into a series.
Yeah, I agree. Nice to see and see what he does do with it. A lot of our attention hopefully going to be towards bot lane, whether in favor of top esports or if Jackie Love and Mark just end up kind of getting blown open, and if EDG do put resources down there. I think for EDG's comp, like, can have a lot of power, right? Anti-stun setting up for like cosmic damage to come out. Same with the Rakan down in that bot lane. You already know Pyke and Draven are going to want to play far forward, so can set up 4 easier ganks. But also means we're going to have to see how top esports vision game is around this bottom half of the map. Oh, speak of the devil, look at TN.
Yeah, they know. I think they saw him on that ward, I believe. There was a couple of pings going down, so TN already from his Raptors straight into a blue side invade, which means that he knows he can go a bit more aggressively. There is I don't know how he curved the bullet on that particular one, and now Leave in a lot of trouble. One more auto attack would have killed him. He holds onto his heal, he holds onto his flash. He's got 3 pots running, and this is good. Yeah, they got a ward. They got to make sure they know where this Wukong is going to be, because if they don't know where he is, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Mako now getting jumped on a little bit here. The Ignite goes down. He has to flash away. Gets the heal out. The hook is good! And that's what you want to be seeing from top esports. Mark and Jackie Love get their combo and get their kill.
Like, they just have this plan down pat. It doesn't matter what iteration of top esports it is. It's like, all right, pick the Draven lane, play aggressively. I love that TN went for the invade, saying, hey, you're not really going to be able to match, because if JJ comes, like, our bot lane is pressure, they're going to move first. If you don't come and you look for the cross map, it sets up for plays like that. I'm really surprised that Mako went to go check if TN was here when Leave was so low, because this was always going to happen in terms of having to blow some of these summoners. But Leave gets caught by Mark, and honestly, just great hook by Mark. Great play coming on the Pyke so far in these first 3 minutes.
Really, really well done as well. And it's just, and the big thing as well, yes, it's a kill, early cash out, not going to mean the most in terms of gold for the Draven. As you can see, he wasn't able to stack up anything. I think the big thing to recognize is the CS. So much of that CS wave was lost to tower. Probably lost 2 waves because it was already crashing as he was trying to go down or get back away. So really strong start for the top esports bot lane. And that's exactly why you picked this lane. It's a hyper kill lane. It doesn't want to jinx Aphelios, sit there for hours and not do anything. It wants to see the action.
And again, TN just going to pretty much ignore his top side and keep just playing heavily around the spot lane. Even if you aren't necessarily looking for kills, just making sure that your bot lane has the freedom to play the way they want. And now we might get a 3v3.
I mean, that's a 2-level difference there. No flash, remember, onto Leave. And Mako gets dragged back. He's trying to use the battle dance to see if he can survive. Let's go from bad to worse, Lyric. This is going to be fantastic for top esports fans, but EDG, they're falling apart.
Man, Leave is going to have nightmares. He comes out in the pregame interview saying, hey, last time, Jackie Love and Mark, they pressured us so much. It was so rough. They won last time. And now you come back in. Honestly, EDG, even in game 2, like, they've looked like the better team. Like, the last game, Top Esports had to brawl to be able to win, where EDG had the clean game 1. Now you come into game 3 and you have to face such Jackie Love Draven, and he's just going to imprint this in your memory forever.
I mean, just so difficult to see. Ala taking a much more favorable trade. Wayward might have to flash here. Wayward will probably have to flash. One more boomerang would be good. Ala wants it. He doesn't have the hop. He doesn't hit the boomerang. So flash for flash there. Ala thought he had himself a little solo bolo on the top side.
It was close. Even a nice flash over the Q to be able to be in range to keep trying to bring that one down. And now we're going to see once again, Nice Tien not getting potentially baited because Jija should be up towards his side after them spotting him down in bot lane.
We'll wait to see now. I'm curious. I imagine it's an Essence Reaver for Jackie Love. I don't think you will go for the Triforce. I like to think maybe he could be a bit crazy. You know, Triforce has received quite a few buffs on this particular patch as Mako. Oh no! Oh no! Ah! Make it stop, Jordan! Make it stop!
He was supposed to be him, Machine!
It's
he
not
was supposed
him!
to be
He's
him!
not him! Oh, Lord, that's upsetting.
That is, and it seems like EDG are like, hey, this isn't how it was meant to be. This isn't how this game and how this series is supposed to go.
There is a pause, and the pause is probably because it did definitely look like he should have went over that side.
Yeah.
100% definitely looked like he should have went over, and he didn't. So we might have a little bit of a chrono break on our hands, which means I'm going to sit down because I've been standing for
You know what?
absolutely
You know what would be a
forever.
tragedy? I don't even know if I should say this and will this evil do existence. If, like, for some reason the chrono break couldn't happen, but, like, the bug did exist, and then you would just start the game over again. Oh my god, that would be a tragedy for top
New picks
esports.
and bans. That would be tragic. That would, in fact, be tragic. But we'll see. We will update you, lovely viewers, as soon as we have any information.
Do you know how much
He
feel to be
doesn't
Fofo in this game where everything around you is just kind of burning and falling apart?
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like he fortunate to lose that game number 2. Again, I feel like if they kill off that jacket, it's the butterfly effect. If Reckless just didn't, you know, auto the Nexus or did auto the Nexus or something like that, I think that's the butterfly effect that comes from LEC. It's like if Reckless autos the Nexus, then it doesn't happen. All this different stuff. Anyway, there's all these different things, but we'll see what happens. No update for the moment. So we will see what happens now. But again, it did look like, very much so, like the Rakan should have gotten over the wall. So we will see if it was a bug. We'll see if it was... Actually, it looks like it... Is it top esports who have the people over them? It doesn't look like it's on EDG.
No, it's EDG. It's Mako reported an issue, and
yes, there it is.
Yeah, we're gonna see how that one pans out.
We're gonna
Well, I
investigate.
look up to remember what game of Worlds I'm thinking of. Might have been top esports against... Can't remember if it was DRX or FlyQuest. Both of them were in their group. You know what? You know, maybe I just wasn't meant to remember. Maybe we aren't meant to go down memory lane. Wait, I'm wrong. It actually wasn't Jackie Love I'm thinking of. So the story had no relevance whatsoever. It was Suni against Team Liquid in 2020 Worlds, where Huanfeng brought out the Draven that I'm thinking of. There it is, Ashin. There it is.
There you go. Happy to always get a little bit of history lesson here with Lyric. As we're going to see where the investigation leads us. And look, it's very early on in the split. Not really a lot of things to bring up. We can kind of look forward to Top Esports' next few games. They play NIP, TT, then they play Weibo. So Top Esports, I would argue, have a couple of warm-up games, shall we say, before they start hitting into the nitty-gritty that will be like Weibo Gaming. Actually, they still continue on that side. FBX, LGD, RNG, and then it doesn't really get difficult for them until about week 4, which is way down the line.
Yeah, it just... So they have a bit of time, a bit of reprieve, figure things out. And sorry, I've gone on the ultimate tangent of looking for all the Draven players we have in the league. You know, Sheen, we're kind of at the point of where it's like, okay, it hasn't been the longest day, hasn't been the 9 games, but I'm definitely at like my mental capacity. I'm like, okay, who plays Draven in this league? Because we have quite a bit of Draven players these days, if you think about it. Assam, Huanfeng, Jackie Love. Did Leaf play Draven at all?
Don't think so.
That's a question.
I don't believe he has ever played Draven. I can check that.
Do you remember when Jackie Love absolutely dumpstered Viper on Draven, and then Viper went to solo queue and played like 50 games of Draven, and then was able to bring it out in LPL?
Yes.
Those are the kind of arcs that I like.
So, Neve has not played it in LPL, but he has played it in the LDL. So there you go. And the Asia Star Challengers Invitational as well. So
another
not quite
potential
sure.
Draven player.
Yes, potential one. He is 6-3 in the champion, though his last 3 came out of his last 4 games. If that makes sense, his last 3 losses. The 3 losses came from the last 4 games, so he's maybe not as confident about it as maybe others should be. But I mean, Draven's just one of those picks. It's kind of like the weird mini meta we get, where it's like it has to be a Felios or Jinx, it has to be this, it has to be that. And it's like, okay, well then we're gonna throw in a complete curveball, go for the hyper aggressive comp, and there's nothing you can do about it. And if it works out like this, I mean, that's why you can't just kind of fall into old habits, I suppose, of just kind of saying, yep, this is how it's going to go, this is how everyone's going to draft, because that's the way everyone just drafts, you know? You kind of need to be a bit more on top of it sometimes.
It's always been nice throughout League history when it feels like there haven't been enough pocket pick Draven players. You can really pick them out. Like in like LPL back in the day, right? You think back to Snake, where they had Crystal. You think back to people like Freeze over in Europe. Did NA have any big Draven players? I feel like there must have been someone. There we go.
I mean,
the biggest Draven player of them all.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, biggest Draven player of them all.
I'm not wrong, but yeah, there's a couple of different Draven players. I remember, we still do, but obviously, like I remember when like LPL was kind of known just having like these couple of one tricks. You still have Abel with his Samira, which hasn't looked incredible for the last while, but still something that if it gets a couple of buffs or two, definitely something that he could bring out. I'm trying to think of other like pocket picks, not even like picks they're known for, but like genuine pocket picks that never.
I remember when 2019. You know, I wasn't in the league, casting the league yet, but you were. But I was still a big fan, and we had Windy. We had Windy back on V5.
That's right.
And Mo would swap, and Windy was the ultimate Yasuo player, so he'd just go play top Yasuo and then switch to mid and play mid Yasuo, and that was it. And it was pretty great.
Yeah, we had Windy who literally played the Windy champion. That was good.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I'm trying to think of like, I remember for the longest time, Ala or Natural back in his day was like kind of a Camille like one trick, like didn't really go anywhere else with that particular that thing. And Venus looked very good on it, but he's definitely developed as a player over the last few years and matured, shall we say.
Also, Asheen, we have another update for everyone out there. You know, we're to pause right now. Mako looked like he should have gone over a wall and he didn't. And, you know, he reported the issue. So our update as of now is that we'll have another update soon. So please bear with us, because you know what we're going to do? We're going to hang out. We're just going to talk. We're going to have good. Yeah. It's going to be a bit of a podcast. We're going to look at the player reactions.
We can make it into a bit of a podcast. Yeah, we will. We have been told we will get an update in about 5 minutes, so hopefully we will get something soon. But for the moment, we can have it. What are you looking forward to this split? What when summer split kind of rolls around? What do you look forward to?
Like, this isn't even a question. I'm here for RA. I've already reached out to RA, like, hey, you know, all you do it here on broadcast. Hey, RA, how do I get a jersey? How do I represent you and be as biased as I could possibly be on broadcast? Because I'd love to do it. You know, I can be a mascot for the team. We've seen some teams have cool mascots. Your mascot would be me, which isn't that cool, and people would be like, why is this random guy your mascot? But I'm open to it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could be the rare Atom. You know,
exactly.
You could be him.
I think, like, unironically, other than Mole, seeing how the roster plays out will be fun, right? Having someone like, even if Mole gets subbed out, having Strive in, and then seeing, hey, how does Xiaoshu develop? Because Xiaoshu was an absolute stud in my mind in spring, came out of nowhere, solo killed everyone left and right, and then feathered a really good debut. So I'm excited to see where this RA team ends up, and I hope that me loving them doesn't send them straight to 16th or 17th place.
Yeah, that would be a bit depressing to say the least.
It would.
I'm curious about your thoughts though on a particular thing. It's slight tangential to what you talked about. You said you're gonna be like super biased towards RA. That's fine. What is your opinion on biased casters? Because I love it. I think biased casters are awesome. I think it's so much fun.
The thing that we should steal from like old wrestling is like a heel and face commentator. Right now, you should be on EDG, and I'm like, no, Fofo, you suck. Don't do that. Top esports are winning, and then you do the reverse, and you say that to Rookie, and then it's just great. It's just yeah, big support. I love it. Bias commentary, bias in general is the way to go.
One of the greatest calls is like Kobe. Kind of said the faithful shall be rewarded, or I never doubted them and all that kind of stuff like that. Like you need bias. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I will say now, this is a coverall forever. If I'm casting an LPL team at an international, I will be biased towards the LPL team.
I won't do that. I won't do that.
How dare you?
You know what, Asheen? I get it. I get it because, people out there still think you're not Irish. So, you know what? If you're not Irish, you might as well do what you want.
People still attribute my gala call that I did with Dagda to Captain Flowers, which I find even more hilarious.
Yeah.
I went onto the comments on it because I was like reliving it, and I was like, oh, that was such a good call. It was so much fun. So glad I had Dagda with me for that. And then someone's just like, who's the caster on the comments? And it's like, oh, that's Captain Flowers. He's the GOAT. I'm like, what the fuck, man? That's just like insane, like just unnecessary. Like,
I do. I do want to confirm for people out there, Sheen is Irish. Just so
about.
People know.
Just about.
Look at our players, man. Look at them waiting for this game to start. I guess EDG would look a bit more depressed. If you are just tuning in now, wondering why you're listening to us talking, you're like, casters, please start the game. EDG were getting messed up by Draven and Pike. The potential bug happened, and here we are, and EDG are not because Draven and Pike.
Usually, I obviously this is not confirmed, but usually when we take this kind of time, the players like to have a nap. They're not allowed to talk to each other then, but usually when there's this kind of time on it, it's generally a chrono break kind of situation. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. We got plenty of time to kind of go in for this one here, and I mean, look, if you're a top esports fan, you're hoping it's as is, or at least if you're top esports, you're hoping it's definitely not a remake, because if it's a remake, you got to restart your fantastic start, and you got to try and figure out. It might be a ban on Rakan, it might be a ban on it being in the game. The whole draft has to rechange. However, if it's just a chrono break and we just need to go back to a couple of seconds before Mako did not get over the wall, then you're still in a pretty damn good position.
Yeah, as Mako, I don't know. That was a very weird one. And now I'm just sitting here. I'm thinking about a lot of things, Sheen. Thinking, all right, I wonder how Rookie's restaurant is doing. Rookie opened a restaurant. What was that, last year? It was might have been the year before.
What kind
he
of
opened a restaurant. I believe he opened a Korean restaurant in Shanghai. I think it's Shanghai. Can you imagine getting served by Rookie? Because I believe Rookie was actually actively working in the restaurant the day it opened. It's like, I just got served by one of the goats.
The goat. We just have a slight update. It has been exactly 5 minutes. The head ref is still checking the in-game issue, so we don't have an update. We'll have another update once the head ref has figured out what the hell went down.
I do love updates that are just saying, hey, we'll get another update, just like how I love announcements that are there to announce announcements. We won't really go deep in.
I hate announcements of announcements. I think
no,
they're really
we won't go deep in the rabbit hole of this because it's maybe not our place to talk about. But like the TSM's announcement of an announcement of like moving, it's like, hey, cool.
True.
Announcements of announcements are the way to go.
Yeah, maybe. It's I don't know. I feel like it's one of those. It's like a to be continued. I get very annoyed about that. Got very annoyed about that recently on something that I'm not going to discuss because it's technically a spoiler. But,
things to be continued is fine. You know what I don't like? When things just don't end and just disappear, like, in the middle of being made. A good example, Hunter x Hunter is a manga. It just disappeared. It went out the window, and we're just like, hey, where is this? We don't know. Black Clover's an anime. Bam, just ended, disappeared. Where is it? I don't know. A lot of things like that.
Black Clover not going on? Is it not still happening?
like I think a movie's coming out soon. The Beatles as a band, you know, they might have gotten old, and you know, some of them, you know, rest in peace, things like that. But could have been more great Beatles music made in like the 60s.
You're absolutely right. Black Clover did end. Oh, I couldn't get into Black Clover. Your man just kept shouting. He's just very unnecessary shouting right at the start.
They're all the same.
Do you have a shonen that you go to? Your go-to shonen anime?
Yu Yu Hakusho. Does that count as a shonen? Is that a shonen?
I mean, it was one of the OGs,
our tournament
wasn't
animes shonen?
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the OGs, right? Like, it was one of the OG shonen anime.
Oh, I rewatch Yu Yu Hakusho every year.
Really? God damn.
Every year. Every year.
That I'm not. Look, to each their own. But that anime does not hold up very well.
It holds up. It holds up.
No, it does not. I'm sorry.
As a man
some anime
who
are
puts
timeless, but
beans
that
on
one...
toast, your opinion.
Hang on.
here...
Whoa. Hang on. That's British culture. I will have you know that we are not known for that here in Ireland. How dare you? How dare you?
Zing.
Oh my lord. You can give that guff to Munchables, to Jamada, to Nightmare, but you cannot give it to me.
You know, to be fair, I actually even enjoy it. Like beans on toast, in theory to me, sounded like, why would you do that? It didn't sound good. Then I did it. I'm like, this is solid. This is solid. So, you know what? I'm glad I insulted you in a way I didn't even intend to.
Yeah. I mean, you had Irish cuisine. It's not very good, to be honest with you. But we had a lot of cool, like, spins on Chinese restaurants, which were, like, kind of cool.
You know the
like
most
spice box.
confusing thing ever talking about food, and this goes for everyone out there, like, if you go to Irish pubs in a lot of like places in the world, like anywhere, like we went in China, went in America, went here and there. For some reason, all Irish pubs in countries that aren't Ireland serve burritos, and it makes no sense.
Yeah, you told me.
It makes no sense. Yeah.
We went to an Irish bar in Shanghai that served burritos. I remember.
And that was the specialty dish. That was like
yeah,
the main dish.
That was like, this is why you come here. This is why you're here. You have to have a burrito from Ireland. I mean, look, I'm all for it. Burritos are great. Mexican cuisine in general is like top tier in my opinion.
It's also one of the things that you go anywhere else in the world, which is not the same. Which is not the same.
Yeah, that's true.
People just don't know how to do Mexican cuisine elsewhere.
Do you know what's mad as well? There's always like the idea, like, oh, you go to China, you go to Japan, Korea, whatever it is. And like, I always get this mad feeling of like, I want to try the McDonald's, or I want to try like the fast foods. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to try things like that because it's just like, how different is it? Because like, most of the fast food chains in America are way different to the ones in Europe. Like, not even close.
Oh, fast food is better elsewhere than it is here, even if a lot of it started here. And maybe that's what we can do out there. You know, if you're out there, you're bored right now, you don't want to keep hearing us talk, you're waiting for the games. You tweet us right now, and you send us, you're like, if you've traveled, you send us your McDonald's tier list from different countries. If you haven't traveled, you just send us your fast food tier list. I'm down to read some fast food tier lists right now.
Go on. S tier. We'll go by American standards. So we'll start with your S. Who's your S?
My S?
Who's your S? You can only have one S. Who's your S? Clear Love getting some love in the crowd. No, spotlight.
That's
on him.
tough.
2 spotlights. That's 2 of them putting the spotlight on him.
Clear Love. What an absolute OG. I still remember when he got subbed in for his birthday. That was a great time. What was that? 2021. 2021 when he randomly got subbed in.
Yeah. Came back for a stint.
Yeah, if anyone wants to go back and watch Clear Love play again, 2021 randomly got subbed in for a game. There you go.
They do have usually in summer or in the Chinese All-Stars, they usually have like an All-Stars game that's like, you know, all the old ones, MLXG, Uzi, Going. Going may be an OMG fan.
Also, Asheen, we have a big update.
Yes. Do you want to read it, or shall I read it?
You know, you have more of the broadcast voice, so do the honors, sir.
Yes, I will. So, In the just played game, Mako reported a bug where W skills of Rakan could not be used properly. The referee team has made a final decision to confirm that the situation is a bug. Due to the significant impact of this issue on the game progress, the referee team used Chrono Break according to the rules to restore the game to a dead ball state. After judgment, it was decided to go back to 5 minutes, 32 seconds. The game will resume from there. So, we're just waiting for the game to get back to 5 minutes 32. I can't even remember when we stopped playing. It's been a very long time, but we should, quote unquote, be getting into the game relatively soon. I think we've been talking an awful lot of stuff for about...
Okay,
Lord,
so...
I don't even know.
So
How long do you think we've been? 10 minutes?
So I went back to check where 532 is. Wait, that's what... Yep, so 532. And luckily, we're not losing anything. It is actually right as Mark is going for Mako. So...
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we paused right after the kill at like
Okay.
540. That'll be great.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. If it's right before he gets caught, so he knows it's coming now. I'm wondering, does he like just make the exact same bug happen? That's my question, you know?
If the same bug happens, my God, I don't know. We might just have to accept. Somebody just need to pat Mako on the shoulder and be like, it gets better, but not today, my friend.
Not today.
Not today.
But I do believe that, you know what? I had a couple of people, genuinely a couple of people message me on Instagram asking me where the Last Hit podcast went. This is about as close as it's going to come to this year of
That's
us
true.
having the. It's about as close as you're going to get to the LPL Last Hit podcast. I wasn't even a part of that. That wasn't even. That was hysterics, baby.
You know what? And I'm disappointed. We have gotten no fast food tier lists. We are clearly very cloutless over here in the LPL.
I don't have anyone who follows me, and you don't tweet, so I think that's kind of the problem there. You know,
If anything, we should be more relatable then. You know what I mean? You know, you have all these like big awesome people out there, like Cajal, who might be watching today. Hi Cajal, you handed me a clothes iron once in the LXC studio. Good times. They have tons of clout, which means since he's so awesome and so cool and so popular, you can't relate to him. But us,
No.
what do we got? We're just, I could just be walking down the street right now. You might be listening, driving to work. I could be in the car next to you. You have no idea. I'm not that cool. If you're at a 7-Eleven right now with watching this broadcast on your phone, I could also be in that 7-Eleven. I don't know.
Are you okay?
It's a long day, man. I've done three series. We're 3 series in.
I feel like you were gonna commit to the clout chasing bit, and then you just went, I can't do it, and then just immediately derailed.
You know what?
I'll do it for you.
It's 3 series today. It's 1 series tomorrow. It was 2 series yesterday. It's never-ending games here. And you know what? These guys also have never-ending games. So, big respect to the players. Having to play every other day. Ooh, rough.
What time is it where you're at right now? 'Cause you're mountain
It's,
time, right?
It's about to be 7 a.m.
Nice. It's about to be 3 p.m. for me. I want to go jump in the ocean. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. It looks like with how some of the players are starting to laugh, that they're going into the same like delirious mental states.
It's
as
even
we are,
worse for
which
them.
is
They can't talk.
Exactly.
They can't speak
Exactly.
to each other because they're not allowed as per the rules. They can't discuss anything. They just have to sit there and hold their concentration for what feels like it's been like 25 minutes. And everyone, I'm sure there's plenty of people in the Twitch chat and everything else start the game. So it is, we don't want this either. We don't want to sit here talking absolute garbage to you guys, but we have to. It's just part of the job.
It
This
actually,
is just how it is.
It actually is the best part, Asheen. So you need to calm
I do
down.
enjoy
and
it.
look.
I do enjoy it.
Look at that smile
But I
on
wanna cast
Rookie's
the game.
face. Because that tells you if they're going into like, we'll say mental overdrive. We'll say they're going to Zen Mountain. That's when the peak crazy League of Legends gameplay comes out, and we're going to come out of this pause. We're going to see Mako escape, but then you know what Mark's going to do? He's going to go mid. He's going to go hook the enemy mid laner. He's going to get Fofo. Fofo's going to die. He's then going to go top. And you know what? He's not going to kill Allah, but he's going to do his damnedest. Then he's going to go back bot, and I don't know, maybe then EDG's bot lane can get a 2v2 kill. So, you know what? I just laid out the next 3 minutes and 27 seconds of gameplay for you. You just get to enjoy.
We should if this ever happens again, because it looks like, oh, never mind. I thought they were getting their hands ready. Never mind. I was gonna say we should just invite like the co-streamers, like Dom and Casual, and just like pool together and just have a random discussion until the game comes back. I don't know how that would work. I don't think that would work at all, but it would be funny.
let's also bring in people from outside our own sphere. You know, maybe get XQC over in here, and we could get Disguised Toast has entered League of Legends now. I get him over here. But good news, Asheen, we've gotten one person who's tweeted me telling me good fast food, and it was Shimano.
yeah.
And he said Popeyes and Whataburger, very good American cuisine. And I will say, I do love Popeyes, and Whataburger, is specifically their fries and their ketchup, absolutely goated.
I don't know. I'm gonna sound so pretentious when I say this. I don't eat fast food that much anymore. Like, I've kind of outgrown it. My body doesn't allow me to anymore. I can't eat them like whatever the hell I want, and it'll be like, I'm fine. It's like my body's like, no, you will pay for your sins.
You know what? You have now moved yourself to the unrelatable list. There you go.
Oh,
Machine,
come
not
on.
relatable.
I am relatable.
Okay.
I'm very relatable.
EDG are laughing now too. So we went from just no one laughing to Top Esports laughing to EDG laughing. This must be a good sign. But actually what this means is the players are both in lobby right now, or I guess they might even still be in game. I actually don't actively know how Corona breaking works, because back when I was a coach, we never did Corona break any of our games. But they're very clearly chatting in game with TES, probably giving tons of banter that maybe the Pro View streams would show, but we wouldn't know here.
We would not know. We would not know.
We could make it up.
I mean, if you want to commit to that, I'm very happy to you to do that.
Wayward just typed to Allah and said that he is trash, and that after winning this game, Allah's gonna have to buy him dinner. Bam. Got the lyric stamp of authenticity.
It's worth nothing, but it's there. Here's a question, right? We got a bit divisive. What are your go-to toppings on a pizza? You're making your own pizza. What are you putting on it?
Okay,
you can only have three.
It's pepper. Okay, if I only get three, it's pepperoni, spicy sausage, and jalapenos easily. I want spicy pizza.
Yeah. Oh, we're coming back to us, I believe, or is it back to? I'm sitting down now, so.
You know what? We're gonna find. Oh, it is back to us. Hi. Here we are. I don't know if we're staying on this. I don't know if we're going to break. I don't. You know, this is kind of great. You know, we're actually actively part of the adventure. You guys don't know what's going to happen next.
We are.
We also don't know what's going to happen next. And it's kind of a bit of a thrill.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the way it goes. We're not quite sure what's happening here now. I'm actually, you know what? I'm going to open Twitch chat. I don't have Twitch chat open. I'm going to ask how they got if they see they're kind of going for what pizza toppings they kind of go for. I see a pepperoni, bacon, cheese. I don't know why. Is that extra cheese? Would you say that's extra cheese?
I guess it would depend, right? Is it extra cheese, or maybe they adding like a specialty cheese? Like maybe you're like drizzling some feta or something on top of it, which sounds pretty nice.
I have an unpopular opinion. I quite like 4-cheese pizza. I'm quite a fan of 4-cheese pizza.
You know, I think pizza needs more than just cheese, but 4-cheese pizza is solid.
I've been told Yu Yu Hakusho. Is that the one you were watching earlier? That's 100% rewatchable. Chicken and bacon. I'm just going off of the chat now. We're just streamers now. There's nothing else. Normally, we're just co-streaming. We're co-streaming the co-stream of the co-stream. But see, normally I would have like so much data and so many things to bring and the history and stuff like that. I have a gum infection right now. I am really not set up to cast all this kind of pause, but we're getting there.
Asheen, let's be real, right? If this was a big playoff game, sure, but we know our audience, and we know, hey, it's regular season LPL. Guess what? Games happen every day. A lot of games happen every day. Is now in summer we're gonna have more days. I believe 5 days a week that are gonna be three series days. So we're gonna have a lot of games, and you know what? We know. Up until playoffs, anything can happen. But playoffs, that's when teams are going to buckle in. But we enjoy the ride up to playoffs because that's where you get all the shenanigans. And why else do you come to LPL than for the shenanigans?
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of people asking, can we bring on Cadril? I'm telling you now, the way we've set up the LPL English stream, it's not possible. It would not be possible for us to bring on. I'd love to. I think it'd be very fun, but I don't think it's possible.
He just needs to bring himself on by like putting his camera like right in the middle of us. And you know what? We can actually have a conversation with him right now and be like, yo, Cadril, so you know what kind of games you been playing lately? And then we pause. Cadril responds.
Let's wait.
That was pretty sick, man. I also love that game. Machine, what do you think?
I'm gonna wait for his response. Hang on. I'm gonna see what he goes for. Let's see if we get his response. It's gonna be interesting. I feel like
it actually looks like it sucks we did this now because it actually looks like we're about to end up back in game. This has been silly. This has been fun, and yeah, let's see if we end up there or if I'm actually just baiting all of us, which might be even better because I love being a lord of chaos.
Oh, are we going back in? Are we going back in? Anarchy? No. Oh, yes. I got a yes from our director. I'm taking that with all the copium in the world. You know, I was a little sad because the FA Cup final is starting in 5 minutes, and the Spanish Grand Prix qualifying is starting in 5 minutes. And I really wanted to watch both of those, so I really think I'm going to miss out on quite a lot of stuff. So,
you know what?
That's
we don't care about your needs, Asheen, except I do, because
you texted me they said you missed me. It was very cute.
Yeah, it's been a while, you know? You over
Hooray!
there. Oh, hey, we're back! We don't have to talk about nothing anymore. Let's
Oh
go.
my god, League of Legends, I've never been so happy to see you. My god, everyone take a collective sigh of relief. I hope you enjoyed the Last Hit podcast featuring Cadril. And I hope he interacted with us. But now we come back in and we actually have an old hood.
We're very serious here in the LPL, so we get right to it. Look at this. We're back where we started, which is top esports absolutely decimating in this spot lane still. Still no summoners, so it means that TN, we know, is just going to keep playing heavily around the spot side, right? Trying to set up these opportunities. And now, sadly for Jeja, you kind of just get pulled into the orbit of having to cover for your bot lane and making sure that Jackie Love and Mark don't snowball too much out of control.
Absolutely. You kind of have to stem the bleeding a little bit in that bot side. Otherwise, it's just not going to be the thing. But how can you? Because you're looking at a sheen and a difference. Jackie Love walks up. You can see the red glow on his hands. He knows he wants to go for it. But right now, looking like they might try to get on top of Mark. But this is still risky here. Mako will lose all of his summoners if he's not so careful. They're still going for this dragon. Tien taking an absolute beating. Looking like he may be trying to juke out over the wall. Finally does commit to it. Does he flash back in to get the smite? That is the question. Here we go. There's going to be the Timbers dropping down straight into the action. Leave is dead. The dragon goes over to EDG. Now Fofo looking to see if he can escape this one here. Mark just needs to get out of the vision so he can respawn some of that health bar. Hits a fantastic hook and drags back Mako. One or two more bunks. And yes, you got the dragon EDG, but you lost all the kills.
Exactly. Top esports are going to love this. They could just snowball out of control now. 3K gold lead at 7 minutes. They're going to be in for such a rough time, especially now with even Rookie being huge. He's going to have way more momentum to potentially leave lane now, finishing off that lost chapter. And I get what EDG are, wanting to do here, right? They pick up the dragon, hoping they can be able to escape off the back of this. But then, I mean, doing a nice job of repositioning by top esports. And they actually play multiple angles of the fight, right? Mark and Tien going one way, Rookie spirit rushing the opposite, and I believe did connect the charm to make sure that they got that other kill. And now, I mean, I don't know, for EDG, Asheen, what do you do from this position? 3K gold lead, already a huge Draven. Essence Reaver at 8 minutes.
Yeah. Essence Reaver at 8 minutes was what I was just about to say. I was actually, no, I lied. What I was about to say was, oh, it's good that the Draven didn't get all those kills. It's only assists. But no, he is literally just under double the amount of gold that Leave has. Leave will be able to pick up a little 200, but it's measly. It's tuppence in the grand scheme of the banker that is Jackie Love.
Yeah, and now we're going to see where his build goes from here, right? Because like I said, we've been seeing a lot more Ghostblade in solo queue. Also can just go like standard crit and end up with an IE as your mythic. But with the lack of, I think, frontline, and now like you're actively snowballing, I could definitely see Ghostblade being what makes sense. Now Rift Herald in pocket as well. I'm sure we all know where Tien is going to love to drop that one. Everything going to Sir Daddy Jackie Love down in that bot lane.
That's his official title now, given how this game has kind of gone. But decent damage here from Fofo. Try and make something work. Great charm, but I really feel like that should have went on to Fofo there, rookie. It was a great charm with the JJ, but maybe the target should have been the Annie. So is going to be the Rift Herald picked up, as well as the kind of pressure in that mid lane. And it's just kind of backing themselves away. I mean, Mark can do whatever he wants. He can go where he pleases. He might as well be playing Mundo because he is just no one can contest. Even if they get a full proper engage off of this bot lane, I still think Jackie Love wins in a 2v1.
Yeah, this is Mark's world and we're just all living in it. You know how some people you meet have main character energy? That is definitely Mark in this game, but I guess we're really just going to be keeping our eyes on when TN makes his way down here, because it would be the most logical place, I think, to give gold over to Jackie Love more. But we might even see Jackie Love and Mark find a kill before that, because Mark has been on point.
Oh my god!
With these hooks.
Just insane to think that he's able to kind of wiggle it around the AD or the support, trying to body block for the AD carry. Just insane. And yeah, I mean, look, if you're wondering about the maths behind the Draven stacks, it is the stacks times 2.5 plus 40 gold. And that is the general sense. So generally speaking, you want to be on about 400 stacks. That's about 1,000 gold. That's generally speaking where you want to be in terms of the maths. I've done it many, many times. So we're already at nearly 200 after we got a couple of kills. So that's just going to get harder and harder to deal with.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm interested to see what his next back's going to be after, getting more farm. Again, you expect the Rift Herald to go down here, but even already be on his way to the next big item purchase. A minute 20 till Drake. EDG might have gotten the first one, but with the gold difference being so skewed, this is where they should come online. But Umbral Glaive picked up by JJ first. So not only going to have, the vision control power behind him, but also at least getting a bit of an early spike just in case any action broke out or if they try to get a gank off.
Looks like they're trying to just hard force something now. And honestly, this is what they need to do. They need to look to try and catch somebody in the Fog of War, get some decent gold into somebody, because it's already a 3,500 gold lead. It's getting towards a 5,000 one. And Mark, it's just too easy for the pike. He rolls over, kind of says, yep, let me just triple check this. I have plenty of mobility. There's no real threat on me. Easy. So it's just hard. It's just very, very hard to see how EDG are able to kind of bring this one back, as we already see on the side of the screen. 200 stacks for Jackie Love. A kill equals the kill gold plus 500.
Yeah, he's going to be huge. Also, I want to praise Rookie for not, getting scared and hovering down towards bot side in that exchange, because that is a common play you see people make, right? Hover down in Fog of War. You wait for Rookie to be scared to be like, oh, I have to go cover my bot lane, move down too, and then bam, mid-jungle waiting in that area, because Rookie is actually one that has a bit of a bounty. Not huge, right? Only 200 gold. But that 200 gold is something that EDG would love to get in their pocket.
It's going to be the Dragon to be fought over next. There is still no boots onto Jackie Love, so definitely a lot slower to make the rotation over. But you can see him just stacking up on this bot side, just getting more and more of those adoration stacks. And it's just hard. Again, I appreciate what EDG are trying to look for, but whether or not they can make it stick is a different story, because I don't even think you can defend this. You don't have the Kazakhstan bot side. You're going to have to leave.
Yeah, if they don't leave, this could be quite punishing. As, again, even just stepping forward to hit this, Mark might be set up in a position where he could try and find another Bone Skewer. They're just going to be content with backing off after the charge. You'd expect them to want to look to start up this Drake, which opens up for JJ to try to look for plays on top side. So we see now entering enemy jungle. I wonder if he's just going to try and take away camps, or if there is an actual opportunity to try and gank this Gragas. The Wayward is flash, has explosive cast. He's a lot of tools to survive or deter any plays. So looks like it will just be camps at the end of the day.
Just camps. Dragon goes over. Gold over to Jackie Love. He is a very, very rich man. The banker, as we're going to call him now. And again, 5 deaths all on EDG. And again, it's not been about top side, Wayward and Allah just kind of let themselves off to the wayside and said, yeah, we're going to farm, and that's all the way it is. Now that we're past 10 minutes, we do have the Unleashed teleports, but full 5 plates and turret gold going over to Jackie Love means that he is going to be 3,000 gold pretty much ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, he's going to be way up there. And the gold lead just kind of slowly expanding as well. We might not have seen any big plays come out over the last few moments. But let's remember that when the gold lead initially was just under 3,000. Now with things like the Rift Herald and even just extending CS leads in lane, taking down that turret, almost making our way up to the 5,000 mark.
We'll wait to see. Again, not really a lot of opportunities, you would imagine, for EDG to get something going. But if they do find it, and they've a lot of engaged. Think about it. You get the anti-tibbers, you get down with the Gnar ultimate, you can pick somebody off with the Moonlight Vigil. Here we go. And that is exactly what you need to be doing. Immediately catching out Mark and getting themselves a kill.
Yeah, so very nice instant trigger pull by Fofo. Be able to get that CC down and enabling JJ to be able to get that kill. Nice going to be on someone like your Kha'Zix. Even now, Fofo picking up the Everfrost, so going to have a bit more CC to be able to contend within these fights. Rift Herald about to come up, so I mean, hell, you know at this point, EDG probably aren't contesting objectives, so it is just going to be looking towards opposite sides of the map.
Yeah. Actually interesting to see Leave. Looks like he's just foregone everything. There's a good flash there. The Everfrost doesn't really land, but a good
huge
charm right onto Leave. Then X marks the spot. Mark took that kill on his life personally.
Seriously, Mark is having such a phenomenal game on this Pike, and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop. Good luck.
Oh, not quite able to get it, but the X doesn't quite hit it there. Mark is having fun, showing out some emotes and everything. Ala almost gets taken out by Jackie Love. And again, I can't blame him because he's got Merc Treads into a full Essence Reaver, nearly an IE, or probably a Bloodthirster.
I mean, right now, he is just like, that Jackie Love damage is even quite surprising in my mind, but I guess Ala doesn't really have any resistances just yet, right? Just now only sitting on that Triforce. Another turret will go down. Rift Herald going to be picked up, and now Fofo wants to find it again, but Rookie
no flash, though.
has flash.
Yeah, no flash on Fofo, so should be able to kind of get out of this one here, you would imagine. Good charm into Everfrost means that he's able to keep his flash. No need to kind of contest it right now. Tien going to get dropped on. This is exactly what JJ needs to be going for. He needs to be going for isolated 1v1s. Get that claw damage down as best as he possibly can before he really kind of has any chance of, you know, fighting up against this Draven.
Gonna go right into the replay of what happened to mid. I mean, looking for it, right? Really nice by Mark. They force out the flash, but then still, Rookie, such a perfect charm being able to go on there, connect that one right into the resets for Pike. I even love the face on the coaching staff of Top Esports.
Ala's dead.
Ala is dead.
Will eventually go down. Wayward waited for enough time and then took enough damage and said, "That's it. I'm having this kill for myself." 8-1, 6,000 gold lead. I mean, this game is as good as done now as Top Esports just kind of need to bring it home. That's basically it. I mean, that's 16, 17 minutes. They just have full control of the map.
Yeah, and at this point, it's waiting for, honestly, an objective large enough to where you really can, like, snowball this even further, right? Because they're going to get to a point where they're going one by one, taking down all the outer turrets. The mid one's the last one to go through. Then after that, breaking inner turrets can be quite hard unless EDG side laners keep overextending and you're getting those free picks. So it'll either take, like, EDG fighting a dragon around, like, 20 minutes, you turn that into a Baron, or if Top Esports try to force that themselves. But so far, doing a nice job of proactively looking for these picks.
JJ gonna have to realize that that monkey is not alone. He's got a couple of friends with him in that thing, a fox and I don't know what Pike is, to be honest with you. He's just a drowned man. But again, just so difficult to see how EDG can really come back out of this. And look, this is like kind of part and parcel of the game. You get the reset in, they called for the pause, but then, you know, about holding the mental, I suppose, after such a long pause. I wouldn't be surprised if we were talking, you know, nonsense for a good 30 minutes there, just because of how crazy long that took just to kind of determine the bug, get the chrono break in, and then bring it back into this game.
I gotta be honest, Sheen, it felt like hours, but we got an answer to one question.
Time flies when you're having fun, I guess.
Jackie Love has got the Gale Force build, which isn't as common as the other two I mentioned, of where, again, like, you spent a lot of Ghostblade or IE, valuing some of the mobility, you know, the bit of the execute that comes out at the end and being able to close that distance. I love that, being able to run people down.
I mean, they're going to have to try. Yeah, I know. I mean, what do you want me to talk about? What do you want me to talk about?
You know,
there's nothing there.
I like how you cleverly use space and, you know, the dead air for a little bit of dramatic tension, but it's leaving me in suspense.
Yeah, well, it is one of those things we always find that space is great when you're physically beside the caster and can see they're actively not talking, not afraid that they've disconnected and you just don't have a co-caster. Slightly different scenario, but Wayward should be able to clear himself up on this top side as he knows that he was on the weak side while they were taking the dragon, and they backed themselves away fairly easily.
And now top esports are at that point where I talked about, where it's like, okay, it gets a little bit more awkward. All the outer turrets are already down. Luckily for them, having second Rift Herald means they'll be able to at least potentially break down an inner turret. And if you could try to turn that push into a dive, that could be the way for top TES to even, get a further snowball. But 7k gold lead. Oh, Fofo though.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and see if they can jump on the Jackie Love, kill him off as best they possibly can. But the Gale Force is not enough to keep Jackie Love alive. Ala gets himself the kill. And this is a 3v4 in favor of EDG. They've committed numbers and they still have leave.
Not going to be able to find anything more, but still getting one kill, finally being able to take down one of the raid bosses is going to be quite nice. It does give Wayward some free time up in topside. But luckily for the side of EDG, he's a Gragas. He's going to be like whittling down these turrets all too quickly.
They look like they don't want to let him out of this one here either. They're going to flash in. Ala, no! They had a ward on you, and they went over the wall. Your TP shall be wasted. Wayward shall get away scot-free, and you shall lose your life.
That's great, right? Because, yeah, the big thing it means is not only you get a kill, you let Wayward not get TP flanked there. Also, back to items. Somehow Jackie Love has once again finished another full item. Picking up rapid fire cannon. So we get to see here TP flank coming out from Fofo, and they realize, right, they're going to need to sacrifice in one area to overload another side of the map. Everything thrown on to Jackie Love. Nice flash and cleanse to be able to escape, but that is so big coming out.
I was wondering where the hit.
Dead.
Yeah, I was like, where did the damage come from? He looked fine. I guess there, the execution from the adoration as well.
Yeah, so I don't believe. I guess I don't know. I don't know if he had a bounty on his head or not. Jackie loves
JJ. One more auto attack would have definitely taken him out, but not quite in range for it. And again, this is going to be Kha'Zix's job. Find people isolated, kill them.
Yeah, and in that moment, Jackie was, I think, respecting the fog of war, right? Because he could have potentially just kept running JJ down, but knowing, hey, we don't, like, there's more people on this side of the map. Nar showing in bot. This is where EDG's main forces are going to be.
Do they go for a bit of a sneaky Baron? It would be very risky to try and go for it. It's not very sneaky either. They're right in front of everybody's face, and there's Rookie just hovering to the side, making sure that everybody is keeping themselves honest. Ala looking to try and be a nuisance here into Wayward, and should be just fine to kind of CC or sustain even on this bot side, collecting those minions.
Oh, Ala. This feels a lot like last game, where he was just getting targeted. At least he does survive this time around, but not enough. And what a game. What a game to be at 8k at 21 minute arm. Goes wide.
And they might look to see if they can catch somebody. If it was just the Ahri, they might have committed the quickness there, but it was the Ahri and the Wukong, so they didn't want to go fully in on top of that there. So, and it's really interesting. We can have a little bit of theory crafting. I'm seeing it a lot here in the LPL, even though it's only the first week, is that when AD carries, specifically obviously the Jinx and the Aphelios, go behind, they just kind of forego the Stormrazers completely and say, look, we're going to Uber scaling. We're going to go towards the Kraken Slayer, and that seems to be like the general move from a lot of AD carries, is that we don't need to go for the Stormrazer anymore. We might as well go full for the late game.
Yeah, it's something I wonder, like, how the math adds up on it, right? Because, again, the difference being kind of Kraken Slayer is more onto, like, continuously hitting a target, and that's where a lot of that damage comes from with the every few hits. So, but I wonder if it'd even be more worthwhile to just go straight towards your Mythic first and be like, hey, okay, we're not going to go this route as Mako. Luckily,
that
does
time he got
escape.
over the wall.
Oh, but here we go. This is one thing about top esports composition, right? Again, the awkward phase once you get past the outer turrets. There's really no way to push the game forward other than trying to bring EDG into you.
I mean, Leaves nowhere near this, and you have a TP on Wayward, but you do not have one on Alas. This is an unanswerable TP. But what's happened on the backside is that Rookie's just completely caught out. Nobody gets killed on the side of EDG and top esports. They have to go back towards the Baron with a man down. Look at the Gnar. Ala doesn't need to leave because he knows that he hasn't got a chance of making it up here anyway.
And once again, you have to wonder, how does this stuff keep happening for TES? Every game, just like unfortunate circumstances that, like, that could have been the game right there. That could have been it, where top esports sealed the deal, but now we were at 8K at one point, I believe, and now we're down to closer to 5.
Yeah, about 5.5. Now, it will be another dragon. We'll put them on soul point, but it's a Cloud Soul, not the greatest in the world in terms of accelerating the game. And this game isn't done yet. It looks like this series still has a ting or two to show us in this particular thing. There was a TP going very deep in the mid lane. I don't know if we're going to be able to see that, but yes, we are. We should probably go back to live because they've caught out the Aphelios. That was an unfortunate replay, but a good TP from Rookie to get him right behind enemy lines, and now they can look to try and go for this Baron again, but JJ's behind the play. He is being spotted out, and they know exactly where he is. They don't want to start this. They don't want to flip it. All it's close to his Mega.
And I think for EDG as well, you're waiting for the Tibbers to come out for Fofo. JJ luckily gets away from the Cyclone.
Love the Tibbers will be up in a couple of seconds, and then maybe go for it. No flash, no heal on leave, and Top Esports not able to go for the objective, so you see it here, just a very simple TP ward. Gets him caught out and gets him killed. I love how they highlighted the wrong ward.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering how that would be impactful, but
I was like, I don't think it was that ward, but it was definitely a ward behind them.
Why roast the observers, huh? You know what? You know what though?
I don't roast the observers. I just highlight things.
I do, kind of live by, if you're gonna dish it out, you gotta be able to take it. The observers show a lot of pretty plays by players that like slow them down and zoom in on them. So if they're gonna banter, you gotta be able to take some banter as well.
I agree. I agree with that. I think it's definitely something you're going to show every -1 kind of minion. You got to be able to throw it back at you a little bit. As Ala just kind of dealing with Wayward. And this is the thing. Ala's picked the Gnar into the Gragas way back when we had Champ Select for this game. And it's kind of becoming a thing now where it's like, this is the reason why. The Gragas, even though he's building full damage, doesn't really have kill threat. With the Hull Breaker available for Ala, it makes it so difficult for Wayward to have kind of any presence here. But with Rookie roaming down, maybe they look to try and burn him down just as he's turning into Mini. They're bringing down Mark as well. Ala knows he's in the wrong place, the wrong time. He has nowhere to go, and the only place he can go is the Shadow Realm. He flashes, he dashes. A little hop and a skip and a jump. He's trying to turn it back, but a good explosive cast means that X marks the spot. Mark gets himself another kill, but now they know there's 3 people bot side. Tien has to flash away as the quickness was coming in for his life. And this game's getting very scrappy all of a sudden.
It is. Like, Top Esports have gotten cold feet. They haven't felt as comfortable trying to push into that top side jungle for deeper vision. They really strayed away from that from the past few minutes. Been trying to find a pick around top side turret, commit a little bit more. And it's giving EDG these opportunities to potentially look for another engage around mid. Wait, what?
And we're waiting. Wait, what? What happened? Where?
Mark somehow just died around outer turret in mid. I don't even know how JJ himself got there.
I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
And this is, again, the game getting very just not as clean as you wanted to see.
Top Esports don't lose this game, do they?
I mean, I see a world where they do. I had them at 12th in my power rankings. Oh, no, I had them at 7th. I had them at 7th. Never mind.
12 is pretty low as we get to see how walking over a ward, JJ happened to be in the area in River and easily able to follow up. So now you're getting to a point where this Kha'Zix has to be respected, right? Sitting on, making his way towards that Sorelda's Grudge, having the Eclipse online. Doesn't matter how big Jackie Love and Rookie are in terms of damage items. They are still squishy carries that will go down to an assassin.
They will get blown up by this Kha'Zix if he gets on top of them. And you even have the Void Staff and the Shadow Flame here for Fofo. So they know their job. Their job is not to out-sustain a fight. It's to blow somebody up like this. If they can look for a 2-man Tibbers, and Tien is dead. Oh, Top Esports, it was all going so well, but what's happening? You're crumbling.
And it's even just like skipping basics, right? Like, you have top wave pushed out, no one's showing. You haven't once again re-pushed out mid, no one's showing there, so you know they're on the top side. Gnar's pushing wave bot. And just actions like this where, honestly, despite the fact that Top Esports are 5K goal in the lead, for the past 5 minutes, it feels like EDG have been the ones in control of the game.
I mean, EDG have gotten all of the objectives. They've gotten 2 towers on the bot side. They've been able to now gain a 20 CS lead for Ala in that lane. And the fact that he's got that Hull Breaker means, and now the Wit's End, like, you have to send a damage dealer now to deal with him. And I don't think if you send the Gragas and the Ahri, it's going to be enough.
No, I don't, and I don't even feel like that's what you should be looking to do, because when you actually pick off the Snar, it doesn't turn into all too much. Now it might be more than before because you at least have TP on your Soul Laners, so you'd be able to TP them up to Baron. But other than that, it's like, what are you going to do by picking off Ala? You're never going to really push in that lane and do anything meaningful. So EDG now looks like they're the ones feeling more confident to try to aggress their way in and keep, controlling vision in this quadrant of the jungle.
Jackie Love is still 2 levels ahead. Jackie Love is still 2 items ahead. I'm not going to get ahead of myself for the moment, but the thing is that EDG have done so exceptionally well is that EDG have just not fought around Jackie Love. They've just moved away from him, said, look, that's fine. You can be as fed as you like to be. You can have a GA, second life, whatever you want. It doesn't matter because we are going to be able to just avoid you around the map, and it's exactly what they've done. Dragon has spawned. That would be Soul here for top esports, but again, I don't think EDG really care.
Now it seems like EDG are still just fine as we see the observers highlighting over Ala right now in sides. Especially because when you think about EDG and the play pattern they're looking for this game, right? It's been picks. It's been, abusing vision denial and then waiting for Fofo plus JJ to just be able to instantly burst someone out, and then relying on, like, okay, top esports are not going to back off because we have numbers, and take objectives through that way.
Upgraded Q, upgraded spikes. Rookie trying to see if he can find someone on a flank. Level 16 now, so he'll have fairly decent cooldown on that ultimate. Should be able to pick up this tower without any real contention. They finally get themselves something in this. Ala is very happy to take these trades because even in the sustain war, he's winning.
Yeah, he's just fine up there, right? Again, for Wayward, it's going to be more about 5v5s, but top esports, again, I'm more surprised that they're not more proactively trying. They did get bot wave in order, so that's like one step done. Now bring Rookie into the fold and try to reclaim some of this vision. You might even have to wait for Wayward to join in, but EDG, they're going to let them wait. They're just going to start Baron right now.
They're going to start Baron and try and bait them in. They know the Scryers is down, so they know that it's not being taken, but EDG haven't really figured that one out yet, so now they recognize that they've been caught out. They don't have the exact kind of trap that they were hoping for, and EDG should be able to kind of back themselves away. And I do believe, as much as you said the bot lane was in order, it looks like it might be pushing in favor of EDG for the moment.
And maybe. I want to see what... I mean, the wave's going to hit now, so it's going to be fine. Top esports, I mean, they really need to start even just getting, like, shallow vision, right? Even just vision, like, right over the pit wall, which EDG, of course, will be able to reclaim, but then even just spotting them out in those moments and trying to create an avenue for Mark to be able to hook someone. But now, I mean, JJ, especially with having the magic shield.
TN is going to be spotted, though. They know he's there. They know he's there. They're going to turn back on top of him and try and burst him out before he can get any real damage. Fofo will be taken out. 99999 comes out across our screens, but TN is still alive as he was the perfect distraction. Both TP from the Ala was used, as well as a flash from Fofo. It didn't save his life, and now, top esports, you have to look for something. It's difficult, but you got to push.
Yeah, they're going to have to... I mean, they have to do something off this, right? Maybe wait for Mega to time out and then try to bring them onto the Baron and try to force a turn that way. You still have the explosive cast, but not a whole lot other than that. Still, I feel like Fofo was like the main dissuader of them being able to walk into EDG's jungle and be able to get vision, because his Tibbers was the real thing setting up for the burst to come out from JJ.
Well, they're looking for the Baron. It's getting taken very, very low. They're going to try and jump onto Rookie. JJ does not have the jump now available to him, and he is going to die. Draven secures the Baron, and top esports may have found themselves a way of securing this game.
This may have taken 10 minutes longer than it's needed to, but it's good. The top esports have finally gotten it under control. Nice by Wayward as well, going out, at the exact right instant to be able to lock JJ down. And now, with Baron buff, they can actually start threatening the base. They can start trying to break down those inhibitor turrets and really opening up this game. And hell, they've even had Soul for quite a while now, right? So, TS, where can they bring us now that we have a full build Jackie Love?
Full build. 3 items though on the Aphelios, and a hell of a lot of damage on him. Bloodthirster with the Gale Force and the Kraken means that he can shred through someone if they go a little bit too close to the sun. Jackie Love has got to be the big moment here, Mark. Ooh, okay. Not quite able to get caught out there. The Tibbers will end up being felled. Nothing really else outside of that invested, because level 16 Fofo, that Annie Tibbers, as you can see on your right-hand side of the screen, it's coming back real quick.
Yeah, not the longest cooldown in the world. And you can see the top esports realize Fofo is a member they need to respect. He's definitely the biggest threat on the side of EDG. Now they're going to try and use these Baroned up minions to finally start breaking down the base. Oh,
Ali's
Jen
not here.
died.
Ali's not here. Ala was off of bot lane. They weren't expecting such decisiveness. And now you can start to get the resets in. The pipe with Mark. They've done it, and the curse for EDG, but the blessings for Top Esports shall continue. It's been since the 23rd of March, 2019, the last time EDG were able to beat Top Esports in the regular split, and that ain't changing today.
2 games in a row, Top Esports made us all worry. They almost gave us heart attacks, tons of anxiety and stress. But just like game 2, it might not be the most convincing, though a lot more convincing in this game. Still, it was dirty, but they got it done. You're happy for TES, especially bringing out the Draven, leaning in on the signature pick of Jackie Love, and showing that, with Pyke Draven, they are still a duo to be feared. And again, it's not as dire as it seems, but it's weird, Sheen, because I don't feel confident nor scared for TES, because I feel kind of both. I'm like confident that they can do well,
scared.
and I'm scared that they're also gonna not do well. And it's just they are the sprint marathon. They are the sprint marathon of teams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I am picking up what you're putting down, but it does feel like, look, at the end of the day, especially the day we've had, especially the day you've had, a win is a win is a win. So they, for Top Esports and Top Esports fans alike, that is it. And look, we'll see what they're able to kind of do. They had a bit of a rough start. They now bring themselves up into a much stronger position now, kind of ending this week 1-1. And yes, it was scrappy. They almost didn't win that game number 2. It could have went to a 2-0 EDG, but it didn't. At the end of the day, results matter. Top Esports, they still have a lot to work on, but they are getting there.
Yeah, they're getting there. And again, they still show that they have like nice, what even be the word? It's like they're clever, right? They have like ideas of how to try to set up some plays. They might not be the smartest in terms of like the macro and being able to force the game forward, but they're clever about like small plays to find small advantages that might not be expected. So that's kind of one area I've always liked about TS. We know that their like mechanical ability and like their laning skill is there. Wayward especially, I think, being someone who surprised me this series, because I already knew Jackie Love was great. You already know, Rookie's a GOAT in the mid lane. But Wayward was the person who, again, even when he had all the fanfare and he was solo killing left and right, he wasn't necessarily this, like, big, I'm going to gap you in lane guy. And it felt like he really came in and had a solid series in this game against Dala.
Yeah, genuinely did. And I think that there's still, again, it's the weird Top Esports setup where it's like, I know that this team is good. I know that these players individually can pop off. Mark having an exceptional game on the Pyke. Jackie Love bathing in the gold that was gifted to him and being able to kind of bring out a lot of that kind of pressure. It just feels like, I don't know, I'm scared. I'm scared because I saw it in spring. I saw, I remember at spring split, we came into the season, I said, JDG, Top Esports, the 2 super teams, these are the teams that are going to be vying for top 2. I was right with JDG. I was not right with Top Esports. Now with Top Esports kind of coming into this split, they are still looking a bit scrappy, a little bit rough around the edges, but I know that there's still that quality in them. I just don't want to get baited again.
I feel like it's also interesting, right? Because I didn't feel like TS quite fit the moniker of super team because you have Wayward and Mark who really don't have that level of acclaim. But it's also cool to see when Wayward's had a good series overall. Mark, this game, had an exceptional game. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Mark picked up the MVP because, my God, seriously, hooks left and right. And it's like, yeah, especially if those two can keep developing, it'll be good. But it still feels like both the good thing and bad thing about Top Esports in their scrappy style is a very, like, systemic issue that we've seen over multiple different rosters. And it makes you wonder if, like, are they maybe limited by continuing the style, right? Like, I feel like they can definitely hit highs by doing this, but you're going to need those stars to align perfectly. So when you have someone like Tien saying something as confusing as, hey, we just got to play our style, but I also want to be flexible and be able to play many styles. That statement made no sense, but Tien said it. So it's like, yeah, where are TES going to go?
That's it. I think that's the best way to put it, is that you're just not really into, knowing where this Top Esports team lands. And again, it should be very high, but we just can't put that in. For EDG, I'm still very high hopes on this team. They almost brought it back in this game, despite being so far down. they really probably should have gained it at 2-0, you know, kind of straight away, but it wasn't to be. And again, there's still lots of little things that are going right for this team, and it does feel like this is a new roster of EDG that's still able to kind of hit the high highs and will, you know, unfortunately, TES is just a bogey side for them. Jackie loves in Mako's head. I don't know why. It's just the way it is, but, you know, it is. Actually, I'd be so curious to see if Mako's ever beaten Jackie Love across all rosters. Ooh, that'd be such an interesting stat to look into, but I'll have a look for that for the next time they play. But we are going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with the victorious Wayward.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Wayward, the top laner for Top Esports. Congratulations on getting your very first win of Summer Split. My first question is about the matchups between the EDG and Top Esports, because we know that Top Esports have took down a majority of games in recent splits. So did you realize this record before this matchup, and how does it feel to be able to win this matchup with a very dominant reverse sweep? 欢迎微沃的选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜滔博今天拿下了夏季赛的首胜。其实有关于 EDG 和滔博的对局，在过去的几个接近的赛季当中，滔博是赢下了绝大部分的对局。微沃的选手在赛前有没有关注到这一个记录？然后觉得今天拿下首胜，而且是以一个这样让1追2的方式，感觉怎么样呢？
这个记录就是我是有关注的嘛，然后我觉得我们打他们就感觉有点玄学，就是不管怎么样的逆风都能拿下，然后。 顺风也是直接拿下，然后首胜的话，我就觉得这对于我们来说真的是太棒了。然后，因为我们已经很久没有感受到赢的，就是胜利的快感，就是一个字爽。
Firstly, in terms of the matchups between EDG and Top Esports, I do know the record before the matchups. Maybe it's I can't explain by serious science because it's a little bit like the metaphysics. Even though we fall behind, we always can take down the match between the Top Esports and EDG. So when we get smoothly, we already have known that maybe we will know this matchup. In terms of getting the very first win for the summer split, it's been a long time since last time we feel and taste the winning feeling, and I just want to say it feels pretty good in the world, amazing and brilliant. So next question, I want to touch on your own performance on Cassante. You got most valuable player, and you did a really great job in laning phase, but also you had a great impact on the whole game. So how would you rate your performance in Game 2 on Cassante? 那么第二局的我们这边微沃的选手用 Cassante 拿到了 MVP， 在线上有很出色的表现，并且对全局都有一个很好的影响，可以说是几乎是掌控了节奏。微沃的选手怎么评价自己第二局魁桑提的发挥？
第二局的话，我觉得是正常发挥，就是怎么说呢，就有点得心应手的感觉吧。
Actually, I just think I performed normally because it feels like pretty good, and I performed very well on it on this champ. So still in Game 2, I know that Top Esports got ahead in mid to late game, but EDG managed to come back. They secured the Baron, they destroyed your inner inhibitor. So how did you guys manage to defend your base and also take down the Elder Dragon in the very late game for you, which is really important? 那么其实在第二局的时候，还是说到第二局，有一波虽然滔博在中后期几乎一直是领先，但是有一波 EDG 那波拿下了大龙之后，他们推掉了门牙塔，在这边只剩一个水晶基地的时候，滔博这一边是怎么样去平衡守家，然后还拿到了那条非常关键的远古龙团呢？
第二局就剩水晶之后，就是我们一直等水晶复活就好，然后后面就是让他们去抢远古龙，然后我一个人守住他们就可以。
So when we only had the one Nexus with no inhibitor, we just wait for our inhibitor respawn and just let my teammates go for the Elder team fight, and I just stand on the mid lane to defend our base. And the final question is about Game 3. Who decided the Driven and Pike as a body? Because it is exactly what we want to see, and we know that Jake Love is signature Driven champions. But I'm curious about this body. Is that because your body's suggestion, or your coach decided what kind of things? Want to touch on a little bit on this part. 那么最后一个问题，在第三局的时候，我们可以看到夏路选出了德莱文和派克这个组合。对于很多观众来讲，这就是我们想看到的非常刺激的这样的选项和阵容。我们也知道，J.K. Love 选手玩德莱文玩得很好嘛。想问一下，最后夏路选出这样一个组合，是团队内的一个整体的决策，还是出于什么样的考虑呢？
当时选派克德莱文的话，就是 就是我们选到4、5楼的时候，就把所有辅助都搬掉，然后后面有没有就是什么好的下路组合，然后我们就选就是强硬一点的，就是强一点的，然后把他们下路干爆。
When coming to the 4th and 5th bans, actually there is no very good support or AD champions available because we and our opponent have banned a lot of balling champions. So we just want to pick some strong comps on balling. So we just pick Draven and Pyke. Oh, such an incredible game. Thank you so much for joining me, Wayward. 谢谢 Wayward 来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina and Wayward. I love that little bit at the end. Look, they pigeonholed us. They gave us no choice. We had to pick the Pyke and the Draven. There was no other options.
Oh God, yeah, and look at that, it worked out. We'll just move you up. Mark gets the MVP.
Thank
it's no
you.
surprise. This man was bone skewering left and right. Great game from Mark, who, like I said this the other day, I swear to God, Mark comes out with like more and more swagger every split. Like, looks like the edgy, you know, bad boy protagonist of any movie, show, boy band, anything. And this game, that spirit got to show through in his gameplay.
It really, really did. I mean, like, he was so aggressive. And again, it's kind of what, like, we've always been saying, that a lot of these teams, like top esports and such as that, they thrive in the aggression. They look to try and get these advantages. And that's why the Draven was banned all series right up until the 3rd game. And then it wasn't. And that's just unfortunate the way things end up going for you on the side of EDG. They still find themselves a bogey side, but for top esports, look, great win. They've got themselves a bit of a tough week 2 in terms of the fact that they have 3 series to play, but it's Ninjas in Pajamas, then it's Thunder Talk, then they go up against Weibo. So they've got a chance to kind of bring themselves up to 3-1 before they start really coming up against some of the, you know, the bigger, badder teams in our league.
And it just makes you wonder if anything's really going to change, right? Because like we said, despite multiple different roster iterations for TES, they've kind of had a similar playstyle, similar spunk mojo about them pretty much for the past few years in the LPL. So we'll see. I don't know. Again, they're fun to watch. It's nice having a team like this, and hopefully they can keep doing well.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And look, for EDG, you're still looking good. There's still plenty for you to kind of come out of this one here with. And I think for EDG as well, I believe their next 2 games, though, are BLG and JDG. So week 2 is a massive test for this team to kind of prove that they're not just a top 3 team, that they can contest the top 2 from spring as well.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't even know if they're ready yet. I don't know if the graphics are ready, but I'm still going to try and magically move us along and be like, you know, and this is where we look at, you know, the results of today's games. And I point this way. I don't even know which way this way is. There we go. I point to you.
Yeah, hey.
Like, there we go.
And I'll point to you.
Today's results. Bring them up.
Yeah, well, they probably don't have them just yet, so we can gotta give ourselves a second or two. But, I mean, it was a pretty long day at the end of it all. Thank you so much to our production team. Yeah, my gums, thank you. I need to go to the dentist very, very soon. But NIP destroyed IG. LNG destroyed RNG in game 1, then had to fight it back in game number 2. And then, of course, we just finished off the marathon that was Top Easters versus EDG with a 30-minute pause in the between. Didn't make a difference for the result, but you know what? We want to make sure the teams are all happy in there. Ultra Prime sitting at the top there with Baolan going back to Worlds 5 years later.
You know what? You put respect on Ning's name because Ning is being an absolute G right now, sitting 2-0.
I said Baolan. He's on RA. I'm an idiot.
And this is tomorrow's schedule, and you know, it's a bit of a banger. Match of the week tomorrow, JDG, LNG, Yashin. We were both here yesterday. We're here today, and we are there tomorrow. Everyone else should be, because those are great games, and Mole and Baolan are going to pick up a win against BLG. Mark my words.
I thoroughly believe it, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow to bring that in. But for today, that is all the time we have for you guys. Thank you so much for bringing with us. Thank you for sticking with us during the pause. And of course, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys at the same earlier time tomorrow at the same channel. We'll see you soon.